I, who only wanted to play football, became the Hollywood heartthrob. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. The second ball is here. The magic lamp that lights up the whole stadium leads the way. The right half of the field was in chaos. The left forward of Angel Wings made a mistake in passing the ball when confronting the Bucks' steel horns. The football rolled on the slippery grass to the unmanned area near the center circle. The opportunity has come. Duran immediately accelerated. Seeing this, Ross also accelerated. The two aces were like two cheetahs fighting for prey, breaking the rain curtain at a very fast speed at the same time, sprinting and fighting with blood. This is another ace against ace. Hard fight. In the past half an hour, the scene of ace against ace has been staged more than a dozen times, big and small. The result of each time is Guran's victory. Ross thinks that this time, it's his turn, right? When Guran and Ross sprinted, the players on both sides responded. The difference is that the players of Angel Wings followed Ross to intercept Guran, while the players of the Bucks' steel horns trusted Guran very much. They did not intercept Ross, but tried their best to penetrate into the half of Angel Wings. The offensive and defensive situation is obvious. The Bucks' steel horns play became passionate because of Guran's attack. At this point in the game, especially in the rain, both sides' physical fitness has reached the first fatigue window. And this is the best time window for the Bucks' steel horns, who have good physical fitness. Duran's sprint is a counter-attack signal for the Bucks' steel horns. At this moment, Duran's speed is unmatched. Ross chased the football from the side of the court. He was obviously closer to the football than Guran, but Guran was obviously faster. Amid the deafening and passionate roars of the students' parents, Duran took the lead and touched the football. The next second, Ross directly used his strong body to collide with Guran. Duran did not give Ross a chance to get close and entangle. Duran directly dribbled the ball 7 or 8 meters away to the unmanned area in front. At the same time, Duran dodged Ross's collision and ran out of a clear arc in the rain. The classic outside lane overtaking scene reappeared. Ross hit nothing. Duran easily ate Ross alive with speed. Duran's feet stepped on a bunch of passionate water splashes. The adrenaline of the students and parents in the stands was ignited by this passionate scene. They all stood up to watch the game, standing in the rain, waving their fists wildly, and shouting for Guran. Go, 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 go. Dad. Husband. At this time, a back waist of Angel Wing rushed over to grab the ball. He should have blocked Guran's breakthrough route, slowed down and blocked backwards, so as to keep parallel with his own defensive line, waiting for his teammates to surround him, and not let Guran have a chance to break through easily. But he was too flustered, and his defensive experience was obviously insufficient. He just wanted to get the ball before Guran, but his speed was too slow. His reckless running instantly became the biggest loophole in the Angel Wings defense. Only half of the Angel Wings team was trained by Everton's youth training system, and obviously this reckless back waist was not. And Guran immediately discovered this loophole. Guran didn't even think about it, and rushed directly towards the reckless back waist. In less than 3 seconds, Guran took control of the ball that he had dribbled out, and carried the midfielder who had rushed forward and flew out. The stands were instantly on fire. 2,200 students and parents were jumping wildly on the unstable iron stands. The iron stands were shaking like a heart-wrenching noodle, and the tablet top was swinging up and down like a stretched noodle. But at this moment, the students and parents didn't care at all. Duran's breakthrough was so bloody, so violent and aesthetic. Duran was simply a thug in a jersey. Duran seized the loophole and made a straight insertion. So straightforward, so decisive, so domineering, so passionate. That's right, this is called playing football. At this moment, not only the fans in the stands were on fire, but even the main stands were shouting excitedly. The scouts from the small clubs all jumped up from their seats excitedly, cheering for Guran with their arms raised. They seemed to have forgotten that they were here to observe the players. They also seemed to have forgotten how much they looked down on this Chinese kid Guran before the game started. Now, they were completely conquered by Guran's violent aesthetic breakthrough. They became Guran's fans. While watching Guran's violent aesthetic breakthrough, Emanalo from Chelsea calmly and intuitively sketched Guran's running route in the scout's notes. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. At this moment, the Angel Wings player who was carried by Guran slid awkwardly on the rain-soaked grass, paddling while raising his hand to appeal to the referee. This normal physical contact was ignored by the referee at all. Guran drove straight in with the ball, following the loophole left by the Angel Wings, and within a few seconds he broke into the gap near the 30-meter area of the Angel Wings. The Angel Wings team's defense line was in a mess like a pot of boiling preserved egg and lean meat porridge. At least 4 defensive players lost their original positions and double-teamed Guran desperately. Come on. I like being trapped. Guran looked up and quickly observed the scene. The opposite side, Tess, was pressing hard. Another central defender stayed in the middle of the penalty area to block Guran's cross and shooting routes. The number 8 right forward and the number 4 right back both made an outflanking move from the left, and the other defensive midfielder made an outflanking move from the right. The entire fan-shaped area channel was almost blocked. I have to say that the trap was quite tight this time. Moreover, at this position, it was about 35 meters away from the goal, so it was too far to shoot. Although there was a +3 piercing cloud arrow, the current situation was different from the first goal. The first goal was a surprise attack, which was to take advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness and shoot him. This time it was not a surprise attack, and the opponent was also well prepared. The shooting channel was basically blocked. In this case, even if the piercing cloud arrow was +3, the hit rate would not be too high. What's more, advancing with the ball in the middle is different from advancing with the ball on the wing. The center has to face the strong flanking from the left, center and right sides. The encirclement will be formed in an instant, and all channels will be blocked in an instant. The situation on the field changes rapidly. When you are moving, the opponent is also moving. Relatively speaking, it is easier to attack from the side than from the center. As long as you can break through the side, there will only be opponents in the center, and the chances of passing and shooting will be relatively large. This is why many teams like to use winger tactics and attack from the side. Therefore, this ball must not be fired blindly when the distance is far and there is no shooting channel. If you continue to carry it in, facing a 4-man double team, you need higher dribbling skills, ball control skills, and ball protection skills. And Guran's technical attributes are probably not enough at present. You have to find an opportunity to pass the ball. In an instant, Guran made a decision with his super high basketball IQ. Guran saw that Sissy and Glider were running frantically on the right side of the penalty area, and both of them raised their hands to ask for the ball. In the first half, these two guys spit a total of 5 cakes, while Watergate was quietly counter-infiltrating the left penalty area. In the passing channel of the left penalty area, there was only one defensive player besides Teas who was about to come up to press. The left penalty area was their weak area of defense, and the weak area had the greatest chance. Guran immediately used a move like Ronaldo to knock the ball and turn. Teas rushed up to block. Teas had been holding his breath to return Guran's provocation, since Guran shouted, "Come on last time." Before he could rush to Guran, he saw Guran suddenly change his line, and he immediately followed Guran's line with all his strength. Snap. Teas's feet slipped. He didn't have Messi's special shoes. He fell on the slippery grass with the big buttocks. The 2,200 spectators in the stands laughed wildly. Teas blushed and struggled to get up from the grass with his hands and feet. Before he could get up, Guran shook out a channel from Teas and concentrated his mind. Here it comes. Through pass. The magic lamp guides the way. Guran kicked the ball hard and passed it to the left side of the penalty area. The pass was straight, fast, and powerful. The football was about 8 centimeters above the ground, like a ball-shaped razor, shaving the grass and making a shocking ground level cut. It went through the gap between the fallen Teas and another defender. The 2,200 students and parents in the stands went crazy again. The whole stadium was filled with howling. This ball was so cool. This straight pass also saved Teas, whose shorts were soaked, in a sense, because no one had time to laugh at him now. The adrenaline of everyone in the stands was ignited by Guran's violent ground level straight pass. This feeling of pleasure was unparalleled. Guran's precise, 30-meter long straight pass instantly penetrated the entire Angel Wings penalty area defense line. The ball flew at an extremely fast speed towards the bottom line about 5 meters away from the left goal post. Minato quickly inserted in the back row. This ball was simply his guiding light. The goalkeeper of Angel Wings quickly abandoned the goal and attacked. Minato did not hesitate and directly fell to the ground and shot. The goalkeeper of Angel Wings retreated for a beat. He turned to block the near corner of the goal. Minato shoveled the ball, and the ball accelerated and flew towards the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper of Angel Wings was powerless. The ball went in. At this moment, the whole stadium went crazy. 2,200 students and parents took off their raincoats and umbrellas in the rain and cheered desperately in the rushing rain. A girl took off her raincoat too quickly and took off the clothes inside, but no one noticed. Everyone was looking at Guran. The referee signaled that the goal was valid. The score on the scoreboard was rewritten as Bucks Steelhorns 2:0 Angel Wings. The Bucks Steelhorns players on the field also fell into madness. Under the fierce attack of the Angel Wings team, they were not suppressed, but seized the defensive loopholes of the Angel Wings and expanded the score advantage. That's right, the Angel Wings is a strong team. Half of their players are semi-professional players trained by Everton's youth training. But they have been beaten by the weak team Bucks Steelhorns. This is football. Football that can defeat the strong with the weak. Football that can turn the tables in the face of adversity. At this moment, the goal-scoring Minato opened his arms and howled as he pounced on Guran. His face was full of rain, and his eyes were also full of rain. This goal is too important for both the Bucks Steelhorns team and Minato himself. He rushed towards Guran desperately and rode on Guran's body. Seeing this scene, all the girls at the scene screamed. They wanted to kick the Minato who had just scored a goal away and replace him. The other Bucks Steelhorns players also rushed over, howling as they pressed Guran and Minato on the rain-soaked grass. The passionate youth was completely released at this moment. Although the game is not over yet, and it is too early to celebrate the victory, as long as the Bucks Steelhorns continue to play like this, the national top 4 will not be far away. The performance of the Bucks Steelhorns in the first half was convincing. Every student and parent in the stands believed that today, under the leadership of Guran, the Bucks Steelhorns will definitely create a new history in the 100 years since the founding of the school. Everyone was shouting Guran's name. The jazz drums on the sidelines were beating wildly, and every corner of the stadium could feel the violent vibration of the air. Coach Carter knelt in the rain, excitedly looking at the sky and making a cross. Got. You are really with Guran. You are really with Guran. Please continue to bless him. Blessing him is to bless all of us. Bucks Steelhorns. Fight to the end. No one dared to believe that the woman in the main stand, wearing a sun hat and screaming almost to the point of breaking her voice, was the well-known Hollywood star. The weather was very cold when it rained, so cold that it could freeze grapes. But Annie didn't care. She didn't feel cold at all. She was hot all over. It was so cool to watch Guran play football. What's even better is that it will be even more enjoyable after this game. At this time, the scouts from the small clubs also applauded excitedly. Monkey Rick said, Guran's through ball just now was so wonderful. Fact, I seem to see Lampard. I dare say, such a wonderful through ball. Even in the English League 2, it is also a great existence. English League 2? Haha, it's also first class in English League 1. There is also a place in the English Championship. In the Premier League. Okay, we are not in the Premier League, so we have no say. I must admit that I was conquered by the Chinese. I must also admit that I'm very jealous of the Southampton Scabs. Gu is the strongest high school student I have ever seen, no doubt about it. Yes, in comparison, Ross Barkley is just a piece of goods thrown into the street. Ross was beaten by Guran, and he has no temper at all. I really want to know everything about Guran. I want to know where he was trained. What? He didn't have youth training in any club? Guran is extremely excellent on both the defensive and offensive ends. His sense of position and ability to control timing are absolutely talented. I would like to call Gu a talented teenager. That's right. Our opinions are surprisingly consistent. Haha. I think a talented player like Gu should not be buried here. He should come to our Northampton professional club. Bah. Is your Northampton also a club? Only our Swindon club deserves a talented teenager like Gu. Don't argue first. My Brentford club must stand up and say something fair. Our club will be promoted to the Premier League sooner or later. We originally came for Ross Barkley. Now, we don't want it. Ross will be given to you. We only want Guran. The Stinky Bee is dreaming. Guran is ours. Down with the scab. Guran must belong to our Portsmouth. I declare that any club that competes with our Portsmouth will be our enemy. Get out. Southampton will play you Portsmouth first later. The scouts of the small clubs immediately argued red in the face. Imanalo, who was sitting in the third row, sneered and said in his heart, "Stupid, what are you fighting for? As if you can make the decision." Imanalo calmly wrote in his scout notes, "I want to change my evaluation of Guran again and again. I thought Chelsea U18 team could try to sign Guran before, but now I think Chelsea U18 team must do their best to sign Guran. I mistakenly classified Guran as a slightly talented young player before. Now I must correct it. Guran is a highly talented young player. His through pass is very beautiful, and he can be trained as the second Lampard." After writing this, Emanalo paused for a moment and thought about it, and then wrote, "Note, I think Southampton club has already taken action. Their 7 senior executives watched this game together, probably to vote on the genius clause. I guess they must want to sign Guran by applying for a work permit for Guran, so I suggest that Chelsea club should also act as soon as possible and provide Guran with a professional youth team contract first. It is almost impossible for Chelsea club to activate the genius clause for a player like Guran who is not yet famous. Therefore, Emanalo did not directly suggest in the scout report that Chelsea help Guran to activate the talent clause. Although Chelsea is a big club and rich, there is no one in the court. If they want to use the talent clause at the English Football Association hearing, they will definitely be maliciously blocked. The talent clause can only be used once a year. Once it is blocked, this year's quota will be scrapped. If Sistano can agree to provide Guran with a high-paying, professional youth team contract within 3 days, then with Emanalo personally going to talk to Guran, Chelsea still has a great chance to persuade Guran to sign. As long as it is signed, let Guran train in the youth training base for 1 year, and then rent Guran to a small European satellite club for 2 years. After the 3-year period expires, Guran will automatically obtain a work permit and play in the professional league on behalf of Chelsea's first team. After 3 years, Guran may become Chelsea's new Gerrard. A new Gerrard discovered by me. Thinking of this, Emanalo couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, the song "There Is a Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran" rang out again on the court. The collective chorus of 2,200 people, the singing penetrated the rain clouds, and the scene was extremely shocking. The players of Angel Wings all held their heads in pain, their fighting spirit collapsed. They thought this was a game that they could easily win, but reality gave them 2 blows. The Chinese boy on the opposite side is simply a monster. This kind of player is simply a nuclear weapon in amateur high school competitions. How can we play this? How can we play this? Question mark? Lights, 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 lights. The blue bubbles of the Angel Wings players fell wildly. Guran took the opportunity to concentrate his thoughts, quickly swept, and then picked up a header +1 skill among many useless skill bubbles. This skill still comes from the future national football centre-back Jiang Wante, that is, the current Teasis skill. Header +2. There are 2 more pick-up progress left today. When Guran ran back to his position, he passed by Teasis again. Come on. Teasis' eyes were filled with shame and anger, and his entire chin was shaking uncontrollably. Why do you bully me? Why? The game continues. Chapter 152. We football players are born passionate. In the remaining time of the first half, the 2 sides continued to fight desperately on the 2 flanks. The Bucks' steel horns became more and more motivated. The 2-goal lead gave them hope of making history. Amid the cheers of more than 2,200 students and parents, the Bucks' steel horns were as brave as if they had been injected with chicken blood. On the other hand, after the Angel Wings were defeated by 2 goals in a row, their fighting spirit was greatly reduced, and the running on the field became chaotic. The devilish home pressure, coupled with the rainy day, caused them to make mistakes one after another. In the remaining time of the first half, the Angel Wings had only 2 decent attacks, while the Bucks Steelhorns had 6. The Bucks Steelhorns completely suppressed the Angel Wings in the situation. Such a scene was unimaginable to everyone before the game started. Angel Wings has half of Everton's youth training team players. As a result, they are now being pressed and rubbed by the Bucks Steelhorns. Guran deserves credit, not to mention Guran's sprint speed, his breakthrough ability, his ability to read the court like a third eye, and his ability to make precise passes. Just the distance Guran ran in the first half was the most of all the players on the field. Guran's running distance in the first half has reached more than 5 kilometers. What does it mean to run 5 kilometers in half a game? The standard running distance for professional players is 10,000 meters. The average running distance of players in the 5 major leagues is 12,000 kilometers. The average running distance of players in the domestic Super League is 9 kilometers. In the 1990s, the average running distance of players in the A-League was 5 kilometers. This is a very obvious data gap. In China, running more than 11,000 in a single game is extremely rare, and they will be on it as running to death in 3 lungs. If you want to mix in the 5 major leagues, running 12,000 in a single game is not lower than the average. The gap between strong teams and weak teams does not lie in how many stars there are. It lies in these overall hard data. Physical fitness is the most important of all hard data. Guran ran 5 kilometers in the first half, and it was raining. This is definitely a very shocking data. Running in the rain is very strenuous in itself, and the grass is very slippery, so you need to use more physical strength to control your body balance. But under such conditions, Guran can still run crazily. The right side of Angel Wings is constantly burst by Guran. Watching Guran play football is really cool. In the stands, students and parents exploded with adrenaline in waves. In the injury time of the first half, Guran sprinted on the left side and ate 3 people in a row with a sprint speed so fast that it was blurred, and then made a precise cross from the side. Glider jumped high in the rain to head the ball. Tyus also jumped up to compete for the header. Guran's pass was very accurate, and Glider had more chances than Tyus. However, Tyus' jumping ability is very good, his positioning is also relatively good, and his headers are obviously better than Glider's. Tyus forced Glider to hold his body to head the ball in an unfavorable situation. The football was too slippery, and with Tyus' header, Glider headed the ball half a beat earlier, but his header was not strong enough. The football spun out of control, ricocheted and hit the crossbar, and flew out of the bottom line. Glider knelt in front of the goal, hammering the grass impatiently. This ball was really just a little bit away. It was almost possible to beat Angel Wings 3:0 in the first half. If Tyus' header hadn't interfered, it would really be 3:0. The students and parents in the stands also sighed. If they could beat Angel Wings in the first half, it would be a sure thing. Unfortunately, Angel Wings is really not a weak team, and the Bucks Steelhorns are really not a strong team. After lamenting, the students and parents immediately applauded the players of the Bucks Steelhorns on the field to show encouragement. Although there was no goal, Guran's performance was really beautiful. Guran ran to the front of the goal, patted the Glider on the shoulder, pulled him up from the water-filled grass, and gave him a hug. "It's okay, come again. Gu, thank you for passing the ball to me, right? As long as you try your best to get through, I will try my best to feed you the cake. Good brother." The drenched Glider hugged Guran, who was also drenched, excitedly. The girls in the stand screamed wildly again. With a long whistle from the referee, the first half of the game ended. The halftime score was fixed at Bucks Steelhorns 2:0 Angel Wings. The players of both sides left the field amid the cheers of more than 2,200 students and parents, and returned to their respective locker rooms to adjust and rest. At this time, the light rain had turned into moderate rain, and there was no sign of stopping. The students and parents in the stands were all soaked by the rain, but no one was willing to leave. Each of them wanted to witness the glorious moment when the Bucks Steelhorns made history. The increasingly heavy rain could not extinguish their real passion. Instead, it only made the passion more passionate. 4 stadium staff from Southampton High School ran into the field wearing raincoats and used a wiper to urgently deal with the water in the field. The singers from the local bar in Southampton also took advantage of the halftime break to sing for the audience in the rain. The first song was Taylor Swift's Fearless. Then there was another song 15 by Taylor Swift. The students and parents in the stands followed the rhythm of the music and played Human Waves in the rain. The students and parents were all having fun. The atmosphere of the halftime break was no weaker than that of the game. The 15-minute halftime break ended quickly. When the local singers left the field, they shouted the slogan "Bucks Steel Horns fight to the end." When the Bucks Steel Horns and the Angel Wings team appeared again, the atmosphere on the scene exploded to the peak again. After the halftime break, the Bucks Steel Horns were full of morale, and everyone's face was full of the desire to win. After the midfield speech by their head coach Moritz, the Angel Wings team also recovered a lot of momentum. The two sides changed sides and fought again. At the beginning of the second half, Guran concentrated his mind and added 1 point to his physical attribute to ensure a relatively high physical state. In this way, Guran's physical attribute reached 71 points, and there were still 2 talent points left in his mind. In the second half, Angel Wings strengthened the offensive rhythm and the ball possession rate was significantly improved. The Bucks Steel Horns team still played steadily and counterattacked as long as they seized the opportunity. The rain continued to expand, and the mistakes on both sides increased frequently, and the physical fitness dropped very badly. In the 53rd minute, the left back of Angel Wings dribbled up to assist, and Ross suddenly switched from the middle to the left. The left side of Angel Wings corresponds to the right side of the Bucks Steel Horns. This tactical change caught the Bucks Steel Horn team off guard on the right side. Obviously, Angel Wings made tactical adjustments during the halftime break. They avoided the confrontation with Guran on the left and center, and specifically targeted the Bucks Steel Horn team's weak areas for breakthroughs. This strategy is very smart. After all, Angel Wings has many professional players, and the offensive coordination against weak areas must be more efficient than the Bucks Steel Horn team. Moreover, Rose's left foot technique is very good, and he can completely play as a left forward. Coach Carter saw Rose change positions and immediately jumped up from his seat and directed the Bucks Steel Horn team to shrink back to defense. Rose made 2 consecutive passes with his own left back on the left side, easily breaking through the defense of the blind man and Huarluo. Bread quickly filled into assist in defense, and the central defender Painter also stepped up to fill in the position, and Guran ran to his own penalty area to fill the vacancy of the Painter. In terms of defense, the Bucks Steel Horn team did a good job. However, Rose's personal skills completely crushed Bread. Rose touched the ball twice with his left and right feet, easily passed Bread and the Painter's closed defense, and cut inside to the side of the small penalty area. The Bucks Steel Horns defensive players immediately blocked Rose's shooting angle. Rose passed the ball directly back to the middle of the penalty area, and the Angel Wings forward inserted from the back row, and followed up with a fierce shot. Goalkeeper Tyrannosaurus Rex reacted quickly, leaped up, and saved the ball with one hand. Tyrannosaurus Rex reached the ball, but the rain was too slippery. Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't catch it. Tyrannosaurus Rex slipped, and the football rolled into the Bucks Steel Horns goal. There was a sudden wail in the stands. Tyrannosaurus Rex himself was also angry, with his hands on his waist, looking up at the rainy sky. The cold icy rain hit his face randomly. Warm tears mixed with the cold rain. He seemed to want to question God. Why is it raining? The referee blew the whistle to indicate that the goal was valid. The scoreboard was also changed to Bucks Steel Horns 2:1 Angel Wings. The players of Angel Wings hugged each other happily. With this goal, they were relieved of the depression that had been suppressed for most of the game. The game was not over yet, and they felt that they could still turn defeat into victory. The score of 2:1 also restored the suspense of this national semi-finals. Bullshit Wings, puff. Bullshit Wings, puff puff. In the stands, more than 2,200 students and parents booed in unison. The players of Angel Wings turned a deaf ear to these trash words that affected their emotions. Obviously, Moritz's mid-game speech played a good role. So, more than 2,200 students and parents began to sing in unison. There is a handsome oriental man named Guran. Don't be complacent, angel wings. Don't be complacent. Because next there is Guran's 40-meter long crescent scimitar. Next, there is Guran's 40-meter long crescent scimitar. Oh. Next, Guran will invite you to taste his 40-meter long crescent scimitar. The angel wings players were suddenly a little bit overwhelmed. Guran clapped his hands and shouted to his teammates loudly, "Hold on, we are still leading. This is our home court. That's right. Hold on. Bucks Steel Horn. Fight to the end." The Bucks Steel Horns players clenched their fists and roared, and each returned to their respective positions. The fierce game continued. The rain was getting heavier. The Angel Wings team, having tasted the sweetness, continued to make a fuss from their left side, trying to replicate the scene of Ross's cross. However, the Bucks Steel Horns expanded the defensive area to the entire court. Guran's range of activities in the backcourt was also larger. Guran did not run directly to the right side to block Rose, but intercepted the Angel Wings central support on his own left and middle. Rose had several good breakthroughs from the wing, but no one could catch up in the middle. In this case, Rose could only choose to force a shot. Rose's shot was either off target, saved in time by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, or headed out by the Rusty Strip. In the next half an hour, the players of both sides went back and forth. Angel Wings offense obviously increased, while the Bucks Steel Horns focused on defense. After all, they are now leading, and there is no need to waste energy to take risks. Stabilizing the situation, pressing the whole court, destroying Angel Wings' offense, and consuming Angel Wings' physical energy are the best choices for the weak team's strategy. Of course, this is also a huge consumption of physical energy for the Bucks Steel Horns. To put it bluntly, they are using physical energy to win. In the last 15 minutes of the game, their physical energy was almost exhausted. Fortunately, they were only facing an amateur team. If this was a professional league, they would have been easily beaten in the last 15 minutes. The scene became very dull. The more than 2,200 students and parents in the stands were tired and hoarse. They were soaked by the rain. When the passion of adrenaline faded, the cold took over everything. They had to hug their shoulders and their upper and lower teeth kept chattering. But even though they were almost frozen into grandchildren, none of them left the stands. Some people were still shouting Guran's name, and some were still singing Guran's 40-meter crescent scimitar. The scouts from the small clubs on the main stand were bored at the moment. To be honest, although Guran's performance in this game amazed them, the two teams were only amateur high school teams after all, and the excitement of the game was far less than that of the professional league. Many young scouts were already chatting about other topics in a low voice. They were just waiting for the game to end and scramble for the opportunity to contact Guran. It really doesn't matter to them whether the Bucks Steel Horns win or lose. They just want to get Guran. Chelsea's Emanalo, however, is still taking scout notes seriously. He drew every effective sprint of Guran, whether it was an offensive sprint or a defensive sprint, in his notes. In his scout notes, he carefully recorded Guran's sprint times, dribbles, interceptions, violations, offensive instigations, key clearances, accurate passes, feeds, and other detailed data. The more he looked at Guran's data, the more excited Emanalo was. Baby. Emanalo wanted to take off his raincoat right now, jump off the main stand, rush into the field, put his windbreaker on Guran's shoulders, and then say to Guran, "Don't kick me, brother. I'll arrange for you to meet Sister No tonight." Of course, Emanalo also knew that this was impossible. Chelsea is a top club, and everything must be done according to procedures. When there were only 10 minutes left in the game, the Angel Wings team took the lead in making substitutions. Head coach Moritz replaced two defensive midfielders at once with a central midfielder and a right midfielder. He had to rely on the physical strength and impact of the two midfielders to make another fierce attack in the last 10 minutes. The central midfielder was used to cooperate with Rose, while the new right midfielder was used to contain Guran. Once Guran went to the middle to support the defense, the right midfielder would go behind Guran to seek opportunities. The formation of the Angel Wings also changed from a relatively conservative 40-31 defensive counter-attack formation to a 433 winger offensive formation. This is not Mourinho's 433, nor is it a 433 of the passing and controlling flow, but a temporary formation that is not very symmetrical and has obvious targeting. Rose's position is fixed on the left wing, relying on Rose to break through the right side of the Bucks' steel horns, while the central midfielder and the right midfielder, in addition to breaking through and supporting, are to contain Guran. This 433 is aimed at Guran. It has to be said that Moritz is indeed worthy of being a coach from Everton's youth training team. His 2 substitutions, whether in terms of position, timing, or targeting, can all be scored 90 points. As long as the 2 new forwards can perform at their normal level and rely on the personal ability of the ace captain Ross, the Angel Wings will have a chance to score another goal and drag the game into overtime. Even, there is a chance to score 2 goals in 10 minutes and overtake the score. Moritz seems confident. Seeing Moritz's substitution, Coach Carter was also very anxious. Coach Carter knew that the Bucks' steel horns defense line would face a life and death test in the future. However, Coach Carter was not in a hurry to make substitutions. The Bucks' steel horns are still in the lead, and Coach Carter can still hold the substitution card for a while. Just in case this game is really dragged into overtime, then making substitutions in overtime will definitely be more effective. Coach Carter is also very shrewd. Coach Carter stood in the rain and yelled to the players of the Bucks' steel horns, "The last 10 minutes. It only takes the last 10 minutes to strangle your fate. For your own youth, there will be no regrets. Beat them, my little cubs." Coach Carter chose to use the mental poor method to motivate his players. The players of the Bucks' steel horns really gritted their teeth. Guran wiped the rain off his face, calmly concentrated his mind, and added another talent point to his physical attribute. The physical attribute immediately increased to 72 points, getting closer and closer to the level of professional players. This new point addition also brought a bit of fresh energy, enough to support the last 10 minutes. After the Angel Wings team made a substitution, the game resumed. The 2 sides immediately started a fierce melee on the right side of the Bucks' steel horns. In the 83rd minute of the game, Rose used his balanced left and right foot skills to pass the blind man and Huarelio on the side, and then directly past the Bucks' steel horns penalty area. The forward of the Angel Wings inserted again in the back row. Guran was blocked by 2 energetic forward players in the support channel and could not run to support. Seeing that the forward of Angel Wings was about to get the ball at the critical moment, the central defender Rusty bravely jumped to the top, facing the forward's collision, and took the lead, using his head to head the ball to the no man's land in the midfield. At this moment, Guran shook off the 2 defensive players who were pulling him and quickly started chasing the ball. The stands that had been silent for a long time were instantly ignited again. In this wave of defense, Rusty scored full marks. His brave attack not only cleared the opponent's forward's shot, but also sent Guran a quick counter-attack. This time, Rusty risked his head and neck to fight for it. While clearing the ball, Rusty collided with the opponent's forward, and both fell in the slippery grass and water. After falling to the ground, Rusty did not say a word, and immediately climbed up from the grass and water with his hands and feet, sprinting forward like a mad bull, using his body to squeeze the Angel Wings midfielder who wanted to chase Guran. Rusty 1v2. This scene was so exciting. More than 2,200 students and parents in the stands all shouted their throats out. More than 200 jazz drumsticks on the sidelines were about to be broken. The players of the Bucks' steel horns on the field were exhausted and couldn't run anymore, but at this moment, their adrenaline was ignited by the super hard performance of Rusty. The entire Bucks' steel horns team burst into new vitality. Yes, the Bucks' steel horns are a weak team. Yes. From the beginning to now, the Bucks' steel horns have relied on Guran's pass and shot to hold on. However, the Bucks' steel horns never let Guran fight alone. The entire Bucks' steel horns team fought hard. Honor, future, destiny, and other high-sounding rhetoric are not important at this moment. We who play football are born with passion. When brothers sprint, I must be there. Go, go, go. go. The whole scene was set on fire by the desperate spirit of the Bucks Steelhorns. More than 2,200 students and parents raised their arms and shouted, "Fight to the end. Fight to the end." The old players of the Bucks Steelhorns in the stands took off their old jerseys and waved them like flags in the wind and rain. At this exciting moment, the Angel Wings striker, who was knocked to the ground by Rusty, fell to the ground in pain, covered his chest with one hand, and raised his hand to complain to the referee. Many players of Angel Wings also raised their hands to complain immediately, instead of chasing the Bucks Steelhorns immediately. They thought that the referee should call a foul on Rusty, but the referee was very observant. It was obvious that Rusty first headed the ball into the no man's land, and then his body collided with the Angel Wings striker due to inertia. The referee pointed to the Angel Wings goal with a short gesture and shouted, "Offense is good. Attack is good." The Angel Wings players panicked. All the Angel Wings players rushed back to defense. The Angel Wings striker, who was rolling around in the water with his hands on his chest, also got up with an embarrassed expression and chased back. In just a few seconds, Duran sprinted away from the two defenders at lightning speed, got the ball near the midline first, and dribbled forward passionately, heading straight into the 30-meter area of the Angel Wings half. Chapter 153. Dad, I scored a goal. What a thrilling scene. Now, everyone, are you satisfied? Duran smashed the rain curtain at a frequency so fast that it was blurred, and Mess's special sneakers stepped on the grass with passionate splashes of water. The defensive players of Angel Wings were not physically fit and not well prepared, so they couldn't catch up at this moment. Duran rushed with the ball while looking up at the situation on the field. 3 versus 2 in the front court. Angel Wings only had 2 defenders. On his side, there were 2 masters of spitting cakes, Sissy and Glider. At this moment, a central defender of Angel Wings was marking Glider, while another central defender, Tejas, was desperately rushing towards Duran to intercept. Sissy pulled out to meet the gap on the left side of the penalty area, and Glider desperately inserted into the small penalty area. Glider inserted too far forward and was on the offside line. Can't give it. But this wave of attackers that the opponent has no time to set up defense and can't wait for Tejas to rush up to entangle and fight and delay the rhythm. Duran passed the ball to Sissy without any hesitation. Tejas quickly raised his foot to intercept, but his legs were still far from the ball. Tejas only hated that his legs were not 40 meters long. Sissy stopped the ball safely on the left side of the penalty area. There was too much rain on the ball, and it was too slippery, plus Duran's kick was quite powerful, so it took all the effort of Sissy to get the ball off and stop it. After Sissy stopped the ball, he took small steps to adjust slightly, and then kicked the ball directly from a position about 15 meters away from the goal. This is Sissy's best shooting position. The football was full of power, with tearing water splashes, whistling straight to the upper left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper of Angel Wings reacted quickly, jumped up and lifted it with one hand. Bang! The rain-soaked football hit the gloves of the Angel Wings goalkeeper and flew out of the baseline. No, more than 2,200 students and parents in the stands all hugged their heads in pain. This was the best defensive counter-attack opportunity for the Bucks Steelhorn team in the second half. This counter-attack, starting from Rusty strips to Duran's sprint, the whole chain was extremely passionate. Extremely passionate. If this ball can be scored, the victory can basically be secured. But this fucking final kick. In fact, if the Sissy held the ball steady and waited for Duran to pass Tuss before passing it back to Duran, the Sissy would also kneel down on the ground with self-blame, lying in the grass and water for a long time without wanting to get up to face it. But fortunately, there is still a corner kick. The Bucks Steelhorn team has been practicing set-piece corner kick tactics recently. The players of the Bucks Steelhorn team regained their spirits and quickly stood in the penalty area of Angel Wings. The goalkeeper of Angel Wings also quickly arranged for the players to stand in front and behind the goalposts to defend. Duran walked to the left corner flag area with a wet football, and the students and parents in the stands of the left corner flag area cheered for Duran crazily. Duran lifted up his red and white jersey with an extremely cold expression and wiped the football clean with it. His six-pack abs and waistline were inadvertently exposed while wiping. The stands were filled with the sound of slurping saliva from the fans. Several girls fainted. Duran focused on the positions in the penalty area. The positions of both sides were very messy. The sissy stood outside the front point, and the water gate and glider were crowded in the middle of the penalty area. The players of Angel Wings adopted a man-to-man tactic. The central defender Tejas followed the glider closely, and the entire middle of the penalty area was filled with people. Duran then raised his left hand and made a simple gesture to the glider. This is one of the strategies for the corner kick tactical drill. The glider immediately understood and moved to the front point of the goal. Tejas immediately followed and stared at the glider. After all, the glider is tall and has a strong ability to head the ball. Especially when Duran gestured to the glider, his intention was even more obvious. Duran bent down and placed the ball in the corner area, carefully placing it. The position of the football nozzle was facing himself. The students and parents in the stands held their breath, not daring to disturb Duran's concentration on the free throw. Some students and parents with weak psychological endurance closed their eyes, put their hands together, and prayed devoutly in their hearts. Duran concentrated his mind and calmly activated the golden right foot, accurate long pass. Although this skill is currently only at the +1 level, it is a star skill from Beckham after all. Combined with Duran's own basketball IQ and the tactics that the Bucks Steel Horns have been practicing for a long time, it is enough to deal with the current situation. Duran took small steps to help him run, and the inside of his arch of the foot slammed the position of the football nozzle. Bang! The football flew up quickly, like a bayonet that stabbed out instantly, cutting through the rapid rain curtain. The next moment, the sissy and glider who were ambushing in front of the goal jumped up at the same time, and Tejas who was defending them obviously jumped higher than both of them. But Tejas didn't touch the ball. Not only Tejas, but all the players in the front point didn't touch the ball. The football passed high past the front point. This is not a front point corner kick. Duran's gesture to the glider was a tactical trap. At this moment, the scouts of the small club in the main stand also saw the clues and took a deep breath repeatedly. Is this the football IQ and footwork that an amateur high school student can have? Tejas' face was also full of horror. He turned his head and looked at the middle and back point before his feet landed. The goalkeeper of Angel Wings stood at the midpoint, jumped up high, and grabbed the moon with one hand. He didn't catch it. The football almost brushed the goalkeeper's fingertips, past the midpoint of the small penalty area, and quickly fell to the back point. This kick has no left and right arcs, but it has a parabolic rising and falling arc. Although it can't reach the drop of Ronaldo's elevator ball, it already has a little bit of that flavor. The goalkeeper of Angel Wings has lost his position and can't do anything about this ball. At the back post, a burly red and white figure took a run up and jumped up in advance, fiercely knocked away two unprepared Angel Wings defenders, and faced the precision-guided football with a lion's head shake. The football was powerfully shot into the net. The ball went in. More than 2,200 students and parents in the stands went crazy in an instant. The iron stand was about to collapse. This was the goal that sealed the victory. It was Rusty who scored this header. Rusty excitedly ran around the field, crying and venting his emotions at the top of his lungs. Dad, I scored a goal. I scored a goal. Did you see it? Dad. Rusty searched for his dad all over the field. Before he could find his dad, he was thrown to the ground by his excited teammates and pressed down hard. Duran clenched his fists, stood in the corner flag area, facing the students and parents in the stands in the corner flag area, and roared passionately to the sky. The super cool feeling of adrenaline and dopamine mixed together, completely exploding in Duran's blood vessels and brain. At this moment, I'm the king of Southampton High School. The students and parents in the stands all roared along with Duran's roar. Even the heavy rain in the sky was shrunken by this shocking momentum. This goal is so damn exciting. It's not just the tactical intention that is brilliant, nor is it just Duran's precise cross that is brilliant, but also this kind of never give up spirit that burns in the blood. The score on the scoreboard was rewritten as Bucks Steel Horns 3:1 Angel Wings. The second half of the game was too exciting. Many people in the stands burst into tears. Those old guys all had red and swollen eyes. They have waited for this moment for too long. The top 4 in the country are about to be achieved. This is the wait of several generations. There are 7 minutes of injury time in this game. Even with such a long injury time, there are only 10 minutes left in this game. For the first time in history, Bucks Steelhorns are within reach of the top 4 in the country. Yes, they are now only as thin as a layer of stockings away from the top 4 in the country. Even the scouts from small clubs in the main stand nodded and applauded the Bucks Steelhorns. As outsiders, they were all impressed by the spirit of the Bucks Steelhorns. Emanalo quickly changed his evaluation of Guran in the scouts' notes. Guran has fully demonstrated his dominance on the court. Although he has not reached the level of the first team in some aspects, he is only 17 years old. I think he plays football very passionately, and I even think his football IQ is ahead of this era. I mistakenly classified Guran as a young player with extremely high talent before. I even mistakenly thought he was Lampard number 2. Now I must correct it. He is not Lampard number 2. He is Guran, a unique Guran with his own style of playing. Watching Guran play on the spot, even a professional like me can hardly control my burning excitement. I think he is a rare genius level player. I think he is a genius level player who can create impossible miracles, as long as the ball is at his feet. I suggest that Chelsea should do everything possible to sign him to the youth team. I think we can even give him a super high standard Star of Hope contract that only young players in the first team can have, and let the coaching staff customize a set of training programs for him. At this time, the students and parents in the stands happily sang the song "There is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran." Next, he will invite you to taste the 40-meter long crescent mouth. Lights, 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 lights. The bubbles of the angel wings players fell all over the ground. Guran concentrated his mind and looked back. The bubbles dropped by other players were rubbish, but this time, the blue skill bubbles dropped by the future Staros were very good. 2 touches, fried meatballs +1. This is a super practical skill. Rose is indeed a star with better skills in this young generation. The 2-touch passing skill includes many actions, such as the more well-known Marcel turn, fried meatballs, and Ronaldo's dribbling pass, all of which belong to the 2-touch technique. The Marcel turn is Zidane's classic move. Fried meatballs are Laudrup's classic move. Of course, many people think it is Iniesta's move, but it is not. Big Lau is the creator of the 2-touch, fried meatballs passing skill. Iniesta is the reformer and promoter of fried meatballs. In fact, in the entire Spanish football world, there are almost no players who don't know the drizzle technique. This drizzle technique itself is not difficult. The specific action essentials are just like drizzle, passing the ball quickly between your feet. The real difficulty lies in how to apply this technique to the master level. Therefore, although drizzle was created by the great man, Iniesta is the strongest drizzle master in the world today. Iniesta's drizzle technique must have surpassed the master level above +9. In fact, for players who grew up or played football in Spain, drizzle technique is not a high-end skill, but one of the necessary drizzle techniques. This is not a racial advantage, nor does it mean that Spaniards are born to be more suitable for playing technical football. This is actually related to their football education policy. In the UK, students basically play football in large outdoor fields, and they also play 11-a-side football. In Spain and some other continental European countries, all their schools play 5-a-side football. Yes, all schools below high school in Spain usually play 5-a-side football. Although 11-a-side and 5-a-side football are both football, they are actually completely different in style. The length and width of the 5-a-side court restrict long passes and mainly rely on short passes. It is not that they want to play pass control, nor that they think they have good skills, but because they have been playing 5-a-side football since they were young. If they want to win, they have to strengthen short passes and ball control. With nearly 30 years of youth 5-a-side football training, their national team dared to determine the pass control style in these 20 years, ushering in the revival of the national team. Chinese football learns from Britain, Spain, Germany, and Brazil. Sometimes it wants to fight physically, sometimes it wants to learn technology, and sometimes it wants both physical strength and technology. In fact, they don't even understand the most fundamental reason for their prosperity. They want to copy what they have learned, and they are not good at anything. They are the worst at making money. One batch of stupid amateurs is replaced by another batch of stupid amateurs, and time is wasted. Guran sighed secretly in his heart. quickly cleared the negative emotions that suddenly emerged in his heart, and at the same time, he put 2 touches, fried meatballs +1 into his mind. Today, there is one last chance to pick up. The requirements are not high, and it would be perfect if I can get another 5-star reverse foot +1 at the end. 5-star reverse foot is still very useful at critical moments. The game is not over yet, and there are less than 10 minutes left. Now, the Bucks Steelhorns are leading by 2 goals, and there is no need to rush. At this time, Coach Carter used the substitution method to delay time. Huarelio, who had been numbed by Rose, was first replaced by a new right back. The students and parents in the stands applauded Huarelio. Although Huarelio's performance today was not very good, it was already good to be able to defend like this against Rose. Huarelio walked slowly off the court, clapping and thanking the students and parents as he walked. These few meters made him walk like a red carpet actress. The parents in the stands applauded happily and praised this kid for being smart. Angel Wings head coach Moritz appealed to the referee emotionally, and the referee immediately ran over and showed Huarelio a yellow card. Huarelio shrugged his shoulders and quickened his pace to leave the court. After the substitution, the game continued. Angel Wings kicked off quickly and continued to sprint to the right side of the Bucks Steelhorns. After Ross got the ball, he played the strength of a star and passed the ball continuously on the wing. The Angel Wings team also pressed forward with all their strength under the on-the-spot command of their head coach Moritz. Even the central defender Tyus rushed into the Bucks Steelhorns penalty area. With 2 goals behind, the Angel Wings team could only go all out. They had to score 2 goals in the 7 minutes of injury time to drag this semi-final elimination match into overtime. Only by dragging the game into overtime can they have a chance to turn defeat into victory. The Angel Wings team has not given up yet. 92nd minute of the game, Ross knocked down the right back who had just been substituted in, dribbled the ball to the baseline, and kicked the ball directly to the middle. Tyus, who was lying in ambush in the middle of the penalty area, jumped high to meet the football. Heading the ball was his advantage. Duran blocked Tyus's body and jumped up to head the ball at the same time. Duran Iron Man +2. Heading +2. Not afraid of Tyus at all. Bang. The 2 heads collided. Duran jumped a little higher and had a better position to head the ball. Duran headed the ball out of his own penalty area first. Tyus's head was buzzing. He knelt on the grass for a long time without reacting. This was a super crucial clearance. Amid the cheers of the whole audience, Minato picked up the ball and immediately pulled it to the left. And the moment Duran landed, the whole person catapulted and started rushing madly towards the middle. The players of Angel Wings were all dumbfounded. Duran's fighting spirit is too terrifying. Several players in the Angel Wings team can no longer run, and their spirits are in collapse and despair. They don't even want to chase. However, most of the players trained by Everton Youth are still desperately chasing back and intercepting. And the players of the Bucks Steelhorns are also desperately running to support. Even if they are leading 3:1, even if there are less than 5 minutes left in the game, they have not relaxed at all. The students and parents in the stands are all on fire, shouting breakthrough, breakthrough. Minato encountered an interception on the left side and then passed the ball across to Duran. This pass was a little lame. Although the rain has been much lighter now, there is a lot of water in the field, which slowed down the speed of the ball and more or less affected the route of the football. Duran ran too fast, and now he can only stop in a hurry and turn back to get the ball. This time, the emergency stop and retreat not only consumed a lot of physical energy, but also delayed the time for the fast break. In the case of insufficient physical energy, it really affects the state. Moreover, the Bucks Steelhorns still have many problems. After Duran got the ball, he immediately gritted his teeth and sprinted with the ball. The Angel Wings defensive players took the opportunity to catch up, and the central midfielder who had just been substituted rushed to Duran from the side in the blink of an eye. Duran's physical strength has reached its limit, and he can no longer rely on speed to eat the central midfielder. Seeing that the central midfielder was about to collide, Duran was very smart not to choose to physically confront him, but directly stopped and touched the ball twice in one move. Fried meatballs. passing the football from the right foot to the left foot, and when the central midfielder kicked out to steal the ball, he quickly returned it to the right foot again, and then accelerated and sprinted. Emergency stop acceleration +1 plus fried meatballs +1 plus 5-star reverse foot +1, a perfect fit. The central midfielder of Angel Wings fiercely shoveled over, and was directly passed by Guran. This was a perfect second pass. In this game, Rose had performed many technical dribbling moves, while Guran had previously relied on speed and physical confrontation to dribble past opponents. But this time, Guran's dribbling moves were extremely macro-managed in the limited time and space. The details were all taken care of. It was as smooth and gorgeous as flowing water. And it was also very practical. Guran's dribbling move was so impressive that it amazed the whole audience. Rose, who was rushing over to assist in defense, was stunned. All the scouts from the small clubs in the main stand stood up in amazement. Emanalo's hand holding the pen couldn't help shaking, and he was shouting countless times in his heart, "Genius. And a super huge genius. I have to change my evaluation again and again. Change it now." The central midfielder who was passed was unwilling to give up. When he fell to the ground and lost his balance, he directly stretched out his foot to trip Guran. Guran immediately fell into the grass and water. There was an exclamation at the scene. More than 2,200 students and parents in the stands were furious, and the entire iron stand and the steel fence of the stadium were trembling. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team rushed over aggressively to surround the central defender who maliciously tripped Guran. Guran is the core of the Bucks Steelhorns. He is also the god of Southampton High School. Dare to touch Guran, it's to die. Seeing that the Bucks Steelhorns players were about to take action, Guran quickly gritted his teeth and stood up from the grass and water to stop those impulsive teammates. Guran yelled, "I'm fine. I'm really fine. There are only 3 minutes left before we can enter the semi-finals. At this time, we must not get a red card." His teammates calmed down immediately. "That's right. Gu is right. Listen to Gu. Don't do anything. We are about to enter the semi-finals. Gu, are you really fine?" Guran waved his hand. "I'm really fine. To be honest, the most important reason for being tripped this time, in addition to the slippery ground, is that his physical strength has really been exhausted. Fortunately, there is the Iron Man +2 to protect the body, so this level of tripping will not cause injury." The referee ran over panting, raised his hand, and showed a yellow card to the Angel Wings midfielder, and awarded a free kick to the Bucks Steelhorns team in the front court. The location of this free kick is right in front of the top of the arc, about 35 meters away from the goal. The students and parents in the stands sang the song "There is a young and handsome oriental man named Guran, and he will invite you to taste the 40-meter long crescent moon next." The goalkeeper of the Angel Wings team began to arrange a defensive wall. Guran bent down, tidying up his rain-soaked socks while secretly observing. Although this free kick is far away, there is indeed a channel for direct shooting. The rain has almost stopped. There is wind in the field, a tailwind, and the wind speed is not bad. The most important thing is that the right side of the human wall arranged by the Angel Wings is a weak area. The crescent moon scimitar can directly kill into the weak area of the human wall. The only problem is that the distance of 35 meters is really a bit far. The last time Guran used the crescent moon scimitar, he was only 25 meters away from the goal. Now it is 10 meters farther than the time half a month ago. Of course, in the past half month, Guran's strength and free kick level have been improved. The B-level personal rating can also slightly increase the hit rate of star skills. Now the victory is basically locked. The Southampton executives in the main stand are watching. More than 2,200 students and parents are also looking forward to the crescent moon scimitar. There is still one talent point in the mind that has not been used. There is really no reason not to take him down. Guran took a deep breath and then added the last talent point to set piece. Crescent moon scimitar. Set piece. Crescent moon scimitar +3. Guran calmly picked up the football covered with rain and broken grass, wiped it with his jersey, and then carefully placed it. The position of the football's air nozzle was facing the position of his kick. After placing the football, Guran took 3 steps backward diagonally, then lifted up his soaked trouser legs, revealing his solid thigh muscles, and stared at the human wall with murderous eyes. In the stands, several female students fainted again. The Angel Wings players in the human wall all subconsciously covered their crotches. Guran took a deep breath and held his breath. The weak area of the Talaya human wall was not very obvious, but the crescent moon scimitar did not need a weak area. As long as the arc was large enough and the speed was fast enough, even if there was no weak area, it could still shoot. Guran sprinted in small steps, and his left foot stepped on the outside of the football, leaving a splash of water. His body was as tense as a strongbow that was stretched to the limit. He swung his right leg and exerted force on the lower right part of the football. Goodbye, boy. Stretch the bow to the full. The football was like a crescent moon knife that suddenly came out of its sheath, whistling through the gap between the 2 walls of people, and shot towards the upper left corner of the goal with an almost exaggerated corner arc. The goalkeeper of Angel Wings was dumbfounded. After all, he was a goalkeeper trained in Everton's youth training team since he was a child, but he had never faced a real crescent moon knife. The goalkeeper of Angel Wings didn't even jump up, but stood there. The football was shot into the net and scored. The ball went in. The scene was completely boiling. All the Angel Wings players opened their mouths wide and were completely stunned. Just like the song said, they really tasted Guran's crescent moon knife. Although it's not 40 meters, but 35 meters is unbearable. Guran jumped onto the iron guardrail more than 1 meter high, clenched his fists and thrust his hips into the air to celebrate. Now, everyone satisfied. Chapter 154. The Saints song is played. The frenzy moment of Southampton High School has arrived. Start the mode of grabbing Guran. The score on the scoreboard was rewritten. Bucks Steelhorns 4:1 Angel Wings. In the last 3 minutes of injury time, Angel Wings was directly hit by Guran's 35-meter crescent scimitar. Killer Guran killed the suspense of the game with 1 knife. Although the game is not over yet, the students and parents of Southampton have begun to celebrate the victory with all their might. They don't need to worry anymore. Bucks Steelhorns will win. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated, and the sun shone on everyone's face again. Guran opened his arms and stood on the iron fence more than 1 meter high. It seemed that a layer of golden crown was stained on his head. That's right, at this moment, Guran was crowned king at Southampton High School. He is the god in the hearts of all students and parents of Southampton High School. He conquered everyone in the stands with his unparalleled performance of 2 passes and 2 shots. He made more than 2,200 people at the scene become his saints. He made Southampton High School the first national top 4 since its founding more than 100 years ago. The older players of the Bucks Steelhorns were crying. The cheerleaders on the sidelines were beating the jazz drums crazily. At this moment, the entire Southampton High School was crazy. Everyone in the stands was reaching out to Guran, trying to touch their gods. This scene seemed like a world-famous painting that shocked the soul. Some people were laughing wildly, some were crying while hugging their companions, some were screaming, and some were trying to control themselves from fainting. Others were shouting Chinese dad loudly. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns also rushed over frantically and carried Guran on their shoulders. The referee blew the whistle repeatedly, signaling them to stop celebrating as soon as possible and return to the game. After all, there were still 2 minutes left before the game ended. However, the referee's whistle was completely drowned out by the celebrations of the students and parents of Southampton High School. The referee himself shook his head helplessly and smiled. On the main stand, Anne Hathaway's face was flushed, as if she had experienced waves of super refreshing shocks. Anne's heart was still beating wildly. She wanted to take off her sun hat directly, take the initiative to expose her celebrity identity, and loudly announce to everyone at the scene, Guran, you are mine. It's mine. A 17-year-old amateur high school player. He has speed, physical confrontation, raw food, and skills. He can shoot arrows through the clouds and use his scimitar. So awesome. So awesome. How many surprises does this guy Guran have? I really want to strip him naked and study him carefully. The scouts from the small clubs were so excited that their calves were shaking. It's bad. Such a good player was actually known by other scouts. It's hard to buy him. Why don't the scouts from other clubs die? The scouts from the small clubs prayed in their hearts. Chelsea's Emanalo wrote in his scout notes with trembling fingers, I was wrong. I was wrong again. I was really wrong again. Guran is not a genius player. There are many genius players in this world, but Guran is definitely the most special one. I don't want to repeat how explosive Guran's speed, Guran's physical fitness, Guran's physical confrontation, Guran's skills, Guran's arrows through the clouds, the magic lamp guiding the way, the precise long pass, the crescent moon scimitar, etc. I just want to emphasize again that his football IQ is absolutely leading, not only leading other players, but also leading the entire era. Just based on this point, it is wrong to describe him as a genius. His leading football IQ also adds to his vision. He seems to have opened his eyes on the court, as if he has a god's vision. Therefore, I would like to call Guran a god-type player. His dominance on and off the court is really too strong. I strongly request Chelsea to sign him directly to the first team. Even if it is temporarily impossible to apply for a work permit for him, even if he can only train in our Chelsea first team and cannot represent us, even if we have to support him for 3 years until he automatically obtains a work permit, we should do so without hesitation. In addition to Chelsea, we cannot let any club get Guran. Guran is the future. After finishing, Emanalo snapped his scout notes shut, stood up, straightened the collar of his windbreaker, and quickly walked down the main stand. Why did Emanalo leave? Isn't it good to leave? One less competitor, etc. The scouts from the small clubs immediately gasped. Something is wrong, brothers. If Emanalo wanted to leave, he would have left long ago. Why wait until now? He must have gone to the player tunnel in advance to occupy a position to intercept Guran. Fuck Chelsea. Damn it. Such a big Chelsea is still competing with us. It's too unethical. The scouts from the small clubs cursed and quickly ran down the main stand. Each of them wanted to get in touch with the future star Guran first. At this time, with the intervention of the referee, the crazy celebration of the Bucks Steel Horns finally came to an end. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns happily returned to their respective positions. Guran took the opportunity to quickly glance at the bubbles in the field 5-star reverse foot +1. Haha. It was even more fun. Guran immediately gathered his thoughts and collected them remotely. Today's collection progress was complete. After the restart, the scene was very simple. The Bucks Steel Horns continued to press the entire court, and the Angel Wings had completely lost their fighting spirit. In this last garbage time, a shirtless fat parent suddenly sang to the senior executives on the main stand, "Oh, when the Saints go marching in." The Southampton people in the stadium immediately understood what the fat parent meant, and more than 2,200 people sang loudly at the same time. This was originally a divine song created by the American black singer Armstrong, and it is also the official team song of the Southampton club. At this time, the whole stadium sang the team song of the Southampton club, and the meaning was very clear. The Saints not only want to see the victory of this amateur high school competition, they also want to see Guran's victory at St. Mary's Stadium. They are more looking forward to Guran growing up in the Southampton club and eventually leading the Saints to return to the Premier League. The team song "The Saints Are Marching" is passionate and majestic. The senior executives of the Southampton club sitting in the main stand were all moved. They hadn't seen such a shocking scene for a long time. Old Rice's eyes were also filled with tears, and he could hardly control himself. He once wanted to forget about football. He once wanted to be a fisherman peacefully. He once wanted to spend the rest of his life like this, but true love will never change throughout life, even if it is buried deep in the heart, as long as the word Saints can ignite his life. Beep, beep, beep. In the passionate singing of "Oh, when the Saints go marching in," the referee finally blew the whistle to end the game. Win. The top 4 in the country are in hand. Beat another dark horse team 4:1. Everyone in the stands was completely crazy. The iron frame stands creaked and almost collapsed. But no one cared. The staff on the sidelines immediately set off fireworks to celebrate. This is the first time in the history of Southampton High School. The Bucks Steel Horns created an impossible history. They used extremely inspiring performance to fight their way into the top 4 in the country. Every main player can enter college with such results. They grasp their own destiny at the critical moment of their lives. Their lives will never be the same again. Even if their lives will return to peace in the future, they can proudly boast, in this life, I have fought for my love. The substitutes of the Bucks Steel Horns rushed into the court to celebrate crazily. Together with the main players, they lifted Guran up high. Head coach Carton knelt on the sidelines and couldn't control his tears. For outsiders, the top 4 in an amateur competition may not be a big deal, but for the former students and players of Southampton High School who have worked hard for more than 100 years, this is their most fanatical moment. What makes everyone even more fanatical is that with Guran, the journey of the Bucks Steel Horns has not stopped. Aiming at the semi-finals, you can go to the Cardiff Millennium Stadium. At this moment, on the main stand, Old Rice cleared his throat and was about to speak, but Katerina Liebherr, who was sitting in the middle, spoke first. Gentlemen, I think we don't need to hold a separate meeting to discuss it. That would be a waste of time. Old Rice and others were stunned and then nodded. Their original plan was to treat Katerina to a formal welcome dinner after watching the game, and then discuss whether to offer Guran a contract and discuss how much resources the club should use to apply for a work permit for Guran at the board meeting tomorrow. The whole process is very complicated. But now, Katerina said that there would be no meeting. Old Rice and others couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then Katerina said, we are all here, let's vote now. I agree to offer Guran a first team contract, and I support the club to use all resources to apply for a work permit for Guran. Those who agree with me, please raise your hands. Does anyone disagree? After speaking, Katerina raised her hand first. Disagree. In front of more than 2,200 crazy saints, saying no in such a place? What's more, Guran's performance is so strong that only an undercover sent by other clubs would disagree. All the senior executives stood up and raised their hands with excited expressions. Although this newly crowned rich woman doesn't understand football, she is decisive enough. She is indeed worthy of being the heir of the Liebherr family. Southampton Club is expected to revive. More than 2,200 students and parents at the scene saw the senior executives on the main stand up and raise their hands to vote, and immediately understood what they were voting on. The whole scene was out of control in an instant. Everyone was excitedly singing "Oh when the Saints go marching in." Guran on the green field saw this scene and was extremely excited. Finally, I'm finally embarking on the journey of my favorite profession. This feeling of controlling my own destiny and standing at the top is so cool. Guran excitedly pumped his fist and cheered. The whole green field was about to overturn. On the main stand, Katerina looked around and nodded slightly. Very good, unanimous approval. Then, next Southampton Club will go all out to sign Guran and strive for a work permit for him. Mr. Rice, on behalf of the board of directors, I now grant you the privilege. No matter what you need, the club will go all out to support you. Please, be sure to bring Guran to the Saints. Old Rice's eyes were red with excitement. Katerina, respected lady, believe me, I will definitely bring Guran to you. Katerina smiled. At this time, the celebration on the green field was still going on. The players of Angel Wings were all walking back to the player tunnel with their heads down. Their dark horse journey has ended. Rosal High School only made it to the top 8 in the country under the deep cooperation with Everton Club. Among these players of Angel Wings, there is no possibility of entering university, and there is no way to rely on the policies of the Football Association to enter the professional league to play football. The football careers of most of them have basically come to an end. The world is so cruel. Competitive sports are also particularly passionate because of this cruelty. When Guran saw Teus walking towards the player tunnel with a look of despair on his face, he immediately separated his teammates who were celebrating around him and caught up with Teus. Hi. Guran hugged Teus's shoulders. Brother. Come on. Teus shook off Guran's hand with a face full of grief and indignation. Guran, I know you are strong, but there is no need for you to humiliate me alone, right? Guran was slightly startled and then said seriously, no, I think you have a good foundation, so don't give up because of one failure. If you work harder and do more offensive training, I believe you will definitely be able to play well. Teus was stunned. He thought that Guran caught up with him to humiliate him, but he didn't expect Guran to generously reach out to Teus. No matter what the future holds, let's cheer each other on, okay? Teus' heart was touched, and his eyes became blurred. He clapped his hands with Guran vigorously. You'll be in trouble next time. After that, Teus turned around and strode into the player tunnel. Guran smiled slightly, turned around and continued to party with his teammates. The Bucks celebration lasted for more than half an hour until the iron stand could no longer bear it and began to deform severely. The security personnel intervened forcibly and stopped the celebration. Although the more than 2,200 students and parents at the scene were somewhat reluctant to leave, they still sang "The Saints Are Marching On" and "There Is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Called Guran" all the way, and left the school happily. Guran gestured to Anne Hathaway on the main stand, asking her to wait in the physical therapy room first. Anne understood and blew a kiss to Guran before leaving. Guran then caught up with his teammates and walked towards the player tunnel. As soon as Guran entered the player tunnel, a bunch of weird uncles with unshaven beards and seductive smiles came up to him, surrounding him and saying, "Hi, Gu. How are you? Gu, you performed great today. Gu, I have been following you for a long time. Gu, let me introduce myself. I'm a scout from Brentford Club in London. Can we talk about a professional contract? Just ask if you have any requirements. Our Brentford Club is a club that is aiming to enter the Premier League. Gu, ignore him. He is trying to trick you into going to the worst club in London. You shouldn't have found a good club yet, right? Then I suggest you come to our Northampton Club. Northampton Club is more Northampton than Southampton Club. Gu, come to our club. We can offer you a contract with a weekly salary of £1,000. This is definitely a high salary among high salaries among young players. Think about it. Gu, don't go to his club. He's from Portsmouth. You, a player from Southampton, must not go to Portsmouth. If you want to come to our Swindon Club. Fuck you." Before Guran could express his opinion, the scouts from these small clubs were about to fight. Guran was stunned. He knew that he would be able to enter the professional league soon, but he didn't expect that there would be so many club scouts competing for him on the spot. Damn, he feels like a star. Hehe, although I don't think highly of you, thank you for the cool feeling you bring me. Before Guran could speak, Coach Carter arrived in time and pushed away the scouts from small clubs. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Gu, don't talk to any of them. Come back to the locker room with me first." "Yes, coach." Guran immediately followed Coach Carter. The scouts from the small clubs around him cursed. "Lama Carter, you want to eat alone. You are harming Guran, do you know that? Gu, don't listen to your coach. He is just a high school coach. Don't let him control your career. Gu, don't leave. Let's talk again. Whatever conditions you need, we can discuss. Gu, this is my business card. Call me one, and you must call me. You can tell me what you want." The scouts from the small clubs desperately stuffed business cards and notes into Guran's hands. Guran held all these business cards and notes in his hand and did not throw them away on the spot. While the scouts from other small clubs were chasing and harassing him, Chelsea's Emanalo stood in the position closest to the locker room, and he didn't say a word from beginning to end, nor did he stuff business cards or notes into Guran's hands. He just raised his hand to adjust his black framed glasses when Guran passed by him and nodded and smiled at Guran. When he raised his hand to adjust his glasses, the blue Chelsea Lion logo in his windbreaker was inadvertently exposed. Guran's eyes were slightly shocked. This person looks so familiar. What the hell? Imanalo, Chelsea's future sports director. This guy actually came to watch me play football? Exclamation mark. Guran was suddenly a little excited. However, Guran did not show it, but nodded to Emanalo calmly, and then walked into the locker room. Emanalo looked at Guran's back, and the corner of his mouth curled up a smile of determination. Chapter 155. Here it comes. The beginning of professionalism. Guran, I'm not here to help you pass on your family line. The first thing Guran did after entering the locker room was to throw all the business cards and slips of paper from the scouts of small clubs in his hand. A handful of paper pieces fluttered, and the atmosphere in the locker room was instantly pushed to a frenzy. These business cards are equivalent to invitations from professional clubs. Almost all high school players dream of getting them. But to Guran, they are just a pile of waste paper. This is so cool. Awesome. Guran. Awesome. Awesome. Gu, you are our idol and role model. The young men of the Bucks Steel Horns team were all shirtless, surrounding Guran, singing and dancing excitedly. Coach Carter was also very happy. He was just thinking about how to persuade Guran not to believe the words of those small club players, but he didn't expect that Guran would do it more straightforwardly than him. Good. Very good. He is a man who can handle big things. Coach Carter was very satisfied. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns team continued to cheer happily. Under the stimulation of adrenaline, everyone forgot about fatigue and was extremely excited. This was their moment of victory. They had accomplished an almost impossible achievement. Before the group stage, no one was optimistic about them. No one. Even they themselves were not optimistic about themselves. They did not have the support of professional clubs, nor did they use high scholarships to buy semi-professional players to play football. There were even cases where the main players were poached. Every opponent regarded them as a weak team. However, when Guran joined the team, they, under the leadership of Guran, went all the way through and reached the semi-finals of the National High School Student Competition. Is there anything more inspiring than this? Is there anything more passionate than this? Every player of the Bucks Steel Horns team laughed and had tears in their eyes. Guran achieved an impossible miracle for them. From now on, Guran is not only the core of the team, but also the leader of the team, and even more, so the god who leads the team, to defeat the strong with the weak. Every player of the Bucks Steel Horns team wanted to tell the world, Guran, he is my brother. Alright, alright. After the players had been busy for a while, Coach Carter smiled and pressed his palms. Everyone, be quiet, let Guran take a break. I'll say a few words. Oh. After a while, the players finally quieted down. Coach Carter cleared his throat and said, first of all, I want to congratulate everyone. I want to congratulate each and every one of you. You have not only created a record for Southampton High School that has never been seen in their history, but you can also apply for your favorite university with the status of the top 4 teams in the country. Oh. A small number of the main players excitedly clenched their fists and cheered. Coach Carter continued, of course, if you don't want to go to college, then you still have the opportunity to be designated by the Football Association to train and play in a professional club for 1 year and then become a professional player. Yeah. Most of the main players jumped up and cheered excitedly. Entering a professional club is what they want most. You know, entering a professional club is very difficult. Many children who have been training in the echelons of professional clubs since childhood may not really enter professional clubs in the end. The elimination rate in this industry is very high. Although they have not undergone professional youth training, they still have the opportunity to enter professional clubs. Although these clubs are most likely in the English League 2, and the contract is only 1 year, and they will have to rely on their performance in the future to get a real professional contract. But for high school students, this is the beginning of professionalism. All the hard work and efforts have now been generously rewarded. Coach Carter said loudly, yes, you did it. You are all warriors. You have strangled the throat of fate. You have changed your original mediocre fate. Each of you performed very well today. I know it's not easy to play in the rain. I also know it's not easy to play against half of Everton's youth training team. But you still beat them and won the game. I want to applaud each of you. This is the applause you deserve. As he said, Coach Carter applauded the main players vigorously, and the main players also applauded for themselves excitedly. Coach Carter continued, from the technical statistics I got, we have 2 players who have reached more than 8.5 points today. Among them, Rusty has 8.5 points. Wow. The players present applauded and cheered for Rusty. At the critical moment of the second half, Rusty had a very critical and very wonderful clearance. Moreover, Rusty also scored a corner kick to seal the victory. This is also Rusty's first goal in the national competition. Rusty stood up excitedly, tears in his eyes, and said, what? Me? I 8.5. Thank you, coach. Thank you for your applause. This is my first time. The person I want to thank most is Guran. That's right, it was Goo who gave me this first time. It was Goo who made me feel the pleasure that I had never felt before. This is really a super extraordinary experience. Goo ran. Rusty, if you can't speak, just say less. Then I heard Xiushio continue to say excitedly, in the past month with Goo, I have really grown a lot. We have all grown a lot too. Goo, you will always be here for me. Xiushio covered his chest towards Goo ran. Fortunately, he covered his heart, otherwise I would kick you away. Goo ran looked at him with a face that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The other bad friends burst into laughter. Rusty, you are so sentimental. Rusty, have you found your father? It doesn't matter if you haven't found him. Everyone here can be your father. From now on, you call me dad, and I call you brother. Let's talk about our own things. Rusty's face immediately turned red. Fuck. You guys, you don't have a single good word in your mouth. Humph, you must be jealous of my relationship with Boo. Get out of here. Coach Carter pressed his palm again. Okay, stop making trouble. Let me finish the post-match summary as soon as possible. I just said that we have 2 players with more than 8.5 points in this game. In addition to Rusty, the other one is Goo ran. The applause in the locker room was several times more enthusiastic than that for Rusty. Goo ran's best player of the game was absolutely well deserved. Then I heard Coach Carter continue. Goo ran made 2 passes and 2 shots. His total assists are 9 goals and his total goals are 7 goals. Both items are on the list. Wow. Hiss. Awesome. The players in the locker room exclaimed. As a fullback who has just joined the team, he can actually have such gorgeous goals and assists since the group stage. It can only be described as amazing. Coach Carter said proudly. 9 assists. Now ranked first in the assist list. 7 goals. Now ranked second in the scorer list. As for Goo ran's score in this game, Coach Carter looked down at the technical data and then said, I won't announce it here for now. In short, Goo is less than 10 points, and there is still room for improvement. Wow, coach, your requirements for me are too high, right? Are you afraid that I will be proud? Are you so hard to pull? But from the meaning, it should be more than 9 points, otherwise, the coach will definitely say less than 9 points. Forget it, I won't guess, it doesn't matter. In short, I'm also very satisfied with my performance today, except for the severe loss of physical strength in the final stage. Goo ran stood up and said calmly, thank you, coach. Thank you, everyone. What I want to say is that we are a team. When I was on the left side, it was you teammates who helped me run, helped me to create gaps, and helped me to confuse the enemies in the penalty area. Without you, I could not have achieved such results alone. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns cheered and applauded. They regarded Goo ran as a brother, and Goo ran also regarded them as brothers. This is the best harmony within the team. Goo ran continued. Today's game was great. We were blessed by the weather. Although the rain will consume more energy, this rain was very fair, and our opponents also consumed a lot of energy. We were close to our limit in the last 15 minutes, but our opponents were no longer able to do it in the last 20 minutes. In the end, we were more physically fit than them, so we had the last laugh. This is also the correctness of our coach's strategy. Therefore, in the next game, we should still unswervingly play counter-attacks, and in the next training, we should still focus on physical fitness. Coach Carter nodded with satisfaction and took the lead in applauding Goo ran. Goo ran continued, the atmosphere at our home stadium today was also very powerful. We were able to stun the Angel Wings team right from the start. Our home classmates and parents contributed greatly, and we also worked hard to repay their encouragement and shouts in the rain. Today, all of us worked very hard, and all of us lived up to our own youth. But our journey is not over yet. Today should not be our happiest day, because we still have to play in the semi-finals and the finals. We will defeat all opponents that stand between us and the trophy. We will carve our names on the wall of honor at Southampton High School. Goo ran raised his arms passionately and shouted. Bucks Steelhorns' other teammates shouted with blood boiling, fight to the end. Roar. We want to make it to the finals. We want to get on the wall. Coach Carter was also moved and said, good. Goo, you said it very well. I'm honored to have a player like you. To be honest, I haven't been this excited for a long time. Coach Carter's eyes were shining, and he covered his heart and said, I want to thank you all. Not only do I want to thank you for myself, but also for all students from Southampton High School, whether it is the current student, the past students, or the future students. I want to represent them all. Thank you. In the future, I will tell you the inspirational stories of your heirs. History of making a high the top 4 in the country is not our end. A week later. Waiting for us. I declare that tomorrow and the next 2 days will be a day off. You can go to the bar tonight and have fun. But on June 18th, you must return to the training ground and resume training. Do you understand? Understand. Coach. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns responded in unison with excitement. Coach Carter nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Let's all take a shower now. Goo. After you take a shower, I will take you to see someone alone. Here it comes. Guran's heart was suddenly touched, and then he said calmly, okay, coach. Yeah. Take a shower. Goo. What are your plans tonight? Let's go to the bar together. Yes, Boo. You haven't gone to the bar with your brothers for several times. Tonight we are going to the biggest and best bar in Southampton. And, tonight you don't need to pay. All the bars will be open to us for free. Ha ha ha. All the Southampton girls will throw themselves at us tonight. Go. You must come tonight. You will definitely feel the enthusiasm of the Southampton girls. Goo. You will become the focus of the bar. Because you are already a well-known local star. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns rushed to hug Guran, fearing that he would run away. Guran smiled awkwardly. Not tonight. Although the game is over, the really important things have just begun. Besides, although clubbing is fun, it is not as interesting as going back home at night to clean windows with Anne Hathaway facing the sea. Captain Bread frowned and said, fuck. Goo. You always don't go to the bar with us. You are too self-disciplined, right? What? I'm self-disciplined? Yes, I'm indeed very self-disciplined. Guran thought about how he was about to explode before the game, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I'm too self-disciplined. I'm about to explode. Guran sighed. Self-discipline makes me more powerful. Minato said, but Boo, you are so strict with yourself. How can you let us go out to drink and have fun? Glider also said confidently, that's right. We worked so hard to win the semi-finals. What's wrong with enjoying it? Guran hurriedly said, enjoy yours. Don't worry about me. Really? You can't even imagine how happy Dad is. Well, you Chinese are too reserved when it comes to men and women. Let's forget about it this time, but you must go to the bar with us next time to see it. Let's talk about it later. Guran laughed and walked into the shower room. The other Bucks Steel Horns players followed suit. In the shower room, there was the sound of water splashing, the sound of boys rubbing their heads against each other, and the sound of soap falling to the ground one after another. While taking a shower, Guran finally had time to relax completely. Later this time, a clear system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. Congratulations to the host. Since the host has perfectly integrated the results of more than 100 hours of special training in the official competition, the corresponding attribute points have grown. Your physical attribute, physical fitness, has grown from 72 points to 73 points. Your physical attribute, speed, has grown from 68 points to 69 points. Your mental attribute, imagination, has grown from 72 points to 73 points. Damn. Hearing this prompt sound, Guran couldn't help but tense up all over. Physical fitness has grown by 1 point. Guran felt that his physical strength had recovered a little on the spot, and the overall recovery speed of his physical strength had also increased. But this was not the most surprising thing for Guran. What surprised Guran was that his speed attribute had finally grown. The original initial value of speed was 68. It was indeed a personal advantage attribute. What surprised Guran even more was that the initial value of the imagination attribute was 72 points. It seems that the mental attribute completely inherited the football IQ before rebirth. The so-called imagination attribute is one of the necessary abilities of a breakthrough forward, especially when the game cannot be opened up through conventional tactics. It is necessary to rely on the imagination of the breakthrough forward to open up the situation. Duran was able to complete a one-stop service on the wing many times under the opponent's defensive blockade, which was actually largely due to the imagination attribute. This is part of the football IQ, and it is also an important criterion for distinguishing the talents of star-level players from ordinary players. Judging from the starting value of the imagination attribute, other attributes such as creativity, prediction, concentration, teamwork, competition mentality, etc. will be affected by the football IQ that was 12 years ahead in the previous life. These mental attributes are even much higher than the starting data of the technical attributes. If you want to upgrade to personal rating A as soon as possible, the easiest way seems to be to add all the points to the spiritual attribute. However, although the spiritual attribute is also an important attribute, it is an auxiliary attribute attached to the physical and technical attributes. If you only strengthen the spiritual attribute, even if you have high creativity, it is useless if you don't have enough physical strength and skills. If you want to play in the professional league in the UK, you still have to focus on the body. Technology is secondary. Spirit is secondary. Duran took a quick shower while thinking about the general direction of adding points in the future. After taking a shower, Duran changed into a dry and clean regular clothes, and the whole person looked more handsome. "Coach, I'm ready." "Okay, follow me." Coach Carter took Duran out of the home team's locker room. At this time, the scouts from the small clubs had already left. The door of the home team's locker room seemed a little deserted, but Emanalo still stood there, with a calm face. As soon as Coach Carter went out, he saw Emanalo and frowned. Emanalo ignored Coach Carter's unfriendly look, but stepped forward and walked in front of Duran, saying politely, "Boo, hello, I'm a scout from Chelsea. Can I take up a little of your time and talk to you?" Without waiting for Duran to speak, Coach Carter said in a dissatisfied tone, "Sorry, we have something else to do." Emanalo looked at Duran and smiled. "It's okay, I can wait, as long as I want." Coach Carter said coldly, "Then you just wait, boo, let's go." "Okay coach." Duran nodded slightly to Emanalo, which was also a greeting. Emanalo also smiled at Duran immediately. Although Duran had not yet formally communicated with him, Emanalo felt that things were settled. This kid likes Chelsea. On the second floor of the stadium, there is a high-end reception room. As soon as he entered the door, Duran saw two people sitting on the leather sofa in the reception room. One was a white-haired old man in a suit, and the other was a grey-haired coach with glasses. The two were sitting in the main stand. The white-haired old man looked familiar. Duran couldn't remember where he had seen him for a moment. As for the grey-haired coach, Duran recognized him at a glance as Nigel Adkins, who was about to become the head coach of Southampton. Seeing Duran walk in, the two people on the sofa immediately stood up. The white-haired old man rushed to Duran and gave him an extremely strong hug. As soon as they met, it was as if Duran was a big fish that could not be let go. "My child, we finally met officially." Duran secretly complained in his heart. "Who the hell are you? You take advantage of me right away." Carter on the side introduced. "Boo, the person in front of you is Laird, one of the decision makers of the Southampton club, and one of the members of the English Football Association. You can call him Old Le." Damn. Duran was shocked. In his previous life, he didn't know much about Southampton club, and he didn't know what the senior executives looked like, but he still had a deep impression of the name Le. Especially the Reid family, to which Le belongs, is a very influential football tycoon family in the whole South. Not to mention the distant past. In 2009, Southampton club slipped all the way from the Premier League to the English League One, and the club was in financial crisis and almost disbanded. Thanks to this Laird who introduced the rebirth consortium, Southampton club was saved from the brink of dissolution. This is definitely a legendary big shot. Unexpectedly, today I actually communicated directly with the local legendary big shot in Southampton. Duran immediately stabilized his mentality and said calmly, "Hello, Mr. Rice, nice to meet you." Old Rice laughed. "Boo, don't be polite to me, just call me Old Rice. Lama just introduced you to my two false names, but that doesn't represent the real me. I prefer to call myself a pure-blooded saint. Our family has served the Southampton club for 5 generations. I would also like to let you know that I once discovered and cultivated Mel. These two identities are awesome. Although Old Rice is not the largest shareholder, he represents the real base of Southampton local fans. Moreover, the words of discovering and cultivating Belle are too tempting. Duran couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. Old Rice continued, today's game, you played so well. You awakened my long lost passion. Watching you play football, I feel like I'm 10 or even 20 years younger. I'm full of passion. I even feel that I can create a few more offspring for my family tonight. Why did he suddenly step on the accelerator? Duran almost couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. I'm here to play football, not to help you have children. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. The starting point is very important. The pie drawing master is confused. Coach Carter beside him said with a smile, Old Rice, you are still as good as ever. But, don't just talk about things that the kids can't understand. Argu has never even been to a bar. Let's get straight to the point. Duran blushed. Shame on me. Not only did I understand, I also had more fun than you. Haha. Old Rice laughed heartily. Boo. You really haven't been to a bar yet? Duran said quickly. Yes, I really haven't been. Old Rice smiled and said, Boo. You are so self-disciplined. No wonder you can improve so quickly. You are so self-disciplined. But, very good. Keep it up. The world is in need of good players like you. If all players can be like you, it would be amazing. All like me. There are not enough Hollywood female stars, and I myself am not enough. Duran cleared his throat. Thank you Mr. Rice for the compliment. I will continue to work hard. Good. Good. Very good. Old Rice couldn't hide his admiration for Duran. Coach Carter cleared his throat and continued to introduce, Boo. The other one is the former head coach of Scunthorpe, Nigel Adkins. Although he has not officially announced it yet, he has signed a contract with Southampton club. In another month, he will officially join Southampton as the head coach. In other words, this person is very likely to be the future head coach. Duran immediately shook hands with Adkins. Hello, Mr. Coach. Adkins shook hands with Duran without a smile. Hello, Gu. His wrists were very strong, and he didn't talk much. Compared with Coach Carter, his appearance was very gentle. He and Coach Carter were both in their 50s, but he had a lot of hair and his body shape was closer to that of an athlete. It can be seen that this is a head coach with extremely strict requirements. In Duran's memory of his previous life, he didn't have a deep impression of the name Nigel Adkins. After all, in his previous life, in addition to paying attention to long-legged female stars, he only knew the names and identities of some stars and coaches of big clubs. Duran really didn't pay much attention to coaches from small teams like Adkins. Adkins' emotions were not revealed on the outside. After shaking hands with Duran, he stepped back half a body and handed the scene back to Old Rice. Duran's first impression of Adkins was, this guy is a bit aloof and difficult to deal with. But no matter what, Old Rice brought the future head coach to this meeting to discuss the professional contract in detail. Yes, from the moment he stepped into this room, the red carpet for the new journey has been laid. Professionalization is finally about to begin. Duran tried hard to control his inner excitement and longing, and maintained a confused expression on the surface. After all, the starting point is very important. The beginning of professionalization must be cautious. Keeping a confused look is in line with his age of only 17, and he can play the pig and eat the tiger on key issues. Then I heard Old Rice laugh and say, Boo, I think you must be wondering why I want to meet you here. I'm not surprised. There is a future Chelsea boss standing downstairs. Isn't he just trying to rob me? Of course, I have to pretend that I don't understand, otherwise it would be too pretentious. Duran smiled with a sense of truth. I don't quite understand. Old Rice laughed and said, haha. It must be a good thing. A great thing. Go. This will be a turning point in your destiny. Your life will take off from now on. Are you happy? WTF, you are so high pitched. You're just painting a rosy picture for me right away. Coach Carter is a poor master, and old Rice, you can't be a rosy picture master, right? Did Bell grow up eating the rosy pictures you painted when he was a child? What kind of people have I met? Poor type bowl, rosy picture painting type bowl, and there's also a dull coach standing over there. It's so weird. Duran sighed secretly in his heart, and then said, so, what is a good thing? Seeing that Guran was so sensible, old Rice immediately smiled and pulled Guran to the sofa. Come on, let's sit down and talk. Okay. Guran smiled and sat on the sofa. Coach Carter also sat on the other side of Guran, while Coach Adkins sat farther away and continued to remain silent. Old Rice spoke again. Boo. First of all, I must know, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to college? Or do you want to enter professional football? Guran said without hesitation. Very sure, I want to play football. I want to be a star. Go to college? I've already been there in my last life. I went there for 4 years. I'm about to vomit. In the next 12 years, there will be no shortage of college students. Not to mention college students, there will be masters everywhere, and doctors everywhere. I was finally reborn. How could I go to college and work for others step by step? In this life, I want to do what I love. What a wise choice. Old Rice praised. Boo. With your talent, it would be a loss to the whole world if you don't play in the professional league. As long as you choose the right path, you will become a superstar in the future. I even dare to say this to you. Your achievements will surpass Gareth Bale. Duran asked seriously. Then Mr. Rice, what is the right path? Old Rice had been waiting for Guran to ask this question. Good question. Very good question. In fact, the most important issue in life is to choose the right path. Everyone's path is different, and as an old man who has been through it, I think your path is to start from the low-level professional league and move towards the peak of life step by step. Old Rice didn't wait for Guran to speak and continued. Boo. You know what? When Lama Carter first introduced you to me, he said you were a rare genius in 1,000 years. To be honest, I thought the old guy must be drunk at the time. But when I saw your game live for the first time, I realized that the old guy was right. And when I walked in and watched your game, I felt that both of us old guys were wrong. You are not a rare genius in 1,000 years. You are a rare genius in 10,000 years. Goo. You are so great. I bet that, as long as you take the right path, you will become a world-class star in the future. Wow. These words are so well said. He is really a legend in Southern football. If any 17-year-old hot-blooded boy heard these words, I'm afraid he would take the initiative to ask to sign with Southampton club on the spot. But I'm a reborn. Moreover, since I was praised by Anne Hathaway, there is no mouth in the world that can make me float. Duran was very excited and said with a very real feeling, thank you Mr. Rice for the compliment. Oh my god. Once in a million years. World class? I never dared to imagine it. Acting together. Life is like a play. Especially when it comes to such extreme tension. Acting skills are even more needed. Only on the court and in bed can you be your true self. Old Rice continued. Boo. Your genius is not only your performance on the court, but also because you have never received formal youth football training. You should know that in the UK, even in Europe, all professional clubs value professional training. Professional youth training is professional training because that is the beginning of professionalism. You can go and see Manchester United's class of '92, you can go and see Barcelona's La Masia, you can go and see the two hottest stars now, Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, you can go and see all the famous stars. I dare say that 99.99% of them have come up step by step from professional youth training. And you didn't go through this process. You are just like a sudden emergence. You have not undergone professional youth training, but you can surpass professional youth training players. This is your genius, and this is why I say you are a genius picked out of thousands. Hearing this, Duran couldn't help but nod slightly. Old Rice's mind is very clear and his analysis is very accurate. Duran's current shortcomings are not in physical fitness and skills, but in experience. A high school student who only joined the amateur high school team a month ago, no matter how well he performs, he did not come up step by step from professional youth training. Just based on this point, it is basically impossible to go directly to a wealthy club. So, Old Rice continued, for you, the most correct path for you at present is to make up for the missing experience of professional youth training, so that you can reach the top of the world. To make up for the lack of professional youth training, the easiest way is to train in the youth training echelon of a professional club, and then be promoted to the first team. But there is another way. Old Rice deliberately paused, trying to whet Guran's appetite. Guran also cooperated and acted like an ignorant teenager who was eager for an answer. What, Mr. Rice? Old Rice smiled and said, that is, play in the first team of the lower league directly. This way is much better than training in the youth team of a big club, because 10 training games cannot match the speed of improvement in a professional game. Gu, you are now at the best age and the best time to improve your skills. I suggest that you must not go to the youth team, but should practice in the lower league. Well, it's getting to the point. But it's too slow to talk like this. I can bear it, but my Annie can't bear it either. I'd better give it a push. Guran sighed and said embarrassedly, it's a pity for the first team. I don't have a work permit. Ha ha ha. Old Rice laughed proudly, his face full of the look of everything under my control. Goo, speaking of work permits, yes, that thing is really a bit fucked up. Old Rice said calmly, but what I want to say is that our Southampton club can solve this problem for you. If you are willing to wear the red and white jersey of our Saints, we can activate the genius clause for you, and then help you get a work permit, so that you can play in the professional league. This pie is more realistic. The work permit is indeed the top priority for Chinese people to enter the British professional league. However, as Coach Carter said before, when you are awesome enough, someone will take the initiative to stand up and help you build a bridge across the mountains and rivers. It is because you are awesome enough and your value is worth them doing that. Being able to get a work permit and play directly as a first team player is indeed much better than not being able to play and only being able to train in the youth team of a big team. Although the road that Old Rice pointed out is full of pie in the sky skills, the general direction coincides with Guran's mind. Starting from the lower leagues, starting from small clubs, pushing all the way, crushing all enemies from low to high, this is really powerful. I like powerful. But don't rush. This is actually a game, and now I'm not crying and shouting for you to help me get a work permit, nor am I crying and shouting to join Southampton. There is Chelsea outside to back me up. All the nonsense above is just empty talk, and the actual treatment has not been discussed at all. When fighting with an old guy like Old Rice, you must be patient. Guran then said realistically, and with a confused look on his face, it must be troublesome to get a work permit, right? Old Rice said immediately, of course not. Goo, let me tell you, you just met me in Southampton Club. Any other club will not do their best to help you like Southampton Club does. Don't be fooled by the scouts of those small clubs who brag. They can't make the decision. They have to report your situation, and the new season will start after their decision makers have studied it. But our Southampton Club is different. We make decisions directly from the decision making level. Moreover, Coach Carter just introduced to you that I'm also a member of the English Football Association. I can help at the hearing to review the work permit. Of course, this does require a lot of manpower and resources. The relationship between the members of the English Football Association is also very complicated, and it is very difficult to get through. What Old Rice meant was that if even I can't do it, others certainly can't do it. The entire Southampton club is very sincere. Guran said immediately, it's so troublesome and hard. How about forgetting it? Old Rice, Carter, Adkins, Old Rice, a master of making cakes, was stunned. After talking for a long time, Guran suddenly said, how about forgetting it? This kid, why don't you play by the rules? Guran shrugged and said, I can actually join the youth training team of a larger club, and then be loaned to a small European club that does not require a work permit to play football. Old Rice opened his mouth. Oh, yes, this is also a way. However, how can the level of small European clubs be comparable to that of the British Professional League? Besides, our Southampton club really wants to get you. As soon as these words came out, Old Rice immediately realized, oh, why did I confess first? Okay. Then there is no need to hide it. Old Rice simply laid his cards on the table. Go. We at Southampton Club are very fond of you. We want to get a talented player like you. For you, our entire Southampton club will go all out. We are not afraid of any hardship or trouble. As long as you can join Southampton club, we can meet all your reasonable conditions. Damn, old Rice, why didn't you make your attitude clear earlier? Wouldn't that be the end of it? Let's get a handle on it first. Duran nodded and asked in a daze, so, Southampton club is a League One team, right? Old Rice quickly introduced. Yes, we are in the middle of League One now, but the level of our entire club is definitely not that of the lower leagues. Southampton club is one of the earliest clubs founded in modern British football. Our club was founded in 1885, which is earlier than many of the so-called wealthy clubs today. We are the founding team of the First Division and the founding team of the Premier League. Although we have only won the runner-up of the top league once, and the FA Cup once in history, we are definitely worthy of the title of a Premier League powerhouse. The reason why we are in League One now is because of the financial crisis in 2008, which caused the club to panic and lose interest in the game. It was relegated from the Premier League to the Championship, and then from the Championship to League One. But fortunately, the crisis is over now. The finances of Southampton club are very healthy. The new owner is Miss Katarina of the Liebherr Group. If there is a chance, I will introduce you to each other. We have the Staplewood training base, the top training ground in all Premier League clubs. We also have a very complete and abundant youth training reserve. We have a lot of good players. As long as we adjust well, these players can join you to impact the English Championship and return to the Premier League. At this point, old Rice said excitedly, "Boo, believe me, your starting point should be in our Southampton. Just like the starting point of the Titanic is in Southampton. You will set sail here, heading to the peak." Damn, old Rice, is your metaphor of the Titanic heading to the peak? That is crashing into the peak and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Duran suddenly felt a little bit amused. However, Duran can understand old Rice's mood. After all, Southampton people are still very proud of the fact that they are the starting point of the Titanic. As for whether the Titanic sinks or not, of course it has nothing to do with Southampton people. Anyway, it started from here. At this time, Coach Carter next to him also said, "Boo, old Rice has said so much, you should listen to me too." Duran immediately said, "Okay, coach." Coach Carter cleared his throat. "As a native Southamptonian, I will definitely recommend you to the Southampton club. Of course, there is a large part of selfishness in this. After all, who doesn't want talented players to stay in the team they support? But I must say that Southampton club is really suitable for you, no matter in every aspect. This time, other small clubs sent scouts, and Southampton club sent 7 top decision makers. For this reason, they are full of sincerity. As for the labor permit issue, with old Rice here, you basically don't have to worry about it. Leave the difficult chores to them to solve, and you just need to concentrate on playing football." Old Rice also said, "Just now that you lack professional youth training experience, this is not to say that you are not good, but based on the actual situation, if you are determined to go to a big club team, your lack of professional youth training will make you unable to find your place in the big club, let alone play. I'm afraid that you can only help others pick up the ball during training. So, I really hope that you start with Southampton and use the experience of the lower leagues to make up for your lack of professional youth training. This is definitely the best way." Duran nodded slightly. Coach Carter's words are indeed very convincing. Moreover, Duran's own rating system does need to play in the professional league to upgrade faster and better. But speaking of now, it has not actually entered the practical stage. I want to be practical. I want to know what you can give me. Duran took the initiative to ask, "So, if I join the Southampton club, what kind of contract can I get?" Chapter 157. Southampton made the best offer. I stand shoulder to shoulder with Luke Shaw and Chamberlain. Old Len eyes lit up immediately. "Goo, what kind of contract do you want?" Duran shrugged. "I don't know anything at this time. You must not take the initiative to show your cards. Once you show your cards too early, it will be difficult to increase the stakes later. In fact, this kind of game of bickering should be handled by the agent. But with Duran's current amateur status, he has not yet reached the point of hiring an agent, so he can only handle it himself. so the closer it is to the stage of game, the more stable it is, so that there is a chance to play the pig and eat the tiger. Then old Rice laughed and said, "That's right, you are only 17 years old and have never been exposed to professional matters. Then let me give you a brief introduction to the several types of contracts and salary structures of our Southampton club. As I said before, the current financial situation of our Southampton club has improved. Although we are now a League One team, the salary structure we offer is still much higher than that of other League One clubs. Generally speaking, each player's contract is different, but it is roughly divided into several levels, based on the player's past performance, current level of strength, and future development potential. The lowest level contract is a part-time contract for the club's youth team. This type of contract is not binding for a certain number of years, and is usually provided to youth teams under the age of 17, and can be terminated at any time. The contract generally states the club signing priority. This type of contract can also be called a semi-professional contract. In the UK, there is a minimum standard for player salaries. This minimum standard is a standard that our FA committee has determined through numerous hearings to guarantee the interests of the players. According to the standards of the English Football Association, the salary of a part-time contract is not high, but the weekly salary shall not be less than £75. Duran could not help but nod slightly. The contracts of Tyus and Ross Barkley at Everton Club should be like this, but their weekly salary must be more than this, otherwise they would have been poached to other clubs' youth training camps. If the weekly salary of £75 is converted into a monthly salary, it is £300 per month. According to the current exchange rate, this is equivalent to a monthly salary of £3,000 yuan. In the UK in 2010, a monthly salary of £3,000 was not high, but it was free. Middle school students under the age of 18 can earn £3,000 in pocket money while enjoying professional training. This life is still very comfortable. In contrast, many domestic football schools would like to charge you £20,000 a month. Of course, the requirements of semi-professional youth training players in the UK are also super high. It is not so easy to get the minimum weekly salary of £75. Old Rice added, the part-time contract of our Southampton club is much higher than this minimum standard. Our current minimum weekly salary for part-time players is £165. Oh wow. According to the exchange rate, it is equivalent to a monthly salary of £6,600. This is indeed a conscience price. From this point of view, Southampton Club is really good. It is no wonder that Southampton Club has become a star-making factory in the whole of Britain. Southampton Club really attaches great importance to youth training. Even though Southampton Club almost disbanded in recent years, it still attaches so much importance to youth training. Duran couldn't help but nod secretly, and at the same time thought, if I were to go to Southampton Club, I would definitely not sign this kind of part-time contract. Then I heard old Rice continue to introduce, above the part-time contract is the youth player contract, which is usually offered to young players over 18 years old. This type of contract also depends on the situation. Some outstanding young players can get professional contracts, while some young people can only get semi-professional training contracts. According to the regulations of the English Football Association, the minimum weekly salary of youth player contracts is about £100, and £150 to £100 is semi-professional, and £150 is fully professional. And in our Southampton club, the minimum weekly salary for a semi-professional youth contract is £225, and a minimum weekly salary for a fully professional youth contract is £300. Duran thought secretly in his heart, this kind of youth contract should also be a semi-professional/professional contract arranged by the English Football Association to a professional club after reaching the semi-finals. For example, if no club offers a contract, the English Football Association will arrange transfers for the current Bucks Steelhorns. Most of the main players will be randomly assigned to small clubs in the English League Two. The Football Association will subsidize these players to sign a 1 to 2 year youth player contract with the small club at a minimum weekly salary. After 1 to 2 years, it will be up to the small club to see if they are willing to renew the contract. This contract model is also the key to ensuring that small clubs can have fresh blood in lower leagues. Old Rice continued. Above the youth player contract is the young player contract. The difference between the two is age. Youth players are around 18 years old, while young players are around 21 years old. Another obvious difference is that most youth players are reserve talents who have never played in a professional league, while young players have professional game records, post-match scores, and have the hope of entering the first team. Professional players, or young players in the reserve team. According to the regulations of the English Football Association, the minimum weekly salary for a young player contract is £300. And in our Southampton club, the minimum weekly salary for a young player contract is £650. Wow. Duran couldn't help but secretly take a breath. The weekly salary of the reserve team is so high. A weekly salary of £650, converted at the current exchange rate, is equivalent to a monthly salary of 26,000 in China. This is also the first time that Duran has such an in-depth understanding of the weekly salary of British professional clubs, and his heart is full of shock. However, although I'm very young and meet the standards of this contract, if I want to join Southampton, I will definitely not be satisfied with this level of contract. Old Rice continued. Above the young players contracts is the first team rotation contract, also known as the substitute contract. This contract is usually provided to players who are not strong enough, but have the ability to fill the gaps in the first team. According to the regulations of the English Football Association, the minimum weekly salary for the first team rotation contract is £500. In our Southampton club, the minimum weekly salary for the first team substitute is £1,100. Duran was so excited. Even the weekly salary of the substitute players is equivalent to the monthly salary of 44,000 in China. Although this salary structure is not as good as that of the Premier League teams, it is enough to kill the English Premier League clubs in seconds, and even exceeds most of the English Championship clubs. Moreover, this is the standard lowered from the salary structure of the English Premier League after 2 rounds of financial crisis, from the cliff of almost dissolution. It is no wonder that the Southampton club almost didn't survive the crisis in 2008. The club's business ability is extremely poor, and it relies entirely on selling players to maintain, but it still maintains a salary structure that is much higher than other clubs of the same level. It is really conscientious. Southampton club is indeed a typical Christian plus working class club, with the sincerity of the working class. In the UK, the supporters of almost every club have relatively obvious characteristics. For example, Fulham Club is a typical farmer, Aston Villa Club is a typical British royal aristocratic characteristic, and the most typical one is Arsenal Club. The Arsenal is the leader among working class clubs. Duran's favourability towards Southampton Club has deepened a bit. Duran also knew that with his amateur status as a professional youth training player and his previous experience in no professional games, the contract he could get in a professional club should be a young player contract with a minimum weekly salary of £650. If he wanted to get a first team substitute contract, it would be over the standard. However, if Southampton club only offered a substitute contract, Duran would still look down on it. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not, what's important is the appearance rate. Signing a young player contract means that there is a high probability that he will be put in the second tier team for training, and he will be a substitute for a substitute. Even if he signed a first team substitute contract, he would still be a substitute. His appearance rate was not guaranteed by the written contract. Duran knew what he wanted most. It was not to show off, not to get a weekly salary, but to have a first team appearance rate. Old Rice continued. Above the first team rotation contract are the rising star contract and the veteran contract. These two contracts are basically at the same level. They are contracts provided to players whose strength is lower than the regular strength of the first team, but who have great potential/merit. According to the regulations of the English Football Association, the weekly salary of the rising star and the veteran contract is at least £800. In our Southampton club, there are currently 2 players on rising star contracts, namely the 16-year-old defender Luke Shaw and the 17-year-old left winger Chamberlain. Luke Shaw is still in the youth team and his weekly salary is £1,380. Chamberlain is in the first team and his weekly salary is £2,720. Old Rice said proudly. Luke Shaw currently has no record of professional games. Chamberlain has played for half a season and has performed well. These two little guys are currently the focus of our Southampton club's training. Damn the future famous Luke Shaw and Chamberlain. In the memory of the previous life, Luke Shaw later became the main force of Manchester United and was the one who was single-handedly defended by his teammate Maguire. Chamberlain is the future king of British memes. Whether he plays well or not is another matter, but there are countless memes on his head. These two guys are the first-line stars of the Premier League in the next 10 years. That's right. They also set sail from Southampton. They must have eaten the big pie of sail to the peak from Old Rice, right? Guran couldn't help but feel a little yearning. It must be a very exciting experience to be able to grow up with Luke Shaw and Chamberlain in their youth. If you can get a Star of Hope contract, you must be regarded as a key training target by the Southampton club, and your appearance rate must not be too bad. Chamberlain is only 17 years old and can get a weekly salary of £2,720, which is equivalent to a monthly salary of £108,000 in China. This is already a star level treatment. If I can get a contract of this level at the Southampton club, it will definitely be a top level treatment. After all, Luke Shaw and Chamberlain are both professional players trained in Southampton's youth training camp, and I'm just a latecomer. Guran immediately determined his target contract in his mind. Then he heard Old Rice continue. Above that, it's the regular player contract of the first team. This kind of contract is generally provided to players with rich practical experience and high scores after professional games. The English Football Association does not have an absolute minimum standard for the first team, but the average weekly salary of the first team of most English League One clubs is £1,200, and our Southampton club, the average weekly salary of the first team regular contract is about £2,400. For example, our midfielder Schneiderlin, his current weekly salary is £2,450. Above that, it's the main contract of the first team. Southampton club has very strict requirements for main players. In addition to passing the special physical test of the main level, the player must have at least international honors, such as winning an Intercontinental National Team Competition award, or staying in the team for more than 1 year and performing outstandingly, being an important player in the team, etc. At present, there are only a few players in Southampton club who are identified as the main force, such as goalkeeper and captain Davis, centre-back Walton, and forward Lallana. They all grew up during the crisis in 2008 and are pillars of the Saints. Captain Davis' current weekly salary is £3,970. Centre-back Walton's current weekly salary is £3,550. And forward Lallana's weekly salary is £3,480. And above that is the core player contract. As the core player of a club, he must have made achievements for the club, and the entire club is commercially operated around the core player. The team's tactics are also designed around the player, and the player has won well-known awards in international competitions. Only such players can be defined as core players. At this point, Old Rice shrugged. Unfortunately, there is no one who can be identified as a core player in Southampton club at present. However, perhaps in the future, someone will meet all the conditions and become the true core of the Saints. As he spoke, Old Rice looked at Guran eagerly. As expected of you, Old Rice, the master of pie in the sky, want to arouse my fighting spirit and make me work hard to become the core of the Saints? Well, this is indeed a good small goal. Guran smiled secretly in his heart, and at the same time he sighed with admiration. Compared with professional clubs, amateur teams are worlds apart in every aspect. Not to mention anything else, just the grading of contracts is so detailed that you can't have whatever you want. Even if the top executives of Southampton club fancy, appreciate and treasure him, they can't directly give him a contract as a core player. The word professional means that everything has standards. You can float up and down in this standard, but you must abide by this standard. I don't know what kind of contract Southampton club will offer. Substitute? Most likely, the substitutes for the first team are considered super standard. It can't be a rising star, right? That would be the top. Just as Guran was making wild guesses in his mind, He heard Old Rice continue. The levels of contracts are not only different in weekly wages, but also in bonus treatment, minimum buyout fees, commercial endorsements, image rights, appearance rates, training assistance, tactical design, life assistance, etc. There are obvious differences. Goo. What we at Southampton Club can offer you right now is a Star of Hope contract. There is one more update today. Chapter 158. I'm really not a scumbag. Damn. Chelsea hit me in the face with money. Question mark? Damn. It's really a Star of Hope contract. A Star of Hope contract that is on par with Luke Shaw and Chamberlain. Duran himself was shocked. As an amateur high school player, as an amateur player who has never received formal professional training, his first professional contract in life can actually be on par with Luke Shaw and Chamberlain. Southampton Club is indeed full of sincerity. Duran wanted to agree directly, but hold back a little longer. There is also a Chelsea boss outside. At least we have to respect Chelsea, right? Duran tried to suppress the impulse in his heart and quickly calmed himself down. After Old Rice reported his trump card, he had been observing Duran's expression. He saw a glimmer of brilliance in Duran's eyes, but this glimmer of brilliance quickly disappeared. This kid is so stable. Is he really only 17 years old? How can he be so skilled like a veteran who has experienced many storms? Or is he not satisfied with the offer I carefully prepared for him? Old Rice was in a state of anxiety. Goo. Our Southampton Star of Hope contract is to identify you as the hope of the club's future. As long as you sign, we will devote all the club's resources to train you. We will apply for a work permit for you, so that you can have the opportunity to play at the beginning of the new season. The weekly salary is also negotiable. We can even pay you a signing fee. We will also arrange a special nutritionist, physiotherapist, and exclusive fitness coach for you, which can be directly written into the contract. Damn. Exclusive training resources. This is really tempting. This treatment is absolutely sincere. Although Southampton Club is not a big club, I still understand the truth that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Why would it be better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix? Because the resources that the head of a chicken can enjoy are far more than the tail of a phoenix. Of course, it is very face-saving to say that you join a big club at the beginning, but if you have no resources, no backing, no brothers, and can't even wait for the opportunity to play, what's the point? Especially in the process of growth, the team's resource tilt is too important. Duran looked ignorant on the surface, but he was actually very excited. There are actually many Chinese players who can go to small European countries to study abroad and gain experience, but they are all guys with high expectations but low skills. They are not strong enough, but still want to save face. They don't want to go to famous clubs or top leagues. They just want to get a good reputation in famous clubs and ask for a high price when they come back. They don't even want a chance to play for the sake of getting a good reputation. Duran will never make such a mistake. It doesn't matter if it's a big club or a small club, as long as they can give me resources. They are good clubs. Even if this club is only in a low-level league now, as long as they give me enough resources, I can get it to the top league. Duran was full of pride. Then Old Rice said again, Boo. Personally, I would like to give you a regular first-team player contract, but the reality is that this is impossible in any professional club. You have no professional youth training process, and no professional game record. You are just an amateur high school player. Your performance is very good, but your opponents are just amateurs after all. The gap between amateurs and professionals is very large. From a realistic point of view, no one can guarantee that you can still have such an amazing performance today after entering the professional level. So the Star of Hope contract is really the highest treatment I can give you. Old Rice said confidently, I bet that except for our Southampton club, no other club can give so much. Moreover, the Star of Hope contract is not the end, but the beginning. As long as you are willing to join our Saints, as long as you perform well in the professional arena, I guarantee that the general manager of the club will soon provide you with a brand new and more advanced contract. Let me tell you in detail the weekly salary of the Star of Hope contract. I can give you the maximum amount, £2,600. Although this weekly salary is not as good as Chamberlain's for the time being, it is already higher than Luke Shaw, and it is also higher than the average weekly salary of the general first team players. In addition, as long as you sign the contract, I can also give you a signing fee of £10,000 directly. You can have the same goal bonus, assist bonus, best player of the game bonus, league ranking bonus, and the club's promotion to the senior league as regular first team players. In front of the future head coach Mr. Adkins, I can even promise you as a decision maker of the board of directors, that your chances of playing in the first team will definitely exceed 50%. This is the minimum appearance rate standard that can be written into the contract. If you perform well, Coach Adkins will continue to improve your appearance rate. Adkins, who was sitting on the other side, adjusted his glasses and nodded steadily. Appearance rate. This is the core issue that Guran cares about most. A 50% appearance rate is absolutely a very heaven-defying treatment for a professional novice. Moreover, this is just the minimum standard written into the contract. As long as you perform well, you will have more and more opportunities to play. With the opportunity to play, there will be a chance to gain more skills and talent points. This is the real way to become a star. Guran tried hard to control his excited heartbeat. Old Rice added, of course, these are just our first round of offers. We can continue to talk on this basis. As long as the conditions are reasonable, we can accept them. Old Rice was afraid of being rejected by Guran. Guran was so happy. As an amateur high school student, he can directly get a promising star contract from a professional club. Moreover, the decision-making boss is so humble and sincere. This feeling of being treated as a priority is really fucking great. Hold on. There is also a Chelsea boss outside. Although it seems that Chelsea may not be able to provide so many resources, it is always right to listen to Emanalo's offer. Guran quickly suppressed his inner excitement and joy, and smiled in a daze. Thank you very much, Mr. Rice. Thank you for your patient explanation. Professional clubs are really different. Thank you to the top management of Southampton Club for your preference for me, and thank you for offering a rising star contract to an amateur high school student like me. But, the word "but" made the hearts of the three people present tighten. Guran smiled. But, joining a professional club is too big a thing. I haven't recovered from the surprise for a while. Mr. Rice, you just said so much to me. I'm almost stunned. And I just finished the game. I'm physically and mentally exhausted, and I can't think. I think I need to rest for 2 days, and then reply to you, after returning to training. Is that okay? These words were well reasoned and no one could find fault with them. Old Rice immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. This kind of thing can't be settled in a day or two. Goo, you are right. Let's exchange phone numbers, so that we can contact each other at any time. Okay, Mr. Rice. Guran and Old Rice exchanged phone numbers, and Coach Adkins also took the opportunity to exchange phone numbers with Guran. Old Rice said again, I still want to remind you that the labor certification hearing is a very long matter. Even for me, I'm afraid it will take a month to get it done. The sooner you decide to sign the contract, the sooner I can take action, and the sooner I take action, the higher the success rate. Guran smiled and said, okay, Mr. Rice. Don't worry, I'm a student of our Southampton High School, and I also have a natural liking for the Southampton Club. I just need some time to think about life. When I think it over, I will call you. Just draw a pie in the sky. Who can't do it? Old Rice's eyes really lit up. Okay. Go. I'll wait for you. As long as you've made up your mind, you can call me anytime. Even if I'm making a baby in the middle of the night, as long as you call me, I'll pull out the phone immediately and bring the contract to find you. Damn, why did he say it all right before, and suddenly he stepped on the accelerator again? Why is he so anxious? Guran said with a smile. Okay, then I'll leave first. Goodbye Mr. Rice, goodbye Coach Carter, goodbye Coach Adkins. Old Rice and others also stood up and sent Guran to the door. Goodbye, Gu. Call me as soon as you've made up your mind. After you go back. Goo, you've worked hard today. Take a good rest. After you go back, remember to check your email tomorrow morning. We still have the semi-finals to play later. Goobay. Okay, bye bye. After Guran walked out of the door of the reception room, He breathed a long sigh of relief. So excited. The starting point of professionalization can be basically determined with the signing intention of the Southampton club. Duran was full of confidence and could listen to Chelsea's intentions. Why do I feel like a scumbag? There is no way. These games of chess should be handled by the agent. Although I look like a scumbag, I can't help it. Duran just walked down the stairs, and Emanello, who had been waiting for a long time, came up with a smile. Duran thought to himself, I wonder what kind of contract Chelsea will offer? Speaking of which, Emanello should not be able to make the decision, right? Especially for things like applying for a labor permit with the genius clause. Sistano has to make the decision. Hey, boo, I finally waited for you. Emanello asked, you haven't signed with Southampton, right? Duran shook his head. I know you are waiting for me. Of course I won't be so anxious to sign with Southampton. I'm really not a scumbag. It's all a show. Emanello really smiled happily and said, great, go. You made the right decision. This is not a place to talk. Why don't we go to another place to chat? Is it convenient to go to your house? Damn. You want to go to my house just after we met? Am I overthinking? Or are you overthinking? Duran said, it's not convenient. Let's go to the visiting team's locker room to talk. Emanello said, okay. The two walked into the messy visiting team's locker room one after the other. The Angel Wings team had just left, and the atmosphere of frustration seemed to remain in the visiting team's locker room. Emanello said solemnly, boo, Lampard recommended me to watch your game. I must admit that I didn't care at all at first, because according to our Chelsea's recruitment policy, we will not focus on an amateur high school player. But, when I saw your performance on the court with my own eyes, I was completely conquered by you. Goo, you are amazing. I can't believe that a player as talented as you has never received professional youth training. You are very strong in physical confrontation, very fast, very fierce in sprinting, and your shooting is also like a nerve knife. More importantly, you have a godlike vision and a football IQ that is ahead of this era. You may think that I'm exaggerating in order to sign you, but I'm not. I believe in my vision, and I believe that I will never be wrong. You will definitely become a first-class star in the future. You will. Of course, if you can train in a top club like our Chelsea, you can even become a world-class star in the future. Damn, another master of making cakes. And he is the type of blowing cakes. I can't help but be a scumbag after eating so many cakes from you. Duran calmed down, cleared his throat, and said, Mr. Emanello, thank you for your compliment. I think we don't need to talk nonsense. Let's talk about something practical. With the Star of Hope contract of Southampton club as a guarantee, Duran was obviously much tougher. Emanello nodded quickly. Of course. We at Chelsea can offer you a 3-year contract with a weekly salary of about £4,000. Damn. So direct. 3 years. £4,000 a week. £4,000 a week is higher than the salary of Davis, the meritorious captain of Southampton's first team. Duran quickly calculated in his mind. £4,000 a week is equivalent to a monthly salary of $160,000 in China. There are 52 months in a year. The salary of the Premier League is calculated as a full 52 weeks, even if vacation, recuperation, force majeure and other situations are included. Even if the players are collectively sick and cannot play, the club has to pay money as usual. So, after a year of reconciliation, the annual salary alone is £208,000, equivalent to an annual income of $2 million in China. 17 years old, and earning $2 million a year. This feels like a step up to heaven. So why do children in the slums of South America play football barefoot? As long as you play well, you will really change your destiny. £208,000 multiplied by 3 years. The value of Chelsea's contract is £624,000. If you add commercial endorsement shares, image rights, bonuses and so on, this contract will be about £700,000. The total value of the contract is the player's worth. The player's worth is not weekly salary or annual salary, but the total value of the current contract. For example, Some world-class stars have high weekly wages, but their net worth is not high. That is because the contract they signed is not long, maybe only 1 or 2 years, or there are special issues such as image rights, bonuses, floating share, etc. Therefore, signing a long contract not only means that the club is very optimistic and willing to bet on the player, but also means that the player can get a higher net worth. Chelsea offered a contract worth £700,000 right from the start, which may not be a big deal for Chelsea, but for an amateur high school player who changed his career halfway, it is really too much. Chelsea under Abramovich's rule is simple and crude, that is, using money to hit the face. Duran has long known that this is Chelsea's style of doing things, but Duran never expected that he would experience the feeling of being hit in the face by money at such a young age. Although this tastes good, Duran is not short of money. Now is the World Cup period. Duran can bet every now and then. Adding up, £500,000 can still be obtained. Moreover, more than half of the Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises has been hand-drawn. At that time, there will be no need for screenwriter fees, and as long as the box office dividends are shared, it will definitely make a lot of money. Maybe one day in the future, Duran will buy Chelsea with a flip of his hand. Now, the important thing is what level of contract Chelsea can give, and how much appearance rate can be guaranteed. Other fancy things are meaningless. Duran immediately asked, "Mr. Emanello, you know I'm Chinese, so can Chelsea help me get a work permit? What level of contract are you giving me? Do you have the right to finalize this kind of contract?" Chapter 159 A surprise from Anne Hathaway. Duran's 3 questions directly pointed to the essence of this conversation. Emanello was a little caught off guard. He thought that by offering a sky-high contract with a weekly salary of £4,000, he could stun a high school student like Duran who had never been exposed to a professional contract. Unexpectedly, Duran was not interested at all. Emanello quickly calmed down and adjusted his glasses with an awkward expression. "It's like this, my dear Gu. We at Chelsea are really optimistic about you. We can also help you apply for a work permit, but how should I put it? Chelsea is a very large club with many rules and regulations. If I want to use the genius clause for you, it's really not up to me alone. The club's top management needs to hold a meeting and demonstration. Therefore, it is difficult for Chelsea to even use the genius clause for me, let alone apply for a work permit for me. This is reality." Duran nodded slightly and smiled. "I understand." Emanello seemed to have been caught in a sore spot and smiled helplessly. "Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that the fact is that Chelsea really can't do it. Chelsea is not a small club like Southampton. Chelsea has too many rules." When the senior management finishes the argument, let's not talk about the result. The new season is probably more than halfway through. What's more, Boo, you really have no advantage in front of the genius clause, because you don't have a growth record in the youth training camp. It's really hard for Chelsea to activate the genius clause for you, based on an amateur game alone. And even if Chelsea can really activate the genius clause for you in the end, the 5 rogue members of the English Football Association will not give Chelsea's application a green light. Duran nodded again. Duran was actually mentally prepared for this result. At least, Emanello didn't fool around like the scouts of small clubs. Without a work permit, it means that, no matter how high the weekly salary Chelsea gives, you can only go to the youth team. Going to Chelsea's youth team means that it is impossible to play in official matches and practice with the first team stars. Without resources, what's the use of giving more money? Duran was about to speak, and Emanello hurriedly said, "Boo, although the contract we can give you is only a youth team contract, it is definitely a top-level youth team contract. You have no youth training experience before, we can make up for it for you. After you have trained in Chelsea for 1 year, we will loan you to a small European club for training. In this way, after the 3-year contract is up, you can return to Chelsea's first team. At that time, you will be only 20 years old, which is the best age. You will become a top star in Chelsea. This cake is tasteless. Forget it. Resources are more important than anything else." How to say this with Chelsea? The vision is beautiful, but just treat it as a romantic encounter. Duran has already made up his mind. Duran then politely said, "Mr. Emanello, thank you for your attention, and thank you Chelsea for offering me such an expensive contract. You are a very good scout with a good vision. Really, I believe that with your ability, you will definitely become Chelsea's sports director in the future. Your recognition and affirmation of me makes me very happy and excited. Your encouragement to me also inspires me to bravely move towards the path of professionalism." But Emanello was happy to hear that, but Duran suddenly said but, and Emanello was directly stunned. Then Duran continued, "But, for me, what I need more now is the experience of professional games, so I pay more attention to how much training resources the club can give me, including exclusive coaches, first team appearances, etc. Chelsea is great, but I'm sorry, let's have a chance to cooperate again. This is equivalent to saying, you are a good person, but we are not suitable." After that, Duran was ready to get up and leave. Emanello immediately became anxious. "No, no, Gu, don't go yet. Don't rush to make a decision. Please listen to me. The offer I gave you just now is just my own idea, not Chelsea's final conclusion. We can add money. Just name your price for how much you want. You set the conditions, and I'll find a way." Duran smiled. "Mr. Emanello, I've made it very clear just now. This is not about money at all. What I want are resources." Emanello said with embarrassment. "But, you have no experience in professional youth training, and you have no experience in professional games. In our Chelsea, it is impossible for you to have an appearance rate." Duran shrugged. "So, we are not destined to be together." Emanello said anxiously. "Gu, listen to me first. In Chelsea, many things are not decided by me, but I can report them to the person who can decide. Please wait a little longer. Give me 1 week and I will report your request." Duran thought for a moment and said calmly, "Sorry, 1 week is too long. I don't have that much time to argue about the contract. I can only give you 1 day at most." Emanello nodded quickly. Okay. 1 day is fine. Let's leave a phone number. After 1 day, no matter what the result is, I will give you an answer. Please wait for me for 24 hours. Okay." It must be said that, although there is a high probability that he will not go to Chelsea in the end, it is really nice to be able to control the boss of a top club. Duran reluctantly agreed and exchanged mobile phone numbers with Emanello. "Gu, let's contact each other by phone. Goodbye." Emanello said goodbye to Duran quickly, and then ran out of the visiting team's locker room in a hurry. Let's put aside the World Cup tonight. He will drive back to Chelsea's office immediately, compile a detailed written report about Duran, and submit it to Sister No Overpass. Duran must come to Chelsea. Must. Emanello felt the blood boiling in his body, and the fighting spirit that had been dormant for a long time was also ignited. When Emanello walked to the exit of the stadium, he happened to meet Old Rice, Carter, and Adkins, who walked out from the other side. The four looked at each other, and the atmosphere froze instantly. Both sides subconsciously tensed their bodies. The next second, Emanello nodded politely, and Old Rice and others also nodded slightly in return. "Let's go?" "Yeah, let's go. Come often." Okay. Both parties walked out of the stadium exit in a hypocritical friendly atmosphere, and then went their separate ways. At this moment, both sides had only one thought: snatch someone. Snatch Duran. At the same time, Duran knocked on the door of the physical therapy room. "Annie? Are you there?" The door of the physical therapy room opened quickly, and a white arm stretched out suddenly, and before Duran could react, he directly dragged Duran in. Snap. The door of the physiotherapy room was closed, and Annie's flaming red lips kissed him madly. Damn, too eager, right? It turned out that she had been holding it in for several days. Duran said, "Annie, you must be impatient, right?" Annie's pretty face flushed. "Well, boo, do you know? This hour after the game is the longest hour in my life. I miss you so much. I have never wanted you so much. Who can refuse the goddess's request? Who can?" Duran picked Annie up directly. Annie hurriedly said, "Boo, let's go home quickly." Okay. Duran took Annie over the wall and left. Although there might not be anyone from the Gram fan club at the school gate at this time, it's still safer. Duran is now a local celebrity. If he is found to be dating Anne Hathaway again, it will be even more explosive. Anna's posture of climbing over the wall is clumsy, but it has its own coquettish charm. Duran admired Annie climbing over the wall and suddenly thought of a technical problem. He wanted to strengthen Catwoman's role in The Dark Knight Rises, but could Annie really follow Catwoman's exaggerated body movements? Duran asked, "Annie, can you do the splits?" Annie, who was climbing over the wall with her hips raised, was stunned. Huh? Duran said, "Also, I don't know what that move is called. It's a move where one leg kicks from the back to the top of the head. Can you do it?" Anna's face flushed. "Hate it. So you like that? I can do it. I can do it." Huh? Duran was stunned. "Shit, Annie, did you misunderstand me? I'm just designing martial arts moves for Catwoman. I'm not asking you to do that with me." "Wait. Can you really do it?" Exclamation mark. TSK, then you have to try it out after you go back. Duran was immediately impatient. He wasn't even so anxious to sign a contract with Southampton. Then Annie said shyly, You help me first. I can't get down again." "Oh, my little cat." Duran flipped over swiftly and took Annie off the low wall. Annie leaned on Duran in a coquettish voice. "Let's go." Duran held Anna's waist and hips, found the Porsche Cayenne, and drove home. After arriving home, Annie went to the bathroom to take a shower. Duran followed in. The two soaked in the bathtub that could accommodate 4 people at the same time. "Are you exhausted from playing in the rain today?" Annie asked. Duran smiled. "It's indeed more tiring than all the previous games. Playing in the rain, fighting hard, and fighting until the injury time." Duran almost couldn't hold on. "Oh," Annie said distressedly, "then you have to take a good rest today." Duran hurriedly said, "It's okay, I can do it." Annie chuckled and didn't respond. After taking a shower, Annie thoughtfully brought a clean bath towel and wiped Duran up and down carefully. When wiping Duran's feet, Annie squatted down to wipe them. "Wow, this feeling of conquest is so cool." Annie smiled mischievously. "Wait a minute, I need to change my clothes first." After holding it in for so long, Duran couldn't stand it anymore. "Why wear any more clothes?" Annie smiled. "I'll give you a surprise." Wow. We are all so familiar with each other, and there is still a surprise? Wait, can you translate for me what a surprise is? Duran hugged Annie. "No surprise, okay," Annie said coquettishly. "No." Duran took a deep breath. "Okay, then I'll find you later." After Annie left, Duran used the liquid nitrogen freezing space capsule and sauna steam room again. Ice and fire. The recovery of physical fitness is still very obvious. After today's game, Duran got 1 physical fitness growth point, and a small part of his physical fitness had been restored at that time. In addition to the 73 points of physical fitness, his own recovery speed is much faster than before. Now after the recovery of the liquid nitrogen freezing space capsule and sauna steam room, Duran's current physical fitness has recovered at least 1/3. With the current physical condition, it is definitely not possible to play football, but Duran is still very confident that Anna's lingering sound will linger in his ears for 3 days. After all, in addition to physical fitness, we also have technology that is 12 years ahead. By the way, what will Anna's surprise be? Duran took a deep breath, pushed the door, and walked into Anna's master bedroom on the 1st floor, and then the whole person was stunned. Damn, the beautiful Annie was lying on the big bed, and she was wearing a Japanese maid outfit. She was wearing a pair of white stockings on her legs. Oh my god, am I dreaming? The goddess is wearing a maid outfit for me. At this moment, Duran felt that his blood was rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This picture is so beautiful that he dare not blink. Is it beautiful? Annie asked softly. Duran nodded and swallowed subconsciously. It's not beautiful, it's so beautiful, Annie said coquettishly. Then what are you waiting for? Alas, I deleted 800 words abruptly. There should be another chapter in the evening. Chapter 160, meeting an old rival again in the semifinals. Duran, sorry, I'm a serious person. The next day at noon, Duran woke up from Anna's gentle embrace. After a night of storms, Duran was now starving. Annie next to him had messy hair. Half of her maid outfit was still hanging on her waist, the blush on her face had not faded, and she was sleeping as sweetly as a baby. On the floor, there were torn white silk, maid's headdress and bib. Thinking back to the scene of Annie robbing from one end of the window to the other, Guran felt so happy. He gently pulled his arm out from under Annie's neck and kissed Annie's pretty face again. Annie snorted coquettishly, turned over, aimed her waist and hips at Guran, and continued to sleep soundly. This person is really pure by nature, but born with a charming bone. Guran wanted to forget it and eat first. It's a 2-day holiday, and Annie can't run away, so he will continue in the evening. Guran controlled his body, stretched his waist, exhaled a breath of turbid air, then left the bedroom, and went to the kitchen to reward his young body with a bucket of instant noodles. At this time, instant noodles are the most convenient. Of course, it is not just instant noodles. Guran also cut a plate of cooked beef tendon and a bucket of milk to ensure that the body can get enough nutrition. While eating lunch, Guran opened his laptop and checked his email. There are tens of thousands of new emails in the email box. Most of them are from fans of the Gram Fan Club, and there are also a lot of selfies and short videos. TSK, they are too explicit. Guran is embarrassed to look at them. In addition to the crazy fans of the Gram Fan Club, there are also several emails from amateur football clubs. These amateur clubs asked Guran if he had the intention to join their club and offered Guran a round of offers. The highest weekly salary was £100. This is already the highest sincerity of the amateur club. Guran smiled and replied politely, "Sorry, I won't go." There were also several letters from some freelance scouts and football agents. They boasted about their abilities in the letters, as if as long as Guran followed their arrangements, they could move Guran to Real Madrid and Barcelona, shoulder to shoulder with Ronaldo and Messi. Guran just laughed it off and didn't even reply. If you deal with such people, Guran will lose. Of course, agents are indeed very necessary. Agents can help players deal with many things that players themselves are not convenient to deal with, such as bargaining with the club on behalf of the players. Players do not have professional advantages in professional contracts, and they are easily confused by the terms in the contract. Moreover, if the players personally go out to bargain with the club, it is also a very low class thing, and they may be morally kidnapped by the club with emotions. A good agent can not only help players negotiate professional contracts, but also help players operate investments, promote players' popularity, strive for commercial resources, and even help deal with negative scandals, eliminate adverse effects, and let players play football without distraction. A bad agent is all kinds of deception, and all kinds of blood-sucking. Therefore, choosing an agent is as important as choosing a club. Guran has just touched the threshold of professionalization, and has not yet officially entered the ranks of professional players. At this time, it is difficult to meet a really good agent. Guran is not in a hurry, just look for one slowly. Now the first task is to finalize his first professional contract. Guran spent some time to finally find the internal information sent by the school team from these messy emails. On June 22nd, in the semi-finals of the National High School Championship, the Southampton High School Bucks Steel Horns will face the Rugby School Golden Fleece at the neutral stadium Cardiff Millennium Stadium. WTF. Seeing this line of information, Guran's eyes widened instantly. Old rivals. Rugby Golden Fleece. Big enemy. The last time the two teams played against each other was the last round of the group stage, at the home court of Southampton High School. At that time, the arrogant Rugby Golden Fleece felt that they had a sure win, so they only sent out a substitute Lindoop. As a result, at the last moment of 2:2, they were chopped off by Guran's 25-meter-long crescent scimitar. Golden Fleece was shaved into a silver bald man by Guran. Gavin, the main defensive midfielder of Golden Fleece, was also suspended for a red card for tackling Guran. For the Golden Fleece team, which has won the national championship several times, being killed by a weak team is simply a great shame. Therefore, it is conceivable that this time, when they meet in the semi-finals, the Golden Fleece team will definitely take crazy revenge. For the Bucks Steel Horns team, the mentality of this game with the Golden Fleece team will be completely different. That's right, in the previous group stage, the Bucks Steel Horns team was not only in poor condition, but also had poor cooperation with each other. They had not yet completely taken Guran as the core, and they dared not think that they could really defeat the Golden Fleece team. However, after the experience of the knockout stage, the entire Bucks Steelhorns team grew rapidly. This is also the growth brought by the game. This time, the Bucks Steelhorns will definitely not be scared. This is a civil war between the two teams in Group E, and it is also a duel to determine who is the real king. Isn't the Golden Fleece team dissatisfied? Well, now that the opportunity has come, I will defeat you thoroughly. Guran's eyes are full of desire for battle. According to internal intelligence, Gavin, the main defensive midfielder of the Golden Fleece team, has ended his red card suspension and can appear in the semi-finals. Guran knows very well that Gavin is a very shady guy. If Gavin starts, he will definitely bite him and not let go. At that time, all kinds of disgusting dirty tricks will definitely come one after another, and there may even be ruthless tricks to kill people. Amateur competitions are not as standardized as professional competitions, and there is no live broadcast. The referee's whistle is also loose, and broken legs and bleeding are also common. Especially in key games, it is a duel of grudges, and the opponent's rough fouls must be prevented. Therefore, the next point should be the physique, and the passive star skill of the Tin Man should be improved to at least +3. There are still 6 days left before the competition. With Annie here, it's enough to save up about 10 talent points. Guran studied the information for another 10 minutes, and when he finished his instant noodles and beef. Guran closed his computer, and while Annie was still sleeping, he quietly went out and drove to the Grorp gym. Oh my god. He's coming. He's really coming. As soon as Guran walked into the gym, all the strong men and beautiful women in the gym surrounded him. Gu. Hello. Gu. I went to watch the game yesterday. You are so awesome. I never thought that I would work out with you and train my waist. Gu. Your long range shot with the cloud piercing arrow and the crescent shaped scimitar are so fucking amazing. From now on, I will be your fan. Gu. Tell me, you will go to the Saints Club, right? Right. Hi. Hello Gu. I noticed you the first day you came to the gym. I'm a professional model from the University of Southampton. This is my phone number. Be sure to call me. Gu, damn it. Guran was completely dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, just an amateur high school competition, he became a star in the hearts of the locals. The first semi-final honor since the establishment of Southampton High School. The influence in the local area is unprecedented. This is me. I just came here to get the training results for free. You are so enthusiastic. How can I get it for free? Gu. Sign for me. A sturdy man pushed aside the others and stood in front of Guran with his bare chest. Sign on my chest. Looking at the palm-thick hard hair, Guran's mouth twitched slightly. Sorry, I remembered that I have something important to do at home, and I have to go back quickly, so I can only sign one name. Upon hearing this, more than 30 sturdy men in the gym immediately started scrambling for it. Gu is mine. I asked him to sign for me first. If you can't bench press less than 100 kilograms, get out. If you can't run 5 kilometers in less than 20 minutes, get out. If you are less than 20 centimeters, get out. The last sentence made all the sturdy men present stay with their necks stiff. In the end, Guran chose the female model from the University of Southampton who had just stuffed his business card into his hand. The female model was excited and prepared to take off her sports shorts. Guran waved his hand quickly. No, I'll just sign on your clothes. Guran then wrote his name on the elastic clothes. The other fitness experts were envious, and white bubbles fell all over the floor. Damn, it can be like this. Guran quickly gathered his mind and quickly picked up 9 bubbles for physical fitness and strength training. These bubbles plus the remaining bubbles automatically exchanged for 1 talent point. Guran did not hesitate, and directly added this talent point to Tin Man. Iron Man. Tin Man +3. This way, the chance of injury is even smaller. Thank you. The female model from the University of Southampton who got Guran's autograph threw a wink at Guran. Gu. I'm free tonight. Guran took a look at the slightly dry figure of the female model, and then said righteously, sorry, I'm a serious person. After saying that, Guran left a room full of howling fitness experts, and turned to leave the Grorp gym. It's great to be a serious person. After driving home, Annie was still sleeping soundly. Taking advantage of this time, Duran returned to his room, locked the door, activated the hand painting technique, and concentrated on hand painting the script. The one-legged horse that I experienced yesterday, as well as many professional dance postures that I couldn't name. Duran also arranged them one by one for Catwoman. To strengthen Catwoman, there is no need to design too many plots, just let the audience remember this character. Duran's method is very simple, as long as the character of Catwoman grasps one principle, as charming as possible. After more than 2 hours of hand drawing, Duran suddenly heard a system prompt sound of light in his mind. Annie woke up, and her depression was triggered again. Duran immediately put the script away and quickly ran to Annie's room. "Annie, I'm here. I'm coming. Go." Annie threw herself into Duran's arms regardless of everything, sobbing with a sad face. "I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that you became a football star, and I was just an out-of-date, unknown older actress, and then you didn't want me anymore, damn." Duran quickly wiped Annie's tears. "Annie, it's just a dream. Look, am I not right next to you? Besides, you won't be out of date. You will be able to return to Hollywood soon. You will soon become a super female star that everyone is paying attention to, and you will soon get an Oscar. You can't win an Oscar just by starring in a science fiction movie like Batman 3, but after helping Annie to increase her popularity, he will take the time to hand draw a script for an art film for her that can win the Hollywood Best Actress award. With the contrast between the two performances, Annie can basically win an Oscar." Annie chuckled. "Hate, you're coaxing me again." Duran said seriously, "I'm telling the truth. I, Duran, never coax a woman. In a few days, I'll give you a surprise." Annie was stunned. You're going to wear a maid outfit too? Damn." Duran patted Anna's little head. "What are you thinking about in your little head? It's not that kind of surprise." Annie stuck out her tongue. "I thought that. What exactly is your surprise?" Duran smiled and said, "Is it still a surprise if you tell it out loud? You'll know when the time comes. I promise you'll like it very very much." Anna's pretty face turned red, and she leaned obediently in Duran's arms, and said coquettishly, "Hate, can you give it to me today?" Duran felt numb in his heart. "In a few days, at the latest after the next game, you'll know the surprise." Duran could already imagine in his mind the excited expression of Annie when she saw the hand-painted script of Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises. When Annie got excited, she would definitely be more automatic. Duran took the opportunity to concentrate his mind and collect the talent points dropped by Annie. He patted Anna's waist and hips. Okay, you must be hungry. I'll go cook for you. What do you want to eat?" Annie said happily. "Great. I want to eat Scottish noodles. I want to eat 2 full bowls." Alas, Annie, you haven't eaten anything really delicious. However, in any case, Anna's depression has improved a lot. It is estimated that in a week or 2 at most, Annie will be able to completely get rid of depression. I have paid a lot. When I think that Annie will leave soon, Duran is really reluctant. Alas, after Annie leaves, who will fill in the gap? Who can give me a star talent point a day? Who can? Duran dotingly rubbed at his hair. "Okay, I'll make whatever you want to eat for you. Just lie down for a while and have a good rest." Annie leaned on Duran's neck like a koala. "No, carry me over there. I want to watch you do it." Duran said, "You want to tire me to death by carrying you to cook?" Duran smiled mischievously. Annie said coquettishly, "Don't laugh. I didn't talk like this before. I used to be a serious girl. It's only since I met you that I became like this." Duran sighed. "I used to be a serious boy too." Annie patted Duran. "You're not. I was led astray by you. You stinky Duran. It's you who made me fat, and you made me unable to walk. If you don't carry me, I'll be angry." Humph. Duran smiled and said, Okay, I'll carry you over there." "Who told me to dote on you so much?" Only then did Annie lie on Duran's back contentedly. On the other side, after some psychological preparation, Emanalo took a deep breath and knocked on the door of the Chelsea Club CEO's office. In a few seconds, he will face the most powerful woman in the entire Chelsea. Chapter 161. Sister No has set a flag. Duran, no. Come in. A cold and majestic mature female voice came from the office of Chelsea CEO. Emanalo adjusted his collar again, prayed to God in his heart, and then pushed the door and walked in. Chelsea CEO's office is large and luxuriously decorated, a typical Russian palace style, with a golden feeling all over the room. Anyone who walks into this office will feel insignificant. Even senior staff within Chelsea are no exception. If Emanalo were to choose, he would rather face 10 angry Marinhas than the hostess of this room, Sister No. Sister No never gets angry, but Sister No has a strong woman's aura, and it is the kind of strong woman's aura that is decisive and sassy, and does not allow any doubt. During negotiations, if others say no, there may still be room for maneuver, but when Sister No says no, it is really no. Sister No will never regret the decision she makes, and will never look back. No Sister's original name is Marina Granovskaya, and she is a real Russian woman. She was originally Abramovich's personal assistant, helping Abramovich to take care of everything. Later, she was airdropped to Chelsea by Abramovich, completing the most gorgeous transformation in her life. At first, everyone thought that this beautiful Russian woman relied on her body to get to the top. After all, no sister is really beautiful, but in fact, it is not. Abramovich has changed 3 wives and countless girlfriends, but no sister is always just no sister. No sister is more like Abramovich's apprentice. She is very similar to Abramovich in her style of doing things. Like Abramovich, she is a person who pursues a silent policy. Keep a low profile as much as possible. Do not accept interviews, and do not respond, even if there are negative rumors. Just focus on the target and complete the task wholeheartedly and efficiently. From the first day that no sister took over Chelsea, everyone in Chelsea felt the thundering means of this woman. At this moment, this legendary 33-year-old woman, wearing a simple and elegant princess dress, sat behind a luxurious and large desk, holding a phone in one hand, with a cold expression. Who would have thought that this queen-like figure still has a little princess living deep in her heart? Seeing Emanalo coming in, Sister No raised her long eyelashes, and raised a slender index finger to Emanalo, signaling Emanalo to wait for a while. Even when she did this wait a while action, she had a natural deterrent force. Emanalo hurriedly stood up and waited patiently. Emanalo sincerely hoped that Sister No's call would bring Sister No a good mood. Of course, Emanalo also knew that the mood would not affect Sister No's decision. But Emanalo still wished Sister No a good mood. Sister No held the phone expressionlessly. Listen, we can offer Amirez a contract with a total price of £18 million at most. Tell him that he has 1 week to make a decision. Otherwise, we will make another choice. Chelsea is Chelsea. Chelsea will not lower its posture for any player, so let's do it. After that, Sister No hung up the phone. Although Sister No had no expression on her face, it was not too bad in Emanalo's opinion. Emanalo complimented her at the right time. Ramirez is very good. The price of 18 million is just right. Marina, you are amazing. I bet no one can do better than you. It's not shameful in the workplace. What's more, admiring the strong is one of human nature. When everyone sees someone stronger than themselves, they will unconsciously have a sense of admiration. In the face of compliments, Sister No just smiled faintly. Michael, is there anything I can do for you? But you have to be as brief as possible, because I have a meeting later. The big boss wants tours, and I have to go and confirm the feasibility of this matter. Emanalo hurriedly said, oh, Marina, I won't keep you too long. I sent you a work email last night. I wonder if you read it? Work email? Sister No shrugged. Really? Sorry, I usually go to bed at 10 o'clock in the evening, so I may have overlooked it. I'm looking for it now. Well, I found it. Is this a scouting report on Guri? Emanalo quickly corrected. Guran. His name is Guran, not Re. Sister No smiled. This name is so unfamiliar. He should not be in our first team signing plan for next season, right? Not bad. Michael, you are now taking the initiative and actively looking for outstanding players who are missing from our net. Emanalo hurriedly said, it should be, this is what I should do. Sister No praised. Very good. Chelsea needs talents like you. Emanalo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Marina, take a look first. Sister No said, why are you so nervous? Sit down first. I'll take a look. Sister No opened the email and frowned slightly the next second. This Gu, is he Chinese? And he's an amateur high school player? Michael, is today April Fool's Day? Sister No said as she checked the calendar. How could Emanalo dare to sit and talk? Emanalo hurriedly said, it's like this, Marina. I know you think this is a bit far-fetched. I also know that your time is precious. And I also know that there are many things worth tens of millions of pounds waiting for you to deal with. But I'm willing to assure you with my professional eyes that this Chinese high school student named Guran is indeed worth your 10 minutes of thinking for him because he will be the future of our Chelsea. Sister No looked up at Emanalo for the first time. Sister No's eyes were as calm as water, but Emanalo felt suffocated, as if he was pressed into the water and was about to drown. Sister No's aura was too strong. This kind of strong woman has the oppressive power of a queen. Only the real top king can match it. It is definitely not something that ordinary men can control. Obviously, Emanalo is not a king. Emanalo dare not look directly into Sister No's eyes. Then Sister No said calmly, so, Michael, you are not kidding me. Emanalo felt that his calf was about to cramp, but he still tried to maintain his calmness on the surface. Yes, Marina, this is not a joke. Sister No said, I'm sorry, Michael, it's not that I don't believe in your vision, but an amateur high school student from China? No, I don't believe he can be the future of Chelsea. Sister No was so straightforward. She said no directly. And very rational. Cold and decisive. No drag. She didn't get angry when she refused, but she was intimidating without anger and would not tolerate rebuttal. This kind of woman is so domineering. Tough. Emanalo's hope was shattered at once. He knew that when Sister No said no, it meant that the matter was over and there was no need to talk about it anymore. But Emanalo was really unwilling to give up. If it was just for an ordinary player, it would be fine to give up like this. But this is Guran. A godlike genius player. Guran's future is limitless and visible to the naked eye. Emanalo saw with his own eyes how Guran shocked the whole audience in a high school match and became a god in one wave. He wrote so many analyses for Guran and drew so many interspersed running diagrams. Moreover, at the end of the email, he also specially attached a photo of Guran that he secretly took. Even if Sister No took a look at Guran's photo, she would immediately be interested in Guran. Fuck, if I had known this, I should have put Guran's photo at the beginning of the email. Although this approach is extremely unprofessional, even if it is unprofessional, it is better than Sister No not wanting to read it after seeing the title. At this moment, Emanalo's intestines were green with regret. But he didn't intend to give up just like that. Emanalo mustered up his courage and said, Marina, please take a look at my scouting report, even if you only read the end. Sister No smiled and shook her head. No need, Michael. Let me put it this way. It's not that I don't believe in your professional vision. In fact, I don't have any professional ability in the field of football, and your professional vision has helped me a lot. I trust you very much. If someone else came to me about this today, I would just say no and would not explain so much nonsense to him. But you are different. I'm willing to explain it to you. Sister No kept a faint smile on her face from beginning to end, and her tone was still calm, but every word she said was full of the oppression of a queen. Sister No continued, I don't need to read the report. I just need to trust your vision to know that this Chinese kid named Guri can really become a world-class star one day, but he is not yet. He is not even a professional player yet. Only God knows whether he will fall halfway. There are talented players born every day in this world, but in the end, how many can really become stars? Chelsea's policy is to only have stars. Because stars can not only lead the team to victory, but also bring huge commercial benefits to the club. Let me give you a more common example. It's like I want to do the canned fruit business. I won't take care of it when it is still a small fruit. I just need to wait until it matures, survives the strong wind and rain, the scorching sun, and the insects and birds, and then I will buy it, and then wait until it is canned, labeled, and sold. With the money earned, I will buy new ripe fruits. Michael, you are looking at the problem from a professional perspective of football, but a club is not only professional football, but also has business operations. As for me, I look at the problem from the perspective of business operations. Sister No looked at Emanalo. Michael, from the perspective of a CEO, I don't want fruit seeds, nor do I want fruit seedlings. I just want that ripe fruit that can be picked and made into delicious canned food. Emanalo smiled bitterly. Yes, Marina, I understand, but Guran is not a fruit, he is gold. When he begins to shine, countless people will rush over to scramble for him, and by then, we may not be able to buy him. Sister No smiled confidently. Don't worry, as long as I, Chelsea, want to buy it, there is nothing we can't buy. Emanalo pursed his lips and did not comment. Seeing that Emanalo still had a look of reluctance, Sister No smiled and said, how about this, Michael? Let's make a bet. The new season is about to start. You can continue to pay attention to the performance of the Chinese boy. If he can play well before the winter window of the new season, then I will definitely call him in person and communicate with him patiently and in depth, and try my best to dig him to Chelsea. Emanalo's eyes immediately flashed with a glimmer of brilliance. After Sister No said no, there is absolutely no room for turning back, so this summer window, Chelsea will definitely not sign Guran to the first team unless Guran is willing to accept the youth team contract. Pure youth team purchases do not need to submit a report to Sister No, and judging from the situation after Emanalo communicated with Guran, Guran would not agree to come to Chelsea youth team. But now things are not completely hopeless. As long as Guran can perform well in the new season's professional league, Sister No will get serious. Emanalo asked quickly, Marina, what is the standard for this famous kick you mentioned? Sister No was slightly startled. She had just said this casually, and it was also a step for Emanalo, but she didn't expect Emanalo to be so serious. Sister No thought about it, and then shrugged. Maybe, he can get 15 post-match scores of 8 points or more in the professional competitions in the winter window of the new season. It is not easy to get a score of 8 or more in the professional competitions. After all, in professional competitions, the opponents are all professionals, and will not let you play easily. Moreover, it is difficult for an amateur grassroots player to play 15 times in half a season. The Premier League has 38 rounds in a season, and the lower leagues such as the Championship, League 1, and League 2 have 46 rounds in a season. In addition to the League Cup, FA Cup, English Championship and other cup competitions, there are only 27 or 28 official games in the lower leagues in half a season. Therefore, Sister No felt that the standard she set was absolutely impossible to achieve. However, Emanalo said excitedly, okay, Marina. It's settled. I know you are a man of your word. God bless you. After that, Emanalo ran out of the CEO's office in a hurry. Sister No was a little confused. What's going on? How come I have already agreed to buy that Chinese boy? Can he meet such a stringent condition? Haha, if such a condition can be met, then I, Marina, will get him to Chelsea, even if I kneel down. By the way, what's his name? Guri. Sister No sneered and didn't take it seriously anymore. She grabbed the Hermes bag at hand and went to the conference room to discuss the feasibility of buying the Golden Boy tours from Liverpool. After Emanalo left the CEO's office, he immediately returned to his assistant coach's office, then took out his mobile phone, took a deep breath, and dialed Guran's mobile number. At this time, Guran and Annie had just finished their meal. Guran saw that it was Emanalo calling and immediately picked up the call and connected. Hi, Gu. On the other end of the phone, Emanalo's voice sounded particularly familiar, as if the two were good friends for many years. Guran smiled. Hello, Mr. Emanalo. Emanalo pretended to be relaxed and said, Gu, I know your time is precious, so I'll make it short. Unfortunately, Chelsea really can't give you resources, and it really can't activate the genius clause for you, and it can't help you apply for a work permit, and it can't sign you into the first team. Guran was prepared for this. Okay, Mr. Emanalo, thank you for your notice. Then, I wish you a nice day. Although the deal didn't go through, it's still polite to be polite. After all, we are all future big guys, and we may have to deal with each other in the future. Guran was about to hang up the phone, and Emanalo quickly said, but don't worry, I have good news. Oh, I have talked to our CEO, Ms. Marina Granovskaya. What she meant is that as long as you can get 15 post-match scores of 8 points or more in half a season, then during the winter window, we will fully launch the action of signing you. Guran, Chelsea really has unrepentant intentions towards me. But Chelsea is too smart for this kind of thing, right? Southampton signed a contract with me and helped me get a work permit, but when I kicked out, you came to pick the fruits of Southampton. How much money can you give Southampton? Besides, this is not about money at all. If you are sincere, let Sister No come to beg me in person. Otherwise, you will see whether I will pay attention to you. Duran then smiled and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Ramonello, I'm not playing football to attract Chelsea's attention, and please don't waste your time on me. It's over between us. Good luck, Mr. Ramonello. This time, Duran said no to Chelsea directly. Boo. Don't, you have to play well. 8 points in 15 games, you can do it. Ramonello was also miserable. First he was not by Sister No, and then he was not by Duran. Ramonello's miserable face was black, although he was originally a black man. Goodbye. Duran didn't give Ramonello another chance and hung up the phone directly. Annie hugged Duran from behind and said comfortingly, Boo, are you sad? Duran shrugged, no. Annie said softly, it's okay. Shit, is that what I thought it meant? Really? Duran turned around and hugged Annie, his face full of real sadness. Annie, you understand best. I'm so sad that I can't go to Chelsea. I need comfort. As he said that, Duran buried his face in Annie's arms. Annie patted Duran's back distressedly. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. I'm here. Otherwise, let's go lie down for a while. Yeah. The next morning, Duran got up, took a shower, recovered with a liquid nitrogen freezing capsule and sauna, and made himself a nutritious breakfast. Next, it's time to get down to business. Chelsea has been completely cut off, and other small clubs are not reliable at all, so there is no need to waste time with Southampton Club. Finalizing the contract details as soon as possible will also help Southampton Club apply for a work permit. Duran took out his mobile phone and found Old Rice's number. Duran immediately cleared his throat and dialed Old Rice's number. Old Rice answered in seconds. Before Duran could speak, Old Rice on the other end of the phone said excitedly, Hi, Good afternoon. You finally called me. Tell me quickly that you have good news for me. Tell me quickly that you have decided to come to Southampton Club. Duran said calmly, Yes, Mr. Rice, I have thought about it. Although Chelsea offered me a weekly salary of £4,000, I like Southampton, and I'm willing to sign my first professional contract with Southampton. Haha. Great. I knew it. I knew you were a very smart kid. I knew you would choose Southampton. You made a very correct decision. Welcome. Welcome to the Saints. On the other end of the phone, Old Rice was as excited as a child. For Old Rice, signing such a talented player to Southampton is equivalent to starting the century-long revival plan of Southampton. Old Rice couldn't wait to say, Where are you? I'll find you with a contract now. Let's discuss the specific details of the contract. Duran hurriedly said, Oh no, Mr. Rice, the place where I live is a little inconvenient. Let's go to your office in the afternoon to discuss in detail if it's convenient. Old Rice immediately said, Of course, no problem, my dear I will go to Staplewood Training Base in the afternoon. Shall we meet there? I'll send you the address. See you at 2:30 p.m. Yes, there is only one update today. I wrote 2 chapters in a row yesterday. The double update, that was originally close to 10,000 words, was forced to become more than 8,000 words. I was seriously injured by the book revision. Chapter 162, Staplewood welcomes you. KN is so handsome. And will have another new experience. After finishing the call with Old Rice, it was still early. Taking advantage of this time, Duran returned to his room, locked the door, and continued to hand paint the script of Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises. This is a surprise for Anne Hathaway, and it is also the best way to help Anne return to Hollywood. But the most important thing is that this is Duran's own side job. After having the first hand-painted script, you can completely establish your reputation in Hollywood. In the future, there will naturally be big companies and big stars seeking cooperation. Not only can you get fame, but the box office share will also be very considerable. And it's not very strenuous to do this kind of thing. After hand painting for 2 hours in a row, Duran felt a little bit of mental fatigue. Guran then hid the hand-painted manuscript, then stood up and stretched his waist beautifully towards the vast sea outside the window, comfortable to continue at this pace. After the next semi-final game, the script will be hand-painted. At that time, slap the hand-painted script into Anne's arms, and then it will be up out. When Annie emails the hand-drawn script to the great director Nolan, he will be stunned after reading it. This is a script that is more Nolan than Nolan. After Nolan is shocked, it won't be long before the filming of Batman 3 can be put on the schedule, and then Annie will really have to leave. Thinking that he and Annie will have to say goodbye, Guran couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. I must cherish her. Guran looked at the time, and it was almost time to leave for the Staplewood training base, so he quickly changed into a casual suit and found a pair of sunglasses to wear. After all, he was considered a local little star, so he had to be low-key when going out. Before leaving, Guran came to Annie's room again. At this time, Annie was still sleeping soundly. In the past 2 days, Annie basically did 3 things: eating, cosplaying as a maid, and sleeping. The first half of the night was still in full automatic mode. It made her exhausted. Guran didn't wake Annie up, letting her sleep a little longer so that he could cherish her a little more at night. Guran left a nutritious meal and a note for Annie at her bedside, then drove out to Staplewood training base. After about half an hour's drive, Guran saw the outline of the very artistic wooden building at Staplewood training base. The main building of Staplewood training base is decorated with brown wooden strips. Each wooden strip is arranged in an orderly manner, with small gaps between each other, and the edges and corners of the building are also cut with a modern aesthetic temperament. This training ground is well known. Even if compared with the Premier League clubs, it is considered a first-class training base. And in the English League One, it is even more like a leader. This training base is located in the suburbs of Southampton, on the south bank of the Test River, close to the edge of the New Forest National Park. The New Forest National Park is a prototype of the lush tree on the Southampton High School emblem, and also the prototype of the tree logo on the Southampton Club emblem. Next to this training base is the British National Highway. It takes only 20 minutes to drive to the city centre, and it takes at most half an hour to drive to St Mary's Stadium, the home of Southampton Club. Moreover, it avoids the city centre and can be reached directly along the south bank of the Test River. The transportation is very convenient. It can be said that the location of this training base is very good. It is far away from the downtown area, the air is extremely fresh, the surrounding area is vast and sparsely populated, there is no pollution, and the green grass is all around. Guran can feel the natural oxygen bar atmosphere here when he is sitting in the car. Training in such a place is really a kind of lung-washing enjoyment. When he thought that this would be the starting point of his career as a grassroots amateur high school student, Guran couldn't help but feel a little excited. Guran drove his Porsche to the main entrance of the Staplewood training base. When he was about to find a place to park, a strong security guard in a suit came up with a bad face. "Hey, you. What are you doing? Outsiders are not allowed to park here. Drive away quickly." The strong security guard waved his hand to drive him away viciously. Around the training base, there are scouts from time to time who are trying to gather intelligence, or reporters who want to make a big news, or crazy fans who want to get autographs, so the bad attitude of the security guard is understandable. Guran pressed the car window, took off his sunglasses, and stuck his head out. "Hi, hello, I'm here to see Mr. Lereid. You can't see anyone else." The burly security guard was about to continue to drive him away, but suddenly he was startled. Then he widened his eyes and looked at Guran carefully, and his tone instantly became polite. "Oh, you must be Mr. Guran. Mr. Guran from Southampton High School?" The burly security guard had never watched the game, but he also knew that there was a black-haired Chinese boy who shocked the entire club's top management and helped Southampton High School win the first national semi-final in its history. Guran smiled at the burly security guard. "Yes, I'm Guran. Welcome to the Staplewood training base of Southampton Club. Please come in." The burly security guard immediately helped Guran open the gate of the training base and trotted in front of the car to lead the way for Guran, who had just arrived. "He is worthy of being my local little star. This treatment is really quite awesome." Duran was secretly happy, and after driving and turning a corner with the burly security guard, he entered the parking lot. The parking lot is very large, with at least 50 or 60 parking spaces. There are more than a dozen cars parked in the back rows of parking spaces, and the first 2 rows are almost empty. Duran didn't think much about it, and parked the car directly in a parking space in the first row. After parking the car, the burly security guard said politely, "Mr. Duran, I have notified Mr. Rice, and he will come to greet you soon. I sincerely wish you a good day." "Okay, thank you." Duran thanked politely. The burly security guard grinned and said, "At your service. By the way, your KN is so handsome." After the security guard left, Duran walked out of the parking lot by himself and headed towards the main building of the training base. As soon as he reached the door of the main building, he saw Old Rice, dressed in formal attire, rushing over. As soon as he saw Duran, Old Rice excitedly opened his arms and gave Duran a warm hug. "Welcome, my child." Old Rice put his arm around Duran's shoulders. "Welcome to Staplewood. This will be your home from now on. Let me show you around first." "Okay, Mr. Rice." Duran smiled in ignorance and expectation. To have someone of Old Rice's level as a tour guide, this must be a treatment that only Belle could enjoy back then, right? Perhaps Belle can't enjoy it either. Only me. "I'll take you to see our training ground first." Old Rice led Duran to a small path and introduced as he walked. The Staplewood training base now has 4 courts, and 2 more have been approved and are being expanded. Yes, after overcoming the financial crisis, the Libre Group specially approved £40 million to rebuild our German star-rated restaurant and also upgraded the training ground. You can see that the new training ground is still under construction in the distance. The training ground upgrade will be completed by the end of the year. By then, our youth and junior teams will be expanded. Duran couldn't help but nod slightly in admiration. A club that was once on the verge of dissolution, after recovering its financial situation, the first thing it thought of was to upgrade the club's training facilities and recruit more young players. From this point of view alone, this club is very motivated. I like motivated people. Old Rice pointed to a standard football field and introduced, "The training ground in front is where our first team and reserve team usually train. The size of this training ground is exactly the same as the size of our St. Mary's rental field, and it even has a part of the stands. This is also to make our players more familiar with our home field. Even the type of turf and the way it is laid are exactly the same as the home field. The first team and the reserve team train together most of the time. The reserve team has a small number of players, and many of them are potential players promoted from the youth team. Training with the first team can not only deepen the competitiveness of the first team's training, but also allow the first team to lead the reserve team players, so that the reserve team players can get more improvement." Duran nodded in agreement. As Old Rice walked, he continued to introduce, "This training ground is empty now. After all, the first team players are on vacation. They have to wait until July 10th to officially return here for training. The first game of the 2010-11 English League One starts on August 6th, so the first team players have to come back for physical examinations, registration, training, and then arrange to play a few friendly matches about 20 days before the start of the game to restore their best competitive state." Hearing this, Duran secretly said in his heart, "This means that the issue of the work permit must be completed before the start of August, otherwise, we will miss the English League One game." It is now June 17th, and there is still about 1.5 months. With Old Rice's ability, it should not be a problem to get a work permit. But we still have to be prepared for both situations. Duran followed Old Rice calmly. Old Rice pointed to another full-size football field and said, "The second training ground is our backup field. This training ground is to prevent the main training ground from being unavailable. When the first team is in closed training, the second team will also temporarily train in this backup training ground. In addition, the youth team's internal matches will also use this training ground." Old Rice further explained, "The size of this backup training ground is a standard field size, 105 meters long and 68 meters wide. The size of our number 1 main training ground and St. Mary's home field is 112 meters long and 70 meters wide. The length of the home field is also designed to better match the tactical style of our team. Guran nodded secretly. Such a large-sized field is more suitable for wing inward cutting and through pass tactics and can frequently play behind the back. This is simply too consistent with my advantages, right? Inward cutting, through pass, playing behind the back. Which one am I not proficient in? Especially playing behind the back. Of course, this kind of large-sized field also requires very high physical fitness for the players. In terms of defense, it also requires a very high range of motion for the defenders and midfielders. Therefore, before officially entering the English League One, it is best to improve the physical attributes to about 80 points. In this way, you can have a higher advantage in such a large-scale stadium and professional confrontation. Skills such as high-speed dribbling, cutting inside from the wing, and guiding with the magic lamp must also be improved to above +4. Don't worry, take your time. There is still time and opportunity. Old Rice pointed to the third training ground in the distance and said, over there, it is our U18 training ground. You can see that there are many lines drawn on the grass. It can be divided into two small stadiums for training. Guran looked up and saw that there were more than a dozen young players playing training games in the U18 training ground. The atmosphere in the field was quite intense. Old Rice said proudly, behind the U18 training ground, there is also a U12 training ground, which is full of children with football talents selected from Southampton and all over the country. Guran secretly admired in his heart, Southampton Club's youth training is indeed very solid. Old Rice said, okay, it's too far to go there. Let's go directly to the training base to have a look. Guran frowned. Mr. Rice, don't worry, I want to see the youth team's training, just for a while. Old Rice was slightly startled, then laughed. Haha. Goo, I was right about you. You really love football. You can't walk when you see someone playing football. Haha. Okay, I'll go with you to watch for a while. Guran smiled and said, thank you, Mr. Rice. I'm ashamed. In fact, in addition to wanting to see the training level of Southampton's professional youth team, I mainly wanted to take the opportunity to pick up a few training bubbles. The B-level rating can collect bubbles from 20 meters away, so as long as you stand on the sidelines, you will have the opportunity to pick up bubbles on the field. It's not easy to come to the professional club, so I have to pick up a wave anyway. In this way, I don't have to go to the Grop gym to sign autographs for those fitness experts. While thinking about this, Guran walked into the U18 training ground under the guidance of Old Rice, and the two found a seat on the sidelines and sat down. The rhythm of attack and defense on the field changed very quickly, and the confrontation between the two teams was quite professional, but there were also many mistakes between them. It must be said that the intensity of the professional youth team game is several levels higher than that of the amateur high school student game. However, with Guran's current strength, there is no problem playing with these professional youth team players. Of course, if you want to gain a foothold in Southampton's first team, you still have to seize the time and grow up as soon as possible. The national high school student semi-finals and finals are the last chance to grow quickly. After watching for about 10 minutes, neither side scored, but there were many exciting offensive and defensive scenes. Guran took the opportunity to pick up 8 white bubbles of dynamic passing and receiving training, special jumping training, and special strength training. In addition, he also picked up a blue skill bubble of emergency stop acceleration +1. In this way, Guran's emergency stop acceleration was upgraded to +2. Another player also dropped a blue skill bubble, which was strong out of bounds +1. Guran thought about it and decided not to do it for the time being. Leave the last pickup progress to Annie at home. After collecting 8 white bubbles, it just happened to add up to 100 hours of special training with the remaining white bubbles of Guran, and automatically exchanged for 1 special talent point. Together with the talent point picked up in Anna's room yesterday, Guran now has 2 talent points. Guran directly added these 2 talent points to the physical attribute. A high physical attribute can reduce the chance and degree of injury. The physical attribute increased from 68 points to 70 points. Guran secretly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling that every part of his body has been strengthened. Tonight, Annie will get another new experience. Old Rice next to him looked at his watch. Boo, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and go to my office. to discuss the details of the contract. Okay, Mr. Rice. Duran stood up with satisfaction and followed old Rice to the office area of the Staplewood training base. Thanks to Max Xati for the reward. Thanks to Maxim Xiaomi Ankyu for his continuous rewards, and to Flying Dant for his multiple rewards. Thank you for your recommendation votes, monthly tickets, messages, opinions, encouragement, and comments, and thank you for your follow-up subscriptions. I thought that no one would read my unpopular writing style. In fact, I wrote while exploring. It is your support that gave me the courage to continue exploring. Thank you. There will be another update tonight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. This contract is crazy. Duran, I'm just a kid. After leaving the U18 training ground, Duran followed Old Rice into the central complex building of the training base. Old Rice introduced Duran to the multifunctional gym, multimedia tactical room, various coaching offices, conference rooms, restaurants, physical examination and medical centers, physiotherapy rooms and other departments in the building, and finally took Duran to the senior director's office on the third floor. Old Rice's office is very simple, and it is obvious that he does not come here often. The most conspicuous thing on his desk is a photo frame with a gold border. The photo in the photo frame is a photo of young Bale and him. The 17-year-old Bale is really full of vigor and vitality. At Bale's peak period, many people thought he was a substitute for Ronaldo. But who would have thought that 12 years later, Ronaldo is still the world's top player, while Bale has retired. Then I heard Old Rice laugh and say, "Boo, I have prepared a new photo frame for you, waiting for you to shine in the Southampton club. When the time comes, I will put you and Bale here on the left and right. Haha, the other old guys will definitely be envious." Wow, I was unexpectedly drawn another big pie. Duran said in a very real way, "Thank you Mr. Rice for your kindness. I will definitely work hard." Old Rice smiled happily and said, "Boo, I have said it many times, don't be polite to me. This is your own home. Come on, sit down. I will get you the contract. I tell you," Old Rice said as he bent down to open the safe on the other side of the desk, "this contract is definitely the strongest contract that Southampton can offer. I believe that you will be very satisfied after reading it." As he said that, Old Rice took out a thick stack of contracts from the safe. Duran quickly reached out to take it. This is the first contract of his professional career. This contract is heavy and has at least 30 or 40 pages. Duran suddenly felt a headache and once again felt how important it is to find a good agent. This is originally the job of an agent, but after all, it is also the first professional contract in life, so it is better to study it yourself. Duran opened the Star of Hope contract and browsed it carefully. Old Rice sat aside, squinting his eyes and not speaking, like a fisherman who was taking a nap or waiting for a big fish to bite. The biggest fish you can catch in your life. Lama Carter's words echoed in Old Rice's ears. At this moment, Old Rice was very happy. Although he knew that it was not appropriate to compare Duran's signing of the contract to a fish biting the hook. After all, this professional contract was really full of sincerity, but the expectation of catching fish was really wonderful. Continue to create offspring tonight. Old Rice straightened his back and thought, let's do it next week. Next week, you can still watch Duran play in the semi-finals. Duran didn't care about Old Rice's fiery eyes, but read the contract carefully. This contract seems to have many pages, but it is actually divided into 4 parts. The first few pages detailed the responsibilities and obligations of both parties as professional club/professional players, as well as many principles for handling various disputes, and quoted various arbitration rules applicable to athletes in the UK. For example, how to deal with problems such as the club failing to pay wages on time, or failing to provide players with standard training equipment. Another example is how to deal with problems such as players failing to come to the training base on time for training, or unprofessional strikes, and disobeying the head coach's arrangements. This part is really meticulous. In fact, it is a standard contract. All professional player contracts will have this standard. Duran quickly passed by and directly transitioned to the second part of the contract. The second part is different from the standard contract. The focus of the second part is the contract period, the club's positioning of the player, and the minimum termination clause. This part states at the beginning that Southampton club will train Duran in the way of cultivating future team core. Duran is the third rising star player of Southampton club, sharing the same training resources with Chamberlain and Luke Shaw before. The contract is signed for a period of 3 years in the UK. Players under the age of 18 can only sign a 3-year contract at most. Duran noticed that there was a clause added to his contract. When Duran turns 18, Southampton club has the right to offer a new contract at any time with a salary and value no less than the current contract, and Duran must sign it. Obviously, this is a small contract trap. It is not a scam, but it is definitely a trick of Southampton club to bind Duran. Seeing this, Duran couldn't help but smile knowingly. This little trap is actually nothing. After all, the club has invested so many resources in you. It is impossible to let you go after 3 years. You must sign a contract with a longer term and a higher termination fee after you turn 18. The club's thoughts are also fully reflected in the minimum termination fee clause. Generally speaking, there is a clear provision in the Spanish professional league that players over 17 years old must have a minimum termination fee when signing a contract to ensure the interests of young players. In the UK, there is no such mandatory provision. Not all players over 17 years old have to sign a minimum termination fee, but as long as they sign a minimum termination fee, they will be protected and constrained by the Football Association competition regulations. The release fee is not only binding on the players, but also on the club. If the club does not want the player, or wants to reduce the weekly salary of the player, or wants to loan the player out, but the player does not want to, then the player has the right to continue to enjoy the current contract until the contract expires, unless the club pays the release fee and fires the player. Otherwise, the player can come to work every day, play badly, and play golf easily. The most typical example in this regard is that Duran couldn't help but look up at the photo frame on the desk of Old Rice. When Old Rice saw this scene, he was even more crazy and happy. I knew it. It is still very useful to paint a pie for young people. Duran must be thinking about how to become a star like Bale now. So, he must be eager to sign the contract. Duran buried his head again and continued to look at the contract. The release fee is a constraint on the player. When the player is not satisfied with playing in a small club and a big club offers a more attractive contract, the small club can use the release fee to prevent the player from directly jumping to another club. As long as the small club does not approve the player's transfer, the big club can only terminate the current contract and take the player away if it pays the penalty set in the contract. In this way, the small club will not lose anything. The amount of the termination fee is generally determined based on the total contract price and the club's assessment of the player's future. Generally speaking, the termination fee of ordinary players is 1.25 times or 2 times the total contract price. The termination fee of key players will be around 3 times the total price of their current contract, and the core players in the team will even reach about 5 times the total price of their contracts. As for superstars, like Ronaldo and Messi, they cannot be constrained by the multiples of their contract value. As a star of hope, Duran is considered a key player in terms of termination fee. So normally, Duran's termination fee is probably within 3 times the total value of his contract. Duran quickly calculated in his mind, if calculated based on a weekly salary of £2,600, the total value of this 3-year contract is about £400,000, so the penalty for his liquidated damages should be between £1 million and £1.2 million. Duran flipped through several pages in a row and finally saw the minimum liquidated damages set by Southampton for him at the bottom. £5 million. Damn. Are you crazy? Duran rubbed his eyes and read it again. It was indeed £5 million. I'm just a kid. I'm just a grassroots amateur high school student. The first professional contract is set so high? The minimum release fee of £5 million, not to mention the teams in the English Championship and English League One can't afford it. Even the Premier League teams will be daunted. After all, £5 million can buy a lot of well-known Premier League players. Grit your teeth and add another 2 million. It's enough to buy a star of Carvalho's level. Of course, such a high penalty fee can indeed reflect that Southampton club is really optimistic about Guran's future and is taking precautions against being poached by other clubs. This really treats me as a treasure. I really want to sing a line. Let me like it, and let me worry. Guran smiled secretly and continued to browse. The third part of the professional contract is about money. This is a heavy part, which occupies the most pages. It is roughly divided into weekly salary, bonus, fine, advertising revenue share, broadcast revenue share, image rights share, and other financial issues. The first two items are introduced, namely the league ranking revenue share and broadcast revenue share. In Guran's contract, the share of these two items is 0. The contract uses a relatively long section to explain why Guran does not have a ranking revenue share and a broadcast revenue share in the English League One. These two revenues are very low and cannot be compared with the scale of rewards in the Premier League. In the Premier League, as long as you win the championship, all the players in the first team can each share a championship bonus of about £1 million. As for the Premier League's broadcast revenue, it is also super high. It is no exaggeration to say that it is absolutely the best in the world, and there is no rival in the 5 major leagues. The 20 Premier League teams can share £1.44 billion together, data from around 2010, reaching €5.05 billion of domestic revenue plus €2.103 billion of overseas broadcasting revenue in 2022. The top-ranked Big Six gets the most, taking 25% of the £1.44 billion. The lower-ranked clubs can get about £1 million more for each higher ranking. The revenue from overseas broadcasting alone is enough to beat the domestic broadcasting revenue of the other 4 major leagues. Isn't it awesome? What about the revenue of the English League One? According to current data, the prize money that the champion team of the English League One can get is only £10,000. The gap in broadcasting revenue is even greater. The 24 clubs of the English League One have to share £400,000 together, which is less than £20,000 for each club. So, why does every club want to impact the Premier League like a chicken blood? Why do Premier League clubs dare to spend money like crazy to buy players? This is a world of difference between £400,000 and £1.44 billion. Seeing this, Guran was also amazed and sighed in his heart. Before rebirth, he only thought that the Premier League was good because it was the birthplace of modern football and that the players were professional enough. It was not until this moment that he realized that this was really a waste of money. When there is a chance in the future, we must also buy a club to enjoy it. In this contract, a supplementary clause was added. If Southampton can enter the Premier League in the future, then Guran's ranking share and broadcast share will be the second highest in the team, only lower than the old players with main contracts. I have to say that this is really quite sincere. Of course, if it can really help Southampton club to achieve a triple jump back to the Premier League, then Guran's strength will definitely be more than that of a second-tier player. Therefore, this supplementary clause is indeed sincere, but in fact it is just a pie. Next, it is the advertising revenue share and the players' portrait rights share. For these two items, Southampton club has given a 30% share ratio. This share ratio is also very sincere. There is no need to explain the advertising revenue. The players' image rights are actually equivalent to personal copyright. As long as one's face, image, signature, etc. appear in commercial activities, the other party must pay the image rights fee. Player image rights are the bulk of the star's personal commercial income, and it is also an item that the club can directly obtain financial benefits from after buying the star. However, for Guran, it is still too early to consider these. Although the profit-sharing ratio in this contract is sincere, it is just a pie in the sky in a low-level league like English League One. Next, it is the weekly salary, bonus and fine. The weekly salary is £2,600, which is paid for 52 weeks a year. This price was also revealed by Old Rice before. Although it is not as good as Chelsea's £4,000, it is definitely very sincere for the Southampton club. A rich friend who eats tens of thousands of pounds a meal gives you 100 yuan, and a poor friend who eats vegetables and radishes every day gives you 100 yuan. The emotional weight of these two 100 yuan is completely different. The bonus is divided into two parts. The first is the best of the match bonus. As long as you get the best of the match in the professional competition, you can get a reward of £3,000. This bonus is not set for Guran, but the standard for all players in Southampton's first team. To get this bonus, you must first play as a first team player in an official match, and get the highest score of the game. £3,000 is not high, but as long as you have the ability, you can get it every week, and it is a considerable reward when added up. You should know that in the English League One, most teams do not have a best of the match bonus. Even many English Championship teams do not have this bonus. The second is the Championship upgrade bonus within the club. As long as Southampton's first team can get the qualification to upgrade to the English Championship, the first team's salary will increase by 10%. If it wins the English League One Championship and is directly upgraded with the Championship qualification, then the first team's salary will directly increase by 12%. In terms of fines, they are mainly late, early departure, fighting, violations, disobeying arrangements, and talking back to the coach, etc. The severity of the fines also varies. For example, the lightest fine is for being late, with a fine of £50 for each lateness. The heaviest fine is for talking back to the coach or beating teammates. Depending on the severity of the case, the maximum fine is 3 months' salary, and the player will be demoted to the reserve team. After reading the weekly salary and bonus section, the rest are the various details. For example, before officially signing the contract, the player must complete a physical examination and evaluation by the team doctor, complete a physical examination and assessment by the coaching staff, and sign several exemption agreements, etc. The minimum appearance rate that Guran cares about most is indeed written into the supplementary clause at the end of the contract, and a detailed explanation is also given. For example, if Guran's physical fitness is not up to standard after evaluation, or if he is injured or sick, or if the coaching staff believes that Guran is not in a good condition for the game, then the minimum appearance rate clause will be discounted or invalidated, etc. In a word, if the club signs you, it will never let you play badly. Playing badly as a professional player means being unprofessional. After reading more than 30 pages, Guran's eyes are almost blurry. Fortunately, he finally has a general understanding of the professional contract. During the whole process of Guran reading the contract, Old Rice was staring at Guran and observing, "My big fish, is it time to take the bait?" Guran closed the thick contract and smiled calmly. "Mr. Rice, this contract is really great and sincere. I'm very touched. I can't wait to sign it now." But, Old Rice covered his heart. He was most afraid of this. He was most afraid of this. For a moment, Old Rice suddenly felt that it was not him who was fishing, but the fish that was fishing him. He felt that he was being controlled by Guran, but he couldn't believe it. After all, Guran was just a 17-year-old grassroots amateur high school player. Guran smiled. "Mr. Rice, there are a few things I need to discuss with you further." Chapter 164. The hunting time has come. The first professional contract is finally finalized. Old Le felt like he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Fortunately, Guran was just discussing, not refusing to sign. Old Le tried to calm his trembling heart. Of course. This is just a contract provided by our club. Of course you can make requests. If you have any requests, just say it, and we will discuss and negotiate together," he said hurriedly. "First question, Mr. Rice, is the termination fee of this contract too high?" Old Rice laughed. "Is that the question? Goo, I'm very optimistic about you. I think you are worth more than 5 million, and I even want to go higher." Guran asked confusedly, "Can't it be lowered to about 1 million? Leole said with a smile. "No. Although it is said to be a negotiation, Lacey is still very experienced in wrangling." In his mind, Guran is a once-in-a-thousand-year talent player. Such a talented player will be played sooner or later. If the termination fee is really only 1 million, doesn't it mean that he has been fattened and given away in vain? Guran asked, "Is it true that it can't be lowered?" even if it is reduced to £3 million? Hahaha, Lacey laughed easily. Seeing Guran's confused look, Lacey was completely relieved. He felt as if he was holding the fishing rod again. Guran is still a child after all. Just the way he bargained with him showed that he was a novice at all. Got it. This time it's alright. Old Lace calmed down and grinned. My dear Gu, we can discuss everything else, but the issue of the termination fee really cannot be reduced. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Guran's mouth. Then he shrugged helplessly. Okay, then I'll talk about the second question. Old Len adjusted his sitting posture and leaned comfortably on the back of his boss chair. Tell me, except for the settlement fee, there are other you can mention the termination fee casually. Even if you kill me, it will not be reduced. Guran immediately said, there is no labor certificate clause in this contract. You know, Mr. Rice, I joined Southampton Club. The prerequisite is to obtain a labor certificate and participate in professional games with the first team. Although I fully believe in your ability, Mr. Rice, the club failed to issue a labor certificate for me. If I sign this contract, then I will be trapped in the U18 team of Southampton Club. Old Rice was completely frozen in the boss's chair. The soft seat back was no longer comfortable at this moment, but like a bottomless trap, keeping him sinking. Old Les struggled subconsciously. This big man who has experienced countless storms has lost his composure at this moment. He never expected that, after reading more than 30 pages of the contract in 10 minutes, Guran's thinking would still be so clear and agile. Moreover, Guran immediately caught the biggest loophole in the contract. The labor certificate is indeed a prerequisite for this contract and cannot be avoided. Mr. Rice, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Guran suppressed the smile in his heart, his face full of real concern. No, it's okay, I'm fine. After all, Lacey was a man who had been there before, and he quickly returned to his normal state. But in Leolise's heart, it was like the Pacific Ocean was being overturned. Only then did old Le truly realize that something was wrong, and that I had become prey. Before the old Rice could fully react, Guran said directly, Mr. Rice, I hope that the labor certificate clause can be written into the contract. If Southampton Club cannot apply for it by the beginning of the new season, if I get a labor certificate, then even if Southampton Club breaches the contract, I will be free and receive the minimum termination fee from Southampton Club. La Rice was immediately stunned by the termination fee. At this moment, he felt like he was being dragged directly into the sea by a giant deep sea shark, including people in the boat. What else is there to say about fishhooks and not fishhooks? What else can you say about being in control? This is great. I'm going to be eaten alive. You're careless. This kid Guran is not a fish at all. He is pretending to be a fish and eating the boat. What the hell? If he can't get a labor certificate, not only will Guran run away, but he will also have to pay him a termination fee of £5 million. Could it be that this kid had planned it from the beginning and was just waiting for this moment to hunt me? Impossible. He is so young. How could he have such careful thoughts? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be a coincidence. I must be overthinking it. After being confused for a while, Lacey said tremblingly, wait a minute, I suddenly feel that what you just said, Guran, is right. The termination fee is indeed set high. This slap in the face came too fast. Old Le had just said proudly that the termination fee would not be reduced, even if he killed him. As a result, I rounded it out and gave myself a big competition bag. Guran smiled calmly and said unhurriedly, oh, really? Let's reduce it to 1 million, right? Actually, I think it's fine if there is no termination fee. This way, if Mr. Rice can't apply for a labor certificate, Southampton Club will not lose a dime. When old Le heard this, his whole face turned red with excitement. Goo, if you say that. Old Le took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said resolutely, the termination fee will not be reduced. It will only be £5 million. The labor certificate terms will also be added according to your requirements. If I, Lariad, can't get you a labor certificate, Southampton Club will be willing to let you go and compensate you £5 million. Yes, I dare to write this into the contract, because I will definitely do it. Come on. I'm confident that I will keep you at Southampton Club and I will do my best to do so. Good. That's enough for a man. Duran secretly admired Lacey. His appreciation for Lele didn't just come from now. Ever since Lele said he could pull it out, Duran admired the old man's toughness. Being able to withstand the pressure of potentially losing £5 million and adding the labor certificate clause shows that Lacey's love and trust in him are absolutely unadulterated. Duran immediately said, "Thank you, Mr. Rice. I believe you can do it, and I will never let you down." Old Rice was full of pride. "Yes, that's right. We all have to work hard. Goo, if you have any other requests, just say them together." Duran said, "I'm satisfied with other aspects of the contract. I only have one last small request. Just say it." Duran said immediately, "I think after the high school championship game is over, before the club starts training in the new season, we can train at the Staplewood training base. There are still 2 days left in the National High School Championship. A game will end in a dozen days at most, and the training date for the club's first team is July 10th. There is still about half a month in between, and it can't be wasted. Moreover, during the past half month, training with the U18 professional youth team of Southampton club will also allow Duran to gradually adapt to professional life." Old Lacey said in surprise, "Boo, don't you want to take this time to rest and relax?" Duran said seriously, "No, I need to work harder to enter the professional league." "Baby, who needs to work harder?" said with a serious look on his face. "Visit a prostitute. Be prepared to shock English League One and defeat your opponents all the way." Old Rice nodded with satisfaction. "You are indeed a player I like. You are a genius, and you work so hard. I believe you will be able to shine in the professional league soon. Okay, your request is no problem. It doesn't even need to be written into the contract. As long as you sign this professional contract, you are a member of the Southampton club. You can come to train whenever you want during the holidays." Duran said immediately, "Then, I have no other questions. As long as the contract is revised, I can sign it at any time." Old Les said excitedly, "Great. Goo, wait here for a moment. I will find the general manager and legal director of the club immediately. Let's deal with the new contract. It may take some time, about 1 to 2 hours. You can walk around in the training base." Okay, Duran nodded. Old Le took the old contract and hurried out of his office. It stands to reason that signing a professional contract is not the responsibility of senior management of the board of directors like Lele, but Duran is very special, so Lele naturally has to do it himself. Adding contract terms requires review by the legal department and signature by the general manager. After the modification is completed, it must be reviewed again, and then reprinted and stamped. This series of necessary processes must be completed, which takes at least 1 day. Only with the intervention of Lacey, the process was greatly shortened. Taking advantage of this time, Duran went to visit the multifunctional gym, physical therapy room, restaurant, showroom and other places in the training base. In the showroom at the training base, Duran also saw huge photos of Southampton club's past meritorious players, including Kevin Keegan, Alan Shearer, Peter Crouch, and Wayne Bridge, and Gareth Bale. They are all well-known figures, especially tall guy Crouch and cuckold Bridge. Crouch played for Southampton during the 2005 season, and his wife was the famous socialite model Abby Clancy. The two often cheated on each other, but they were still very loving. Bridge is in a worse situation. He is the person whose good brother Terry slept with his girlfriend. In fact, Bridge can be regarded as a very good typical English right back. Bridge is an authentic Southamptonian and a product of Southampton's youth training. He can compete with Lampard for the title of Iron Man. Bridge once played 113 consecutive Premier League games until the Green Hat scandal occurred, and his streak of consecutive appearances was broken by Lampard. After the cuckold scandal, Bridge suffered another serious knee injury and became a glass man from then on. Then he retired early in 2014, which was a shame. Therefore, if you want to be a professional player, don't find a girlfriend. A creature like a girlfriend will only delay football. Of course I'm an exception, because I have been through this before, and I can be self-disciplined. After Duran wandered around the training base for about an hour and a half, he received another call from Lacey. The new contract is ready. Duran immediately went to Lacey's office. At this time, there were already several senior club bosses sitting in Lacey's office, and they all came to witness Guran's signature. Lacey introduced Guran one by one, and Guran also shook hands with the big guys politely and said hello. One of them is also the coach of the U18 youth training team. Lacey deliberately called the coach of the youth training team here, so that Guran could train with the U18 youth training team. After a polite exchange of greetings, Lacey handed the revised new contract to Guran. Guran briefly browsed it and determined that several other important places had not been changed, except that the terms of the labor certificate had been added, so he took the signature pen handed over by Lacey and signed his name. From this moment on, he is a real professional player. From an amateur to semi-professional, he jumped directly to the ranks of professional players. Guran couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. The wheel of fate in the previous life has changed. Those big guys in football, wait for me. After Guran signed his name, the big guys in the office applauded. Old Le was even more excited and gave Guran a big hug. Gu, my child. From today on, we are a family. Saints welcome you. I'm sorry, this signing was very hasty and there was no what kind of signing ceremony will I prepare for you, but don't worry, we will definitely use the maximum resources to train you. Tomorrow, I will officially operate your labor certificate. Just wait patiently for my good news. Thank you, Mr. Rice, thank you all. Guran said excitedly, this is the first professional contract in my life. Southampton Club is a very professional and promising club. I'm very grateful to the club for giving me such a generous offer. Conditions. I'm also grateful for the importance the club places on me. I will fight for the Saints, and I will burn every bit of my strength for the Saints. Okay. Go. Look after you. Come on. The Saints are moving forward. The atmosphere in the entire office reached its peak. After signing the contract, Lacey and others wanted to stay with Guran to have dinner and celebrate together, but Guran declined, because he had to train tomorrow. We do have to train tomorrow, but more importantly, we need to cherish Anne Hathaway tonight. Seeing Guran's persistence, Lacey no longer forced himself. A large group of senior executives took the initiative to send Guran downstairs and to the parking lot. This row of noodles is also extremely rare in the entire Southampton club. When the senior executives saw that the car Guran drove turned out to be a Porsche Cayenne, they all showed surprised expressions. Guran smiled helplessly. Oh, my girlfriend insisted on giving it to me, and there was nothing I could do about it. The senior officials were all envious of Ma. Guran waved goodbye to the senior management, started the car, and left the Staplewood training base. Annie, I'm back. As soon as Guran arrived home, he ran to Annie's room excitedly. As soon as he entered the room, Guran saw a bright red talent point bubble falling from Annie's window. However, Anne's mood was much better than before. Seeing Guran coming back, Annie rushed over with a skilled hug. Gu, why did you come back? I almost miss you. Damn, we've only been apart for a long time, and you already miss me so much. Fortunately, I'm strong enough, otherwise, I would really be afraid that I would not be able to withstand your demands. Guran chuckled, concentrating his thoughts to collect the gifted talent point bubble through the air and directly adding it to the physical attributes, while holding Annie's waist and hips with his hands. I also want to come back early, but you also know, signed contracts are very troublesome, and I don't have an agent. Annie immediately said, if you want an agent, I can introduce you to one. Guran smiled and said, no, all the agents you know are there. Film and television are very different from each other. That's right. Annie asked with concern, have you signed your contract? Guran said with a happy smile, yes. Annie said excitedly, so, you are now a professional player? Guran nodded, yes. That's great. Gu, I knew you could do it. Annie's eyes were filled with excitement. He blushed. I knew you could do it. You will definitely become a big football star. You will definitely become a big football star known to the whole world. Guran smiled mischievously. Then how should you reward me? What about me? Annie blushed. I hate it. What reward do you want? There are still a few more actions. I think we need to have an in-depth discussion. Guran carried Annie to the floor-to-ceiling window. Annie said coquettishly, Boo, no, it's not dark yet, and we haven't had dinner yet. We'll eat later. Is it really just a while? You don't understand me yet? There is another chapter today, which will be posted later. Chapter 165, 2 tubes of chicken blood. It's one of those days when I'm not very convenient. The next morning, Guran woke up at the urging of the set alarm clock. They had so much fun from yesterday afternoon until after 12 o'clock in the evening. Anna's coquettish screams were louder than the waves outside. Guran's ears still seemed to linger on the charming sound waves. Guran couldn't help but kiss Annie on the face while she was sleeping. Annie snorted like a sickly girl and turned away. She was already very feminine, and after continuous nourishment in the past few days, she was even more feminine. Guran's young body suddenly became interested again. Is Annie better, or is my young body more vigorous? No. I have to go back to the team for training today. I have to be self-disciplined. I'm a professional player now. How can I not be self-disciplined? Guran quickly removed his hands from Anna's waist and hips, got up cruelly, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and let his body calm down. After thinking about it, it should be that his young body has a stronger demand. The physical attribute has made a qualitative leap compared to when I was just reborn, and in recent days, I have focused on the physical attribute. This physical attribute, in addition to reducing the chance of injury and illness, seems to make the young body more excited. So I was already very excited last night, but when I saw Anna's sickly look in the morning, I immediately wanted to be excited again. Is this a side effect of the improved physical attribute? Damn, what should I do in the future? Don't panic. It doesn't matter. Although my young body is becoming more and more unruly, my soul is getting stronger and stronger in the storms and waves. Let the storms and waves come more violently. I will definitely be able to withstand the test. After taking a shower, Guran was indeed much calmer. Guran also used the liquid nitrogen freezing space capsule in the sauna steam room to restore some of the physical energy consumed last night. Although it was very intense last night, the physical attribute was high enough. After a good sleep, coupled with ice and fire therapy, the physical energy was restored to 70% or 80%. With the current upper limit of physical fitness, even if only 70% or 80% has been recovered, it is much higher than the other teammates of the Bucks Steelhorns. So today's training will definitely not fall behind. However, from today until the end of the semifinals, you really have to be self-disciplined. Training will consume a lot of physical energy. If you don't discipline yourself at night, your legs will definitely be weak the next day. After the ice and fire therapy, Guran went to the kitchen, made a nutritious breakfast for himself, and left one for Annie. Then, Guran took his sports backpack and drove out to Southampton High School. Just like before, Guran climbed over the wall and went directly to the training ground. The time was just right, and the players of the Bucks Steelhorns had already arrived at the training ground at this time. After 2 days of vacation, the teammates have recovered well, and the joy of winning the semifinals is still on their faces. Everyone looks excited. Hi. Goo. Congratulations. Congratulations on becoming a professional player of the Saints. Goo. This time, I'll treat you, no matter what you say. Fuck. Goo. You are really awesome. You have entered the first team of Southampton Club without any noise. This is our dream. The teammates all surrounded Guran, congratulating him and envying him. Guran was surprised and asked, "Where did you get the news from?" The teammates said in a flurry, "Where do we need to get it from? Southampton is such a small place. Who doesn't have a relative who can play football?" Southampton's Lighthouse Evening News reported it last night. If you don't believe it, go buy a newspaper and read it yourself. I got the news that you signed a contract to become a professional player from my girlfriend. Damn, my girlfriend knows you better than I do. She even knows that you like black stockings. Where did this news come from? Wait, there are almost no men who don't like black these days, right? Guran smiled helplessly. Well, I did sign a contract with Southampton yesterday, but the contract has not been officially activated yet. It will not be officially effective until the physical examination and physical test are completed at the beginning of the season. I didn't expect the gossip to spread so quickly. It is estimated that the gossip was also deliberately leaked by Southampton Club, which is equivalent to declaring sovereignty to other clubs that covet Guran, and telling them, Guran belongs to Southampton. This is also good. It can avoid a lot of unnecessary harassment. However, I still want to be low-key. This is good, and I'm passively pretending again. Haha. As expected. Goo. You are really awesome. I also want to be a professional player. Goo. You are my role model and goal. Goo. Tell us quickly, how much weekly salary did Southampton club offer you? All the players were very curious. Guran waved his hand and said modestly, it's not too high, just enough to get by. Minato patted Guran on the shoulder. It's okay if the weekly salary is a little lower. After all, you entered the professional team as an amateur high school student. And you can directly enter the first team. Even if you are paid 300 or 500 per week, it's still very cool. Brett also nodded and comforted. Yes, we are all envious. We all want to join the professional club, but no one wants us. Even if we can join the youth team, we will be very happy. Rusty said proudly, I want to join Southampton club too. I want to be teammates with Goo. Ever since Goo ran, fed him a corner kick, and experienced the feeling of scoring a goal with a head of blood, this guy has been thinking about being fed by Guran every day. Guran smiled and said, come on, everyone. What's the use of us cheering ourselves? Glider asked worriedly. Goo, you already have a professional contract with Southampton club, so will you come to the next semi-final against the Golden Fleece? This is also the most concerned issue for all the players of the Bucks Steelhorns. Guran is the core ace of the team. He is the engine of offense, the iron wall of defense. Everyone knows that the Bucks Steelhorns can reach the national top 4, and it is entirely due to Guran. If Guran said that he would not play, then even if the Bucks Steelhorns tried harder, there would be no need to have any illusions. Guran immediately said, of course. I'm still a Southampton high school student. I'm still a member of the Bucks Steelhorns. I will not abandon my teammates. I will go all out to play our next 2 games. 2 games? Goo, you mean? The teammates present were immediately excited. That's right. Guran looked around with a firm gaze and said in a deep voice, it's just what you think. Our next opponent is Golden Fleece. We must beat them again. We want to enter the finals. Compete for the championship and runner-up. That's right. Roar, roar, roar. Beat Golden Fleece again. Shave Golden Fleece into a silver bald man again. Buck Steelhorn. Fight to the end. I can't control it anymore. Let's start warming up. The entire Buck Steelhorn team started warming up, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Looking at the excited look of his teammates, Guran suddenly felt that he had received the true teachings of Coach Carter. The warm-up run began, and Guran was still the first to take the lead. Although his physical strength had only recovered 70% to 80%, it was still very easy to abuse his teammates. However, this time, his teammates also tried their best to catch up, and their mental outlook was stronger than ever before. Guran signing as a professional player was really inspiring. His teammates didn't have much hope of becoming professional players, but with Guran as an example, all the players saw the hope of becoming professional players. Don't say anything, just do it. When everyone was warming up, Coach Carter came to the training ground with a relaxed look on his face. Since leading the school team to the top 4 in the country, Coach Carter has already exceeded his task. In addition, Guran's signing with Southampton club has been settled, and Coach Carter's face is full of joy. During the days off, he also drank with old friends, pretended to be cool, and had a very happy time. As for the semi-finals and finals of the National High School Student Competition, to be honest, Coach Carter did not have any extravagant hopes. However, when he came to the training ground and saw the boys warming up enthusiastically, Coach Carter was shocked. Are these kids crazy? Why are they working harder than usual? Who gave them the chicken blood? If this kind of morale is used, maybe there is really hope for the semi-finals? Coach Carter's heart beat violently, and his ambition was aroused again. Coach Carter wanted to warm up with these young guys. However, thinking of the last time he was beaten 3 times by Guran, Coach Carter suppressed his thoughts. After the warm-up run and warm-up exercises were over, Coach Carter called the players in front of him and gave them a lecture. Everyone performed very well in the warm-up run this morning. On the 22nd, that is, in 4 days, we will face our old rival Rugby Golden Fleece in the semi-finals. Tell me, do you have the confidence to beat them again? Yes. 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 The players of the Bucks Steel Horns roared in unison. Their passion was overwhelming. Coach Carter nodded with satisfaction. Very good. As long as you always maintain this passionate attitude, we will definitely win. In addition, before the official training today, I have to announce a good news to everyone. Duran has signed a contract with Southampton club. Coach, we all know it. Coach, we knew it earlier than you. Coach, we all congratulated Duran. The players said in unison. Coach Carter sneered. Do you know what contract he signed with Southampton? Do you know how much his weekly salary was in his first professional contract? The players immediately fell silent. Coach Carter said proudly, Duran's contract is a Star of Hope contract. The same treatment as the first team. His weekly salary is £2,600. This does not include bonuses. As soon as these words came out, the scene was like a pot of boiling water. Wow. Fuck. That's awesome. Duran just told us that it's just enough to get by. £2,600 a week. Barely enough to get by. We want to know, what kind of life do you usually live? Living in a big villa, driving a luxury car, sleeping with female stars? That's really fucking stupid. Duran's face was full of laughter and tears. I really don't want to pretend, but Coach Carter doesn't allow it. Coach Carter pressed his palm and said in a deep voice, Duran is everyone's role model. Everyone should work hard. As long as you win the semi-finals and make it to the finals, each of you will have the hope of becoming a professional player. Yeah. Come on. We all have to become professional players. After these 2 tubes of chicken blood, the main players of the Bucks Steel Horns team were all red-eyed. Coach Carter waved his hand. Okay, start training. The Bucks Steel Horns players rushed to fight hard as soon as they came up. Today's training is mainly based on group confrontation. After all, the next opponent is the Rugby Golden Fleece, and the Rugby Golden Fleece is best at physical confrontation, so the Bucks Steel Horns also specifically improve their confrontation and reduce the mistakes that may be caused by insufficient physical confrontation. A defensive counter-attack team can only have a chance to win if it reduces mistakes and seizes the opponent's mistakes. To seize the opponent's mistakes, you can rely on Duran, the core trump card. And reducing mistakes requires the efforts of the whole team. In the group confrontation training, Duran was 1-on-1 at first, then changed to 1-on-2, and in the afternoon training, it was directly changed to 1-on-3. Even in the face of a 3-person joint double team, Duran can withstand it. Of course, the 3-person double team defense of this team is definitely a lot worse than the 3-person double team of the Golden Fleece team. However, such targeted training is indeed very powerful. In the confrontation, Duran also took the opportunity to pick up 9 white bubbles about physical training, sprint training, strength training, etc. This time, the pickup did not collect enough special training results for 100 hours, so no talent points were automatically exchanged. But there is no rush. There is also an Anne Hathaway at home. After the training that day, the players of the Bucks Steel Horns were not in a hurry to leave, but followed Duran and practiced together until 7 o'clock in the evening. It was not until everyone vomited and Duran's own physical strength was basically exhausted that they dispersed and went home. This feeling of training to the point of exhaustion is really fucking cool. That night, Duran drove back to the Dune Villa. Just like before, Duran picked up Anne's talent point bubble as soon as he entered the door. Not to mention anything else, Anne's output alone is really quite stable. So, should I reward her tonight? Wait, should I reward her or reward my young and vigorous body? I have to be self-disciplined. With my current physical fitness and physical attributes, I'm not high enough to have a wild party 4 days before the competition. When Duran was thinking like this, Annie threw herself into Duran's arms coquettishly, rubbing back and forth like a little kitten, and rubbing her fiery red lips against Duran's ear. Boo, you're finally back. I missed you so much. You've been training for a whole day. You must be exhausted. Do you want me to rub you? Damn. This annoying little goblin. She's just too good at it. No. I have to be self-disciplined. Duran hardened his heart and gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, Annie. I have a competition in 4 days, and the next competition is more important. So, Yes, it's those days when it's not convenient for me again. Annie chuckled. I know. You're going to compete again soon. I was just teasing you on purpose. You made me unable to get out of bed these 2 days, and I didn't even have a good meal. Now you have to prepare for the competition. Of course I have to take this opportunity to take revenge on you. Damn. This little goblin. Duran couldn't help but handballed her fiercely. Annie, you are so naughty. Wait until I finish the game, and then you'll see how I'll deal with you. Anna's peach blossom eyes were so charming, and her voice was so charming, that it made people's blood boil. Come on, wait for you. Duran put Annie down, and turned to walk out. Annie hurriedly asked, hey, where are you going? Duran said without looking back, to cook. After that, Duran walked out of Anna's room. Duran leaned against the wall, and took a deep breath, looked down, and thought to himself, if I don't leave, she will catch me. Damn it. Annie sat on the bed blankly, thinking to herself, it's over. He probably doesn't have any new feelings for me anymore. I have to work hard. After dinner and a walk, Duran found an excuse to go back to his room, lock the door, and continue to hand paint the storyboard script for Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises. Annie bit her lip and said to herself again, I have to work hard. Before going to bed at night, Duran used the liquid nitrogen freezing space capsule and sauna steam room again to restore his physical strength. As long as he had a good sleep tonight, he would be able to recover 70% to 80% tomorrow morning. How could he be safe tonight? Duran himself did not believe it. Sure enough, when Duran returned to the room wrapped in a bath towel, Annie had already been lying on the bed. Annie was still wearing the maid outfit that had been torn before, and the places that should have been covered were all half covered. It seemed that she would have to sleep with her back to the calculus formula tonight. Duran sighed slightly and got into bed. Okay, I feel relieved. Annie then chuckled. Be good. After that, Annie arched her waist and hips, found a comfortable angle, and fell asleep contentedly. Duran, what a sin. The next morning, Duran woke up by himself. The same happened on the third day. The fourth day is finally the 22nd. Competition day has arrived. Chapter 166. Coach Carter, are you here to fight? Annie, I can't hold it anymore. 22nd. Duran got up early and patted Anna's waist and hips. Annie, it's time to get up. Annie snorted coquettishly. No, I want to sleep a little longer. Duran said, okay, then I'll go to the competition by myself. When Annie heard this, she quickly turned over and sat up, hanging on Duran like a koala. No. Go. I want to go with you. I want to watch you compete. I want to have fun. Duran hugged Anna's waist and hips, and said with a smile, why don't you get up and put on your clothes quickly? Annie said coquettishly, let's kiss first, and then lie down together for a while, just a little while, otherwise I won't have the energy to get up. Damn, you gave me this so early in the morning. It seems that your depression is really almost cured. Will you get up? Will you get up? Annie begged for mercy. Oh, hate it. Don't do this. I don't dare anymore. I really don't dare anymore. I'll get up right away. Seeing Anna's pure and lewd look, Duran was so satisfied. You said no, so you don't? Call me master. Annie begged for mercy and pain. Master, I don't dare anymore, damn it. So cool. Duran kissed Annie on the face with satisfaction. Good boy, hurry up and get up. We'll continue tonight. Annie collapsed on the bed. Her body couldn't calm down for a long time. Duran went to the bathroom to take a shower, and by the way, he used liquid nitrogen to freeze the space capsule in the sauna steam room to restore his physical strength. Of course, this physical strength was not consumed with Annie. During these 4 days, Duran has always been chaste, although Annie was intentionally or unintentionally pushing him to the point of bursting every night. In the end, Duran still kept the bottom line of self-discipline. During these 4 days, Duran used all his physical strength on training. Yesterday's team training was also mainly for physical recovery, so Duran's physical fitness has now fully recovered to the best competitive state. In addition, during these 4 days, Duran automatically exchanged 4 talent points by picking up the training results of his teammates. Together with the 4 talent points that Annie dropped steadily, and the 1 talent point accumulated before, Duran now has a total of 9 talent points. and normally, he should be able to exchange another talent point today. Guran took a deep breath, his chest full of ambition. With these talent points as capital, I must knock down the golden fleece this afternoon, and then I can have a great time. After the ice and fire therapy, Guran came to the kitchen in high spirits to make a nutritious breakfast. Annie, wearing a white all-short skirt, stood in front of Guran with a resentful face. Boo, it's all your fault. The upper part of my clothes used to be very loose, but now it's almost making me unable to breathe. Guran couldn't help but take a few more glances. Indeed, wow. Annie is really becoming more and more feminine. This figure is awesome. It's even hotter than the figure of Annie when she played Catwoman in my previous life. Annie's upper body not only experienced a secondary development, but her waist to hip ratio is also more obvious, but her belly and legs are thinner. Come to think of it, Annie exercised too much in the past few days. She was too tired to get out of bed, and she didn't eat enough. This is all my fault. Now Annie has been nourished to the state of blooming in spring. She is simply perfect among perfections, a beauty among beauties. This kind of figure is matched with Annie's pure and lustful peach blossom eyes. No one can resist it. Guran smiled wickedly. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Eat more. You may not be able to have dinner tonight. Annie was panicked. The sins she committed in the past 4 days finally came to be repaid. Goo, I think we should stop loving and killing each other. Haha, let's eat. Goo, am I wrong? Okay. Haha, let's eat. Well, I want to eat more. Okay, I have a baguette, 2 eggs, and a bowl of soy milk, all for you. After breakfast, Guran drove Annie to Southampton High School. The school team's chartered bus was waiting at the school gate. Guran and Annie were going to transfer to the chartered bus and go to the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, Wales with the Bucks steel horns. In order to be low-key, Guran deliberately parked the car in a place where the classmates could not see, and then took Annie to the school gate. Annie still wore a big sun hat and sunglasses, completely covering her face. But her hot body could not be covered at all. Anne without clothes is charming, and Anne with clothes is charming. It is difficult for Guran to tell which kind of Annie he likes more, but fortunately, he can have both. And followed closely behind Guran. Although there was no physical contact, the intimacy between the two of them could not be concealed. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that the two of them were definitely having an affair. The role she played today was still Guran's assistant. When they were about to reach the school gate, Guran saw from a distance that there were a large crowd of people at the school gate. At a glance, there were at least thousands of people. This was obviously just an amateur game, but its influence in the local area was far more popular than that of professional games. After all, this was the first national semi-final in the history of Southampton High School. Not only were the students of Southampton waiting at the gate, but there were also many parents and citizens who came to cheer for the Bucks steel horns. Among them, some were former Southampton students, some were die-hard fans of the Southampton club, and some were both. When Guran and Anne appeared at the school gate, there was a suffocating silence at first, and then a crazy cheer broke out. Most of them were screams from girls. Ah. Gu. I love you. Gu. I want to give birth to a baby for you. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Gu. I can't breathe when I see you. Give me artificial respiration. Husband. Husband. Who is the woman next to you? Why is she your assistant? Male god. I don't care how many women you have. I just want to be one of them. Guran, are you willing to accept a boy? Guran's support club officially authorized the Southampton High School branch. Here I wish our male god Guran a successful start. What the hell? What's going on? The support club has a branch? How did it develop? And it's officially authorized? Which official? Guran was shocked. He only then noticed that there were 50 or 60 female fans wearing uniform miniskirts in the crowd. The dresses on these female fans looked very valuable, and the Southampton club logo was embroidered on their chests. These official female fans also held uniform light signs in their hands, which looked very formal. More importantly, although they were all very excited, their behavior was very restrained and well behaved. Could it be that Southampton club recruited these crazy female fans? But there is no such item in the contract. Moreover, it sounds like Southampton High School is just a branch. This official must have spent a lot of money to do this, right? Old Rice would not do such a thing. This is not what the old man is good at. Guran was puzzled. Annie next to him couldn't help but exclaimed, "Boo, I didn't expect that you would be so prominent in Southampton. You even have an official fan club and all of them are young girls, and their looks are all above 8 points. Damn. Is the Hollywood princess jealous?" Exclamation mark. Guran quickly explained, "Annie, I really don't know who did this. I have nothing to do with these female fans." Annie chuckled, "Look at you. I didn't say anything. Hi, Gu. Welcome to the Saints. Good boy. We are looking forward to your game in League 1. The Saints are moving forward. The Saints are moving forward. Gu, you must represent the young and old of our Southampton and win this semi-final. Gu. As long as you can win this semi-final, I swear that I will go to the scene to cheer you up in every game of yours in League 1 in the future. Me too. Gu, you are so fierce. Auntie likes your crescent moon scimitar. Damn. Auntie, please respect yourself." Guran quickly took Annie into the chartered bus. As soon as he got on the bus, two strange men in their 40s or 50s stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Guran. Guran was a little confused. "Who are you?" One of the men wearing glasses introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Guran. I'm the team doctor of the Southampton Club youth team. My name is Maftaleri, and this is the physiotherapist of the youth team, Gregory Took. According to your professional contract, the two of us will serve as your exclusive physician and physiotherapist." Damn. Guran couldn't help but take a breath. "Hello, gentlemen. I thought I had to wait until I completed the physical examination and the contract was officially activated before I could enjoy the club's treatment." The other bold Gregory physiotherapist smiled and said, "It stands to reason that it is like that, but you are the star of hope for our Saints. The club attaches great importance to your physical condition, so we were arranged to come in advance, and we can get a new contract and a new salary because of you." As they said that, the two smiled at each other. From being responsible for the entire team to being responsible for only one person, and the salary has also increased, they are of course very happy. "Okay, thank you club." Guran smiled and said, "I really need a physical therapist and a doctor now. Thank you for your hard work." No, Mr. Guran, keep going. Just let us know if you need anything. Okay. After exchanging polite words, Guran took Annie to find a seat and sat down. At this time, other players also arrived at the school gate and boarded the bus. "Hi, Gu." Hi Gu's beautiful assistant. Every player who got on the bus took the initiative to come over and high-five Guran and greeted the goddess-level female assistant. Even the captain Bread was no exception. The status of the Bucks Steel Horns locker room is already very obvious, especially after Guran got the professional contract of the Star of Hope with a weekly salary of 2,600. The gap in status became more obvious. Annie sat next to Guran, her heart pounding. She was afraid of being recognized by others, but she also had the idea of wanting to be recognized in her heart. What a contradiction. At 8:30 in the morning, head coach Carter was the last to get on the bus. After Coach Carter got on the bus, he looked around sharply and made sure that all the players were there. Then he asked the driver to drive. The bus blew its horn in the crowd, surrounded by thousands of people, and slowly started moving. The crowd that was seeing them off followed the bus. Guran looked out the window and saw countless arms reaching out to him and countless eager eyes. He heard the passionate song "The Saints Are Marching On." The fighting atmosphere had already burned before the game even started. Guran's blood also boiled. The bus drove away from the crowd and began to accelerate, heading towards the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff. Guran closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and leaned back on the seat to rest. Annie quietly put her hand in Guran's hand, not knowing whether it was to make Guran feel more comfortable or to make herself feel more comfortable. Along the way, many vehicles took the initiative to give way and honked their horns to salute the Bucks Steel Horns bus. After seeing it, the whole of Southampton was watching this unprecedented game. There are many vehicles following the school team bus, escorting and accompanying them all the way to Cardiff. This kind of passion of the whole nation is really hard to describe in words. Southampton and Cardiff are only 200 kilometers apart. Both cities are in the south, and have very friendly relations. It is worth mentioning that Gareth Bale, who was born in Southampton Club, is Welsh, and Cardiff is the capital of Wales, so the atmosphere of the stadium at the Millennium Stadium is definitely more inclined to the Bucks Steelhorns. Amateur level games do not sell tickets, and today's game is no exception. Of course, as a European 5-star standard stadium, the Millennium Stadium still charges a venue usage fee, and this fee is entirely borne by the English Football Association. This means that the football stadium, which can accommodate 74,500 people, will be completely free to the public today. Anyone can enter the stadium to watch the game, as long as they can queue up in advance. The Millennium Stadium will officially open to the audience at 1 p.m. and officially close at 3 p.m. Therefore, many Southampton residents rushed to Cardiff early in the morning and waited at the entrance of the Millennium Stadium. If it weren't for the need to queue up in advance, there would be more people coming to the school gates to see them off. Not only students, parents, former Southampton students, but also many ordinary Southampton citizens have taken leave in advance to witness this unique game in the history of Southampton High School. In addition, several senior executives of the Southampton Club and scouts from other small clubs who want to make money in the high school championship will also be present to watch the game. The local media in Southampton will also be present to watch the game. Although the standard of this game is not as high as that of the Premier League, it is definitely unprecedented in the local area. After an hour and a half of journey, the bus passed through a special channel and slowly drove into the parking area of the Millennium Stadium. As soon as they got off the bus, everyone was shocked by the scale of the Millennium Stadium. This stadium was built in the millennium of 2000, and the construction standard is also benchmarked against the British National Stadium Wembley Stadium. When Wembley Stadium was out of service due to renovation, the Millennium Stadium took on the task of hosting important national events such as the FA Cup and the League Cup. Although the high school championship is an amateur competition, it is also a national competition and a key development project of the Football Association. Therefore, the venue for the semi-finals and the finals of this year's championship will be held in this stadium. Coach Carter said, "Everyone, hurry up and get used to the venue. According to the regulations of the Football Association, we have to adapt to the venue from 10 to 11 o'clock. After that, we should leave the stadium and give the venue to the Golden Fleece team." Yes, coach. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns were also able to train and compete in such a high standard venue for the first time in their lives. They were all very excited. Haha. A national football stadium is awesome. Being able to play football here once is enough for us to brag about for the rest of our lives. Bale once played for the Welsh national team here. Cristiano and Messi also played in the Champions League here. Oh my god. I can actually play football on the same grass with my idol. Look at you. You've never seen the world. Fuck, you too. Ha ha ha. Go. Come on. We are going to start warming up. Brett and others called out to Guran. Guran waved his hand. You start first. I'll solve a problem first after that. Guran took Annie to a relatively remote corner of the stands. Annie asked nervously, Boo, you don't want to? Guran frowned slightly. Annie, what are you thinking about all day long in your little head? I brought you here just to let you sit still when I train, and don't praise me. If you praise me once, I will add one more time in the evening. If you praise me once, I will add one more time in the evening. Do you understand? Annie said aggrievedly. Oh, I understand. After dealing with Annie, Guran returned to the edge of the court and put on his sneakers leisurely. Hey, Goo, is your problem solved? Goo, you are really fast. Ha ha ha. The players laughed wickedly. Guran also smiled easily. Idiots. At least I'm still fast. You don't even have it. Fuck. The teammates laughed and started warming up. Such perfect grass and such a grand venue made every player want to speed up. Coach Carter stood on the sidelines and reminded loudly, little guys, take it easy, don't go crazy. Pay attention to maintaining your physical fitness. Just warm up your body, save your physical fitness for the Golden Fleece. Roar, roar, roar. Yes, coach. The rhythm of the warm-up run was also suppressed. The team doctor and physiotherapist of the Southampton club kept a close eye on Guran throughout the whole process, fearing that Guran would make any mistakes. After a simple warm-up, it was time to practice passing and receiving the ball. The overall level of the Bucks Steelhorns passing and receiving is much better than at the beginning of the group stage, and the cooperation between them has become very tacit. More importantly, the atmosphere in the Bucks Steelhorns locker room is very good now. Everyone is twisted into a rope with Guran as a core. Everyone is full of confidence in today's game. Watching Guran sprinting back and forth on the green field to practice passing and receiving the ball, Annie was so excited that she trembled all over, stood up several times, and sat down several times. Guran is so handsome. He looks so handsome when he runs. He is so fast. He has great physical fitness. He passes the ball so accurately. He catches the ball so well. Oh my god. He can even stop the ball with his knees. Oh my god. He can even stop the ball with his chest. Even the way he turns his head to observe is so beautiful. I can't handle it anymore. I want to praise him so much. No, I have to hold it back. Otherwise, I'm going to be. But I really can't hold it back anymore. Annie covered her pounding heart. She was about to burst. It shouldn't be a big deal to just give him one compliment, right? Anne stood up again and took a deep breath. At this moment, a sharp voice came from the players' tunnel. Yoho, I was wondering why I could smell the smell of rotten fish and shrimp from a distance. It turns out that the country bumpkins are already practicing here. A large group of high school players wearing rugby golden fleece jerseys walked into the stadium with sneers on their faces. With a rotten team like you, you are qualified to practice in this kind of venue? Hey, country bumpkins, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Otherwise you will be beaten to tears in front of tens of thousands of spectators. Ha ha ha. The players of the Golden Fleece team laughed loudly and arrogantly. Suddenly, the entire Bucks Steelhorns team exploded. All the Bucks Steelhorns players, including the substitutes, rushed towards the Rugby Golden Fleece team with great momentum. The atmosphere instantly became tense. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Especially for high school students like them, they are at the age when they are most likely to get angry. Coach Carter, who was standing on the sidelines, saw this and immediately took the lead to block the Bucks Steelhorn team. Coach Carter yelled at his players, "What are you doing? Did you take an hour-and-a-half drive just to come here to fight? Get back to training. Time is so precious, not a minute can be wasted." Rusty said angrily, "Coach, we can't let those piglets scold us in vain." Coach Carter said angrily, "The dog bit you. Do you still want to bite the dog? For you, training is the most important thing. The rest will be discussed by me, the coach." Yes. All the players of the Bucks Steelhorn team held back their anger and returned to their original positions. When the players of the Golden Fleece team saw that the Bucks Steelhorns team did not rush over, they whistled and booed. "You are all cowards. If we hadn't let them win in the group stage, would you have won? You have to thank the Golden Fleece team for their kindness. How dare you be so ungrateful and challenge us?" Ha ha ha. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team gritted their teeth, but Coach Carter's words were orders to them. Guran was also full of anger. However, Guran was an experienced person after all, and he quickly calmed down. Guran felt that Coach Carter was right. They were indeed not here to fight, and it was indeed very correct for Coach Carter to handle this matter. Coach Carter was a very calm, very stable, and very trustworthy person. Guran admired Coach Carter very much. Coach Carter frowned and walked towards the Golden Fleece players who were mocking and shouting. Coach Carter suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Hey, boys, this is not the time for you to come. We still have at least 15 minutes of closed training time. You came too early. Where is your head coach Wilkinson? Let him come out and talk to me." Jolly Walls, the core player of the Golden Fleece team, separated the other players with an arrogant look on his face and stood in front of Coach Carter with his nose raised. "I have the final say here. Just tell me if you have anything." Coach Carter couldn't suppress his anger. "Who the hell are you? Uneducated thing. Learn from my players. They never dare to talk to me with such an attitude." Jolly's face flushed and he cursed back, "Old thing, what the hell are you? Stinky seller." Slap. Coach Carter slapped Jolly in the face. The players of the Golden Fleece team were all stunned. Jolly even covered his face with his hands, his face full of confusion. How could he have been treated like this in the Golden Fleece team? Jolly was stunned. The other players of the Bucks Steelhorns were also stunned. What's going on? Guran on the green field was also dumbfounded. Damn, how come this old man is more mad than us? Coach Carter, didn't you just teach us that we didn't come here to fight? Coach Carter, I just praised you for being calm and steady and very trustworthy. Why did you start it first? Old people don't have martial ethics. At this time, the players of the Golden Fleece team began to push Coach Carter, and Coach Carter was surrounded. Guran was the first to react, raising his arms and shouting, "Fuck them." All the players of the Bucks Steelhorns rushed up like crazy wolves. Annie stood in the stands and couldn't control herself anymore and shouted loudly, "Guran, you are great. Guran, you sprint so fast. Guran, you look so handsome when you run. Gu, you are so manly. Guran, you are the best. Guran, you are the strongest. Guran, you are the most powerful." Just a big chapter today. Chapter 167. Guran defeated 2 aces in a row. Forget it this time, but don't do it next time. Seeing Guran rushing over with the Bucks Steelhorns, the players of the Golden Fleece were all dumbfounded. These noble children usually rely on the halo on their heads to bully others and dare not fight back. Where have they really fought? Although they are all strong, they are all stunned when they come into contact. None of them dared to believe that these stinky mud-legged working class people dared to fight them. Moreover, they did it as soon as they said, without any hesitation. The Golden Fleece team was not prepared at all. With just this wave of impact, the outcome of the battle was very clear. The 4 or 5 players who pushed Coach Carter were knocked to the ground, and the other Golden Fleece players screamed and fled. These guys fled while cursing, threatening, and insulting. The only thing left on their bodies was their tough mouths. Coach Carter's siege was resolved in an instant. Glider and Tyrannosaurus stood on the left and right to protect Coach Carter. Rusty, Watergate and Sissy formed a tactical trio and took the initiative to chase those Golden Fleece players who cursed the most. The other players also fought on their own and hit whoever they saw. Guran's adrenaline exploded, and he rushed directly into the crowd of Golden Fleece players, locked onto Jolly and chased him. Jolly fled around the court and cursed angrily, "I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Why are you chasing me?" Yes, not only did he not push Carter, he was also the victim of Carter's slap. But Guran didn't care about that. "Dare to curse our coach, dare to disrespect our old man, I will beat you to death." At this moment, all the Bucks Steelhorns were villains. What civilization, what friendship, what this and that, just do it first. Put aside whether the football level is good or not, but when it comes to fighting, especially team battles, no one in the Bucks Steelhorns is a bad student. The situation on the court was one-sided, and the Bucks Steelhorns team completely crushed. Go. Don't be impulsive. Fighting will cause local congestion and muscle injury to the body. Go. Pay attention to your body. You are now the property of Southampton Club. Go. Be careful of your left side. The 2 team doctors and physiotherapists of Southampton Club stood on the bench and shouted anxiously. In this situation, they really couldn't help, so they could only remind loudly. However, the voices of the 2 of them added up were not as loud as Anne Hathaway shouting, "Go. You look so handsome when you fight. Fuck them. Fuck them down. Let them call you daddy. Oh. Go. You are my lion. A mighty lion. Go. Let them know that you are the most powerful man in the world. Go. Go harder." And praised crazily. At this moment, Kaoli was chased into the green field by Guran. Kaoli ran fast, but Guran chased faster. Jolly ran as hard as he could, thinking he could pull away, but when he looked back, fuck. Guran was about to catch up with him. It must be because I didn't wear sneakers. Guran rushed forward, knocked away a player from the Golden Fleece team, and kicked Jolly in the butt. Jolly cried out ouch, and was kicked to the ground, sliding 3 to 5 meters away. Jolly was as arrogant and domineering as he was just now, and now he was in such a mess. When Guran was about to step on Jolly's but to give him another shoe spike, the other players of the Golden Fleece team rushed up to protect their ace core. The first person to rush over was the right forward who was abused by Guran in the last match. The right forward had a ferocious face, as if he wanted to take the opportunity to avenge the blood feud that Guran had abused him in the last match. Guran didn't care about him at all and directly kicked the right forward in the crotch. The right forward's face suddenly changed, and he quickly stretched out his foot to protect his crotch. He was clearly attacking, but Guran only used one move, and he had to defend. This scene was also very funny. The right forward was just offering himself to be kicked in the crotch by Guran. The tip of Guran's sneaker kicked the back of the right forward's hand, and he screamed in pain. The other players of the Golden Fleece team who were about to rush up suddenly felt a chill in their crotch, and no one dared to rush up to confront Guran rashly. This is called kicking the crotch open to avoid 100 punches. And this is because Guran didn't kill him. Otherwise, with Guran's leg speed, could the right forward defend against it? At this time, Gavin, who had received a red card in the last match, suddenly rushed towards Guran. Gavin's eyes were full of new and old hatreds. The last time they played, he was sent off because of defending Guran, and he was finally released from the ban and returned to the game today. This time, he still insidiously rushed from the side and back of Guran, and when Guran was not prepared, he hugged Guran's waist with both hands. He wanted to use the inertial force of the collision and his own strength to directly hug Guran and throw him to the grass. Once Guran was thrown on the grass, the local battle situation would change immediately, and the surrounding Golden Fleece players who didn't dare to go up would definitely take the opportunity to rush up. When the other Bucks Steelhorns players saw Gavin sneak attack Guran, they immediately became more excited and rushed to support Guran regardless of everything. Just when everyone thought that Guran would be hugged and thrown to the ground, Guran actually stood steadily on the grass, as if his feet had taken root. Gavin's heart sank, and he quickly exerted force with both arms. However, Guran was like a mountain, and continued to remain motionless, standing firm. This is the simplest and purest physical confrontation. Gavin had no idea that in just 2 weeks, Guran's physical fitness, physique, strength, and power had all been rapidly improved. As a player who played rugby, Gavin's body has always been the strongest in the Golden Fleece team, and he was also the most aggressive. But now, Gavin was no match for Guran. Guran looked down at Gavin coldly, his eyes full of contempt for the strong looking down on ants. Before Gavin could react, Guran raised his knee and hit Gavin's nose. Gavin immediately screamed "Ah!", covered his nose and let go of Guran's waist, staggering back to dodge. Guran still showed mercy. Otherwise, if Guran followed up and kicked again, Gavin would have to lie down for 3 days. Why show mercy? Because the two teams are about to play. If they really beat the other side seriously at this juncture, it would be a criminal case, and today's game would be over. Therefore, fighting must be done, but the main purpose should be to deter and make the opponent timid and never get carried away. Anyone who knows how to fight knows the severity of the attack. In this wave, Guran fought against many people with the spirit of a lion, and he was completely in the upper hand. There were several players from the Golden Fleece team surrounding him, but no one dared to approach. Those Golden Fleece team players were all shocked by Guran. Other players from the Bucks Steelhorns team came to support. The second wave of team battle was about to begin. At this time, the person in charge and security personnel of the venue rushed into the field shouting loudly. Wilkinson, the head coach of the Golden Fleece team, also rushed over in a hurry. "No more fighting. Stop. No more fighting. This is the National Stadium of Wales. If you fight again, we will call the police and disqualify you from the game." The players of both teams stopped immediately. To be precise, it was the players of the Bucks Steelhorns team who stopped. Guran glared at Karoli, who had just climbed up from the ground and retracted his foot. Otherwise, Karoli would have been kicked another 3 to 5 meters away. Karoli's face was full of shame, anger, and resentment, and his teeth were chattering, but he dared not say a single harsh word. The other players of the Golden Fleece team were also in a state of embarrassment, and some of them had bruises on their faces, which was really miserable. But their expressions were still full of dissatisfaction. The Bucks Steelhorns team beat them into such a mess in 3 minutes, and they were still not convinced. The Golden Fleece team was really good. Wilkinson saw his players suffer, and immediately angrily asked Coach Carter for the crime. "Coach Carter, what's going on? Why did you hit people?" Coach Carter sneered. "What's going on? I haven't asked you yet. It should be the closed training time for our Bucks Steelhorns team, but the Golden Fleece team entered the court 15 minutes early and then harassed and insulted us in various ways and even spoke rudely to me and pushed me. I have to ask, how did you managers let these little beasts in? Are you derelict of duty or intentional? And you, Coach Wilkinson, did you deliberately indulge your players to disrupt us? Seeing Coach Carter so tough, Wilkinson's tone immediately softened. I'm really sorry, Coach Carter. I didn't know this would happen. I was busy negotiating the problem with the management staff just now, and I didn't expect it. Anyway, I have my reasons, but you shouldn't hit people. I think we should just let it go. As I said, if we have any grievances, we can solve them in the game. The stadium manager next to him also said, we are indeed somewhat responsible for this matter. We can't tell who is the Bucks Steelhorns and who is the Golden Fleece. Of course, I promise that this kind of thing will not happen again. I don't think either of you is seriously injured, so why not just let it go? Otherwise, if the police are really notified, none of you will be able to play this afternoon, and the remaining 2 semi-final teams will take advantage of you and enter the finals directly. The world of adults is all about weighing the pros and cons. So, no matter whether you suffer a loss or not, no one wants to make a big fuss that cannot be resolved. Coach Carter sneered. Forget it? Sure, but what about our interrupted and lost training time? The stadium manager immediately said, that's easy. From now on, I'll give you another half an hour of training time. Coach Wilkinson touched his nose anxiously. What about us? The stadium manager said, your time will be postponed. Coach Wilkinson said quickly, if we postpone, then we will practice from 11:30 to 12:30, which will affect our meal time and rest time. The stadium manager shrugged. You can also choose to only train until 12 o'clock and then go to eat. Coach Wilkinson protested. This is unfair. The stadium manager said coldly, who told you not to control your players and enter the court early to provoke them? Coach Wilkinson, the Golden Fleece team suffered a great loss. Not only were they beaten to the ground by the Bucks Steelhorns for 3 minutes, but the training time had to be postponed for half an hour. However, there is no way to not accept it. Who made them wrong? Wilkinson said angrily. Okay, we accept it. This matter is over, but the grudge between our 2 teams is now open. Coach Carter, be prepared for this afternoon's game. We will never be soft-hearted again. Coach Carter sneered. Do we need you to let us go when we are defeated? You. The coaches of both sides confronted each other. Their eyes almost collided with sparks. The players of both sides were on the verge of a fight again. Fuck the stinky fishmonger in the south. Okay. Stop arguing. The person in charge of the stadium quickly stood between the 2 teams and said in a stern tone, no matter what grudges you have, this matter ends here. Please leave the Golden Fleece team and come back in half an hour. Wilkinson nodded. Let's go. The players of the Golden Fleece team were all extremely aggrieved. They walked towards the player channel while cursing. The players of the Bucks Steelhorn team put their arms around each other's shoulders and lined up, singing together. There is a young and handsome oriental man named Guran. The players of the Golden Fleece team immediately dropped negative emotion bubbles. There were even a few blue bubbles. So cool. Guran was so happy. Gavin turned around and glared at Guran fiercely and said in a muffled voice, boy, you'll be dead when you get on the court. Guran directly gave Gavin an international greeting gesture. Dad is waiting for you. Fuck. Gavin was about to explode. The teammates of the Golden Fleece team quickly pulled Gavin into the player tunnel. This fight episode has come to an end. The players of the Bucks Steelhorn team cheered and high-fived to celebrate. Haha. It's so fucking satisfying. Did you see the stupid faces of the Golden Fleece? Haha. They're about to explode. It's mainly because our Guran is too fierce. He rushed faster than anyone else. We couldn't stop him. I've known this before. Chinese people all know Kung Fu. Guran used just a few simple moves to knock down Jolly and Gavin on the opposite side. No one from the Golden Fleece team dared to help. Hahaha. It's so fucking cool. Too awesome. You're worthy of being my good brother, Rusty. Fuck, Rusty, have you forgotten that you were almost beaten by Guran? Nonsense, I didn't. It never happened. We were all there at the time. You were going to chase after Guran's girlfriend at the time, Sophie Turner. Who is Sophie? I've long forgotten. Rusty blushed and started arguing with a few of his friends. What do these idiots mean by girlfriend at the time? Fortunately, Annie was far away and couldn't hear. Guran no longer paid attention to these guys, and instead focused his mind on checking the emotional bubbles dropped by the Golden Fleece team. The Golden Fleece's captain, Jolly, dropped a blue bubble, fake shot +1. This skill is very useful. Guran immediately picked it up remotely with his mind. Midfielder Gavin also dropped a blue bubble, close defense +1. Wow, this guy finally didn't just drop ankle crusher. This wave is really a profit. Guran then picked up this bubble remotely. There is also a blue skill bubble, which was dropped by a player named Adama Jeffries. This player has not played in the previous match, but he should also be a main player of the Golden Fleece team. The blue bubble dropped by this Adama is cut inside +1. So, this guy should be a winger. Guran also collected this bubble remotely. In this way, Guran's cut inside skill is +2. As for the remaining bubbles, Guran took a quick look and selected 3 white bubbles for dynamic passing, sprint training, and physical training to collect them remotely. The white bubbles collected 100 hours of special training results and automatically exchanged for 1 talent. Now, Guran has a total of 10 talent points. Cool. Alright. Coach Carter frowned at the players and shouted, "What are you all standing here for? Hurry up and adapt to the venue. I've emphasized to you that we are not here to fight. Forget it this time. Don't do this next time. Damn it. Next time. Old man, do you still want a next time? You still have the nerve to say that. This time, you are the most powerful in the team. You took the lead, okay? You said you are so old, but you are still so passionate." Guran smiled secretly in his heart and shouted with other teammates, "Yes, coach." Seeing the players obediently return to the field to continue training, Coach Carter couldn't help but smile and said in a voice that only he could hear, "These little bastards are really good." It didn't matter whether they could win the semi-final this afternoon because Coach Carter had already won since the fight just now. Wait. Just as Guran was about to enter the field, Southampton's team doctor Maven physiotherapist Gregory hurriedly chased after him. Guran asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Team Dr. Mayfu said anxiously, "Boo, don't rush to train. We have to do a basic checkup for you." Physical therapist Gregory said, "This won't take you long, 2 or 3 minutes at most. Is this necessary?" Guran spread his hands and smiled. "The Golden Fleece guys didn't touch me at all. I'm fine." Mayfu said seriously, "Yes, we saw that they didn't touch you much, but from a medical point of view, even if they didn't touch you, you might be injured, and your muscles might be strained. If you don't find it, training with injuries will not only affect your afternoon game, but also your career prospects. WTF, is that serious?" Being the rising star of the club seems to be a very troublesome thing. These are not team doctors and physical therapists, they are simply 2 housekeepers sent by Old Rice. Old Rice, why don't you send 2 female housekeepers? Bah. This is definitely not my idea. This is all the idea of my young body. I just like male team doctors and male physiotherapists. Guran cleared his throat. Okay then. Who told me that I'm now an important asset of the Southampton team? Maeve said, "Please sit on the bench so that we can check." Guran could only follow Maeve and Gregory to the bench and sit on the chair. Maeve pinched the bones and muscles on Guran's arms and thighs very seriously and carefully examined Guran's fingers and ankles. Gregory focused on checking Guran's neck, shoulders, and waist ribs. Finally, the 2 exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. The inspection is completed. There is no big problem. However, Boo, we still have to remind you that you are now a professional player and fighting is unprofessional. In the future, whether on or off the court, try not to do anything dangerous. Guran smiled. Okay, thank you both. I'll remember that. They are right, professional players fighting is indeed not professional enough. But if this happens again next time, I will just go straight in. Do it first and talk about it. You can say whatever you want after you're done. Find me whatever you want. Seeing Guran's kind attitude, Mayfu and Gregory also felt very accomplished. Gu, you can continue training now. Gu, I wish you good luck. Thank you. After Mayfu and Gregory left, Duran had just put on his sneakers again when he saw Annie covering her sun hat and running over in her high heels. Duran really wanted to help her. Annie asked anxiously, "Boo, are you okay? I just saw the doctor and he's here. Are you injured?" Duran hurriedly smiled and said, "It's okay, they just did a routine check." "Oh." Annie breathed a sigh of relief and then said excitedly, "Boo, you were so fierce just now. You beat a group of people by yourself. They didn't dare to fight back because of you. You are so awesome. You are so great. I'm so excited that I have goose bumps all over my body. In this world, apart from giving birth to children, what else are you not good at?" Damn praise again. I'm about to get carried away. Duran frowned slightly. "Annie, didn't we agree? If you praise me once, I will give you one more compliment tonight." "How many compliments did you give just now?" Annie lowered her head and admitted her mistake in a low voice. "I'm sorry Goo, I was holding it back, really, but as soon as you rushed up to fight, I really couldn't hold it back. It's all your fault. You are so awesome. Don't say those useless things. Be honest, how many compliments did you give?" Duran held Annie steadily. Annie looked down with grievance and counted on her fingers. "About 17 or 18 sentences." "Fuck. Annie, how the hell are you going to handle this? Run." Duran's mouth twitched slightly. "Forget it this time. Don't do it next time." After that, Duran ran into the green field with his head down. Annie looked up. "No, I was wrong. I accept the punishment." "Hey, Boo, why are you running?" Annie looked at Duran's back as he ran into the green field and murmured in fascination, "So handsome. Even running is so handsome." Chapter 168. Everyone is shocked. An important figure has arrived. Duran blew a kiss right at the start. At 1 p.m., the Millennium Stadium, which can accommodate 74,500 spectators, was officially opened. About 15,000 fans queued up to enter the stands through 8 entrance channels. This attendance rate sounds very miserable at first glance, and it was completely free. However, according to the attendance rate of the semi-finals/finals of high school students in the country, announced by the Football Association, the number of fans in today's game has already set a record high. The north side of the stadium is open to fans who support the Golden Fleece, and the south side is open to fans who support the Bucks Steelhorns. The west side is open to fans of Cardiff City, and the east side is the main stand, which is prepared for important people and scouts from various clubs. Not many fans of the Golden Fleece came to this semi-final. Rugby School, where the Golden Fleece team is located in Warwickshire, a county in the middle of England. It is quite far to drive from there to Cardiff. In addition, Rugby School pays more attention to rugby. In rugby, usually those who cannot play rugby will switch to football. Therefore, the local rugby team pays far less attention to the semi-final than their opponent, the Bucks Steelhorns. Most of those who can come to support the Golden Fleece are people who are related to the players of the Golden Fleece. Some are rugby people who really like football. Finally, there are some people who want to watch the game at the Millennium Stadium for free. The total number of these people does not exceed 1,000, so the north side stands are sparsely populated, and the atmosphere is extremely cold. On the contrary, the Bucks Steelhorns fans on the south side stands are almost full, and the Bucks Steelhorns team flags are waved on the stands, and the atmosphere is even more explosive. What is particularly eye-catching is that in the middle of the south side stands, there is a Guran support club formation wearing uniform miniskirts. This square is full of beautiful girls with a good figure and a nice voice. They also hold light signs in their hands and wave them in a uniform manner. With this square, the entire south stand has been upgraded. It's a pity that the drumsticks of the jazz drums are not allowed to enter the field. Otherwise, the atmosphere of the home court would really be lifted. In the huge Millennium Stadium, the shouts of less than 10,000 fans do not sound shocking, but they are passionate enough. Before the game started, the fans of the Bucks Steelhorns had already started singing the song "There is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran." Although the Millennium Stadium is a neutral stadium, it belongs to the Bucks Steelhorns in this game. Even the number of Cardiff fans sitting in the west stand is less than half of the number of Bucks Steelhorns fans. Cardiff fans come to watch the excitement for free. After all, they are close, and it is not common for a national level stadium to be open for free. They don't know any players, and they don't have a particularly obvious support tendency. Who is the Oriental man Guran in the song? I don't know. Are the Southampton people crazy? Why are they singing about a Chinese before the show even starts? Oh, they're just flattering China. The Southampton people are so boastful. They even kicked a 40-meter long scimitar. Do they really think that guy is Beckham? If that guy can really kick a 40-meter scimitar, I'll kneel down on the spot and call him dad. What's a scimitar? In this world, only my real dad and Gareth Bale can make me call them dad. But I heard from my friends in Southampton that this year's Bucks Steelhorns team is very strong. Bullshit. Their school team has never made it to the top 4 in history. This time they were just lucky. The teams they drew along the way were not strong teams. But the Golden Fleece team is a frequent visitor to the national championship. It seems that there is nothing to watch in today's game. It must be that the Golden Fleece team will crush the Bucks Steelhorns team. It's free. What else can you expect? Ha ha ha. That's right. The fans of Cardiff were talking and laughing, not taking this game too seriously. At this time, scouts from various small clubs also arrived in the main stand. They all came to the semi-finals to make money. The players of the teams that can enter the semi-finals are naturally good, and more importantly, they are cheap. They can sign them with very little money, and after training for a year or two, they can become official players. Small clubs have their own way of living. Hey, have you all heard? Guran has signed a contract with Southampton. We knew it a long time ago. Oh, Guran is really good. It's a pity that such a talented player will never get our turn. Fuck, those scabs at Southampton are so quick to act. The scabs must die a horrible death. They must die a horrible death. Let's stay away from that guy. He's already hysterical. I just don't understand. What's so bad about a Nottingham County? We are also a League One team, and we are the oldest existing professional club in the world. Guran is so short-sighted. Nottingham County? A bunch of idiot birds. Shut up, you idiots from Nottingham Forest. I curse that you will never return to the Premier League in your lifetime. You Nottingham County will disband before the end of this season. The protagonists of the game have not yet appeared on the field, and the scouts from small clubs in the main stand are ready to start a fight. Hey, stop arguing. Oh my god. Look, Chelsea's Emanalo is here again. What? No way. Didn't Guran already sign with the Saints? Why is Emanalo still here? Chelsea is still thieving? Hush. Emanalo, dressed in a smart suit, walked up to the main stand without a smile. As Chelsea's assistant coach, Emanalo has his own big brother level aura, especially in front of the scouts of these small clubs. He feels even more superior. Most of the scouts from small clubs stood up politely and said hello. Emanalo just nodded slightly to the scouts from these small clubs, and then sat in the third row of the main stand, without communicating with anyone, just raised his wrist to look at his watch, then took out the scout notebook in his hand, and patiently waited for the game to start. Although he had learned that Guran had signed with Southampton, he did not give up paying attention to Guran. In his heart, he had long regarded Guran as a future player of Chelsea. As for Guran signing with Southampton, in his opinion, it was just that Guran was temporarily fostered in the Southampton club. In just half a season, Sistano will personally pick Guran up and return to Chelsea. Chelsea is Guran's eternal home. Emanalo became happier and happier as he thought about it, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise. At 2:20 p.m. there was another commotion in the main stand. Anne covered her sun hat and walked up to the main stand with a graceful cat step. It was so beautiful that all the scouts in the main stand were suffocating. Although Anne's face could not be seen, Anne's mature figure, princess-like temperament, goddess-like aura, and the coquettishness in her bones shocked everyone's eyes. This is the real star aura, which cannot be concealed, no matter how hard you try. Some of the scouts had clearly seen Anne in the home stand of the Bucks Steelhorns, but Anne today was even more stunning than the last time they saw her. What on earth is going on? I bet she must be some big star. I don't know if she is a big star, but when I watched the game last time, I heard her shouting Guran, I love you with my own ears. So she is Guran's big star girlfriend? Oh my god, this kid Guran. So damn happy. The scouts were all envious. Everyone was curious about Annie's true identity. Annie quickly walked to the second row, found a corner seat and sat down, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can have fun again. Annie can't wait. A few minutes later, there was another commotion in the main stand. This was the third commotion in the main stand. And this time the commotion was the most violent. Southampton's senior executive Larry and a bald old man in a black suit went up to the main stand, talking and laughing. It was not surprising that Larry came here to watch the game. But the identity of the bald old man next to him shocked everyone in the main stand. He is the former general manager of the BBC, the president of the University of York, the president of the British Film Institute, the CEO of the largest theatre ATG group in Europe, and the current CEO of Brentford Football Club, Greg Dyke. These titles on his head are like jewels on a crown, shining brightly. But he has an even more awesome identity, the Deputy CEO of the English Football Association. He is one of the three giants of the English Football Association and a big man with a veto. He is a real heavyweight. In contrast, although Old Rice is also one of the members of the English Football Association, and is also a veteran giant according to qualifications, Old Rice does not have a veto. In order to get a work permit, the three giants with a veto must all be done. It is really the first time in history that such a heavyweight figure has appeared in such an amateur high school competition. All the scouts in the main stand stood up to welcome him. Even Emanalo, who had just disdained to sit with the scouts of a small club, stood up respectfully and greeted them. He nodded and asked Greg to shake hands with him. "Dear Mr. Dyke, it's an honor to meet you." Emanalo introduced himself very politely. "I'm Michael Emanalo, an assistant coach from Chelsea." Hearing that Emanalo was from Chelsea, Greg simply shook hands with him and said with a smile, "Oh, hello." Then, Greg withdrew his hand and didn't say another word. This was also considered to be giving Chelsea enough face. After all, Greg was a diehard fan of Manchester United. Greg was about to turn around and sit down, but his eyes suddenly stopped when he passed by Anne in the corner of the second row. Although Greg couldn't see Anne's face, he was definitely very familiar with Anne's temperament and aura that only big stars have. As the president of the British Film Association, a name immediately popped up in Greg's mind. "Annie? Anne Hathaway? Is that you?" All the scouts on the main stand pricked up their ears. Anne was completely numb. "It's over. My celebrity identity is going to be exposed. No. I still have to live in seclusion with Guran." Anne gritted her teeth, lowered her voice, and deliberately said in English with a French accent, "Sorry, I don't speak English." Greg hurriedly smiled and said, "I should say sorry, beautiful lady. You look like a big celebrity friend I know. Sorry, I offended you." Anne tried to control her trembling body. "Sorry, I don't speak English." "Oh, okay, excuse me." Greg bowed very gentlemanly, turned around and sat down next to Old Rice, and felt like she was about to lose her soul. Her identity was almost exposed. She had also calculated everything, but she never expected that the president of the British Film Institute would appear here, and he was only a stone's throw away from her, and secretly reminded herself, no matter how well Guran performs today, I can't celebrate. I must not let the president sitting in front of me know that I'm Anne Hathaway. I must not let the president catch me. I have to hold it in. I must hold it in. I'm really having a hard time. Old Rice, is this really necessary? Greg leaned back in a comfortable chair and complained slowly. "Didn't you say you just bought a luxury yacht and asked me to go fishing? Didn't you say there were bikini beauties on your yacht? How did you get me here?" Old Rice smiled and said, "My dear Greg, of course it's true that I asked you to go fishing. Of course there are luxury yachts and bikini beauties, but before that, I'll take you to get warmed up first." Greg glanced at Old Rice with a squint and continued slowly, "Can watching amateur high school students' games get you warmed up? I don't believe you. Okay, aren't you just talking about the labor permit? But you know, our public is public and private is private. We can only talk about the labor permit at the hearing, not privately, so don't expect me to help you." Old Rice smiled and said, "Don't worry, we won't mention the labor permit today. I just want you to watch a game. After watching the game, we will go out to sea in the evening and have a good time. Not mentioning it today. Absolutely not today." Greg grinned. "Okay then. After all, we are here. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. The Grand Millennium Stadium was filled with exciting music. The pre-match warm-up session began. The first team to appear was the Bucks Steelhorns, the visiting team. After the midday break, the players of the Bucks Steelhorns were all in high spirits and full of morale. The fans from Southampton were cheering for their team crazily. It was only the warm-up phase, but the tens of thousands of fans in the South Stand were already so excited. Next, the Golden Fleece, the home team, came on stage to warm up. Most of the players of the Golden Fleece had bruises on their faces, and everyone was holding back their anger. When the Golden Fleece came on stage, the South Stand was filled with laughter and ridicule. Although the fans from rugby were also cheering for them, they were soon drowned out by the shouts of the Southampton fans. The game had not officially started yet, but the momentum of the fans of both sides had already determined the outcome. At this time, the DJ on the scene began to introduce the starting lineups of the two teams. The first one to be introduced was the starting lineup of the home team Golden Fleece team. Every time the DJ introduced the name of a Golden Fleece player, there would be a burst of strong boos from the south side stands. The DJ introduced Captain number 10 Jolly Walls, a forward, currently has a total of 8 goals, and is temporarily ranked first in the scorer list. The Bucks Steelhorns fans on the scene booed wildly, and all kinds of dirty words were hurled. Yo yo yo. Isn't this jolly? 8 goals is your limit. Our Guran will end you. Don't worry Jolly, Guran will soon treat you to his 40-meter long crescent scimitar. Hearing these sarcastic insults, Jolly raised 2 fingers and greeted the fans on the south side stands. The fans on the south side stands immediately cursed more fiercely, and all kinds of indescribable dirty words were overwhelming. Fortunately, the amateur league was not broadcast, otherwise, the screen would definitely be full of beeping and muting sounds. Gavin, who was beside Jolly, snorted on the grass. Fuck, these stinking fishmongers, we must kill them today. We must. Gavin's harsh words were only heard by him and Jolly. After saying the harsh words, Gavin hissed again and subconsciously supported his swollen nose. Jolly said in a deep voice, Gavin, don't worry about what our coach arranges, just listen to me. Today you just keep an eye on Guran, use more small moves to harass him, don't let him get the ball easily, and don't let him speed up. As long as Guran is suppressed, whether it is Southampton fans or the Bucks Steelhorns, they will be fucking soft. Understood? Gavin grinned, then hissed again and cursed. Fuck Guran. Fuck. After the DJ introduced the starting lineup of the Golden Fleece team, he began to introduce the starting lineup of the visiting team Bucks Steelhorns. Every time a player was introduced, the south side of the stands would burst into applause and cheers. Left back number 3, Guran from China. Wow. The entire south stand was boiling instantly. Among them, at least more than 2,000 people had seen Guran's wonderful performance. They had been completely conquered by Guran. And the remaining Southampton fans also came here, because of his reputation, begging to be conquered by Guran. At this time, the miniskirt girls in the South Stand immediately stood up in unison, cheering for Guran, while dancing in unison. The official support club's move was indeed extraordinary. The atmosphere on the scene also reached its peak instantly. Not only were the rugby fans fascinated, but the local fans of Cardiff also exclaimed that it was eye-opening. This is simply a personal cheerleading team. Stars may not have such treatment. The atmosphere on the scene was so hot that the DJ had to increase the volume several times and shouted, Guran currently has a total of 7 goals, ranking second. Yeah. The shouts from the South Stand were connected. Obviously, Jolly is the top scorer, but in terms of the ranking, Guran completely crushes him. Wait. I was just looking at the thigh. Did I hear it right? Fullback? He is actually the second on the scorer list. It seems to be said that. Fuck, who is this Guran? If DJ is right, then this Chinese is really interesting. Cardiff fans are interested. Don't say it, this kid is quite handsome. I'm a big man, and I can't help but be tempted when I see him new on the green field. Guran, who was warming up, waved to the supporters and fans who supported him in a cool and handsome manner. Suddenly, the screams from the south side of the stands became more intense. A girl fainted directly from excitement. The last time she watched the game at the home of the Bucks Steelhorns, it was also her who fainted from excitement before the game started, and she still couldn't hold on this time. Guran turned around and waved to Annie on the main stand. Annie was so excited that she almost couldn't stand it. Can't shout Guran, I love you. I have to hold it back. She let her scream get stuck in her chest, and she felt like her chest was about to explode. Seeing that Annie didn't respond, Guran was immediately puzzled. Why didn't Annie scream? Did she think I wasn't affectionate and romantic enough with her? At this time, old Rice on the main stand smiled happily and said, "Look, Greg, this is Guran. You see, he's waving to salute us." Greg smiled and said, "The young man is really good." As he was talking, he saw Guran blowing a kiss to the main stand, and after the kiss, Guran continued to warm up. Anna's heart melted. She wanted to stand up and shout, "I'm Anne Hathaway. Guran's love belongs to me." But she couldn't speak. She was going to suffocate. Greg, who was sitting in the front row, was shocked. "Isn't this young man a little frivolous? You can pay tribute to him, but why did he blow kisses to us?" Old Rice cleared his throat. "Well, young people nowadays are so passionate and unrestrained. We should mainly watch his performance on the field. I'm not bragging to you, Greg, but watching him play can make you 40 years younger." Old Rice came to Greg and lowered his voice and said, "I can tell you that." Greg shrugged. "I hope he won't blow kisses to me again." The 20-minute pre-match warm-up was over soon. The semi-finals of the National High School Football Championship were about to begin. Chapter 169. The semi-finals battle begins. Guran is targeted by the opponent's tactics. After the pre-match warm-up, the players from both teams returned to their respective locker rooms to make final preparations. When Guran entered the locker room, physical therapist Gregory immediately asked Guran to sit down and massaged Guran to relax his leg muscles. Not to mention that Gregory's physical therapy techniques are indeed professional. But if Guran had to choose, he would still vote for Teacher Mariah. After all, Teacher Mariah knows something else. At this time, Coach Carter began his pre-match speech. "Kids, I want to congratulate you for standing in the semi-finals. No matter whether you win or lose today's game, you are already heroes of Southampton High School. So first of all, I would like to ask you to close your eyes and think back to the process along the way." Every player closed his eyes quietly, recalling the moments of previous games and training. The South locker room was silent. Coach Carter looked around and made sure that every player had excitement on their faces. Then he continued, "Okay, everyone can open your eyes now. Please look at your teammates and tell me what you saw." The players looked at each other. Minato bravely said, "A bunch of idiots. Fuck him. You are the idiot." The bad friends surrounded Minato and prepared to beat him up. Coach Carter frowned and shouted, "Okay, stop making trouble. Be serious." Brett then said, "Coach, I see hope. Hope is written all over our faces. We can win this game." The other players nodded in agreement. "Well said. You are worthy of being our captain." Coach Carter smiled with satisfaction. "Very good. Anything else?" The blind man raised his hand and said, "Coach, I didn't see anything." The teammates laughed. "If that's the case." Glider also raised his hand and said, "Coach, I seem to see my phone." Coach Carter frowned and said, "I don't understand what you are saying." Next one. Rusty raised his hand enthusiastically. "Coach, I saw Guran." Damn, this answer is quite cool. I didn't expect that a fool like Rusty could come up with such a profound answer. Not only was Guran surprised, but the other teammates were also surprised. What? Since Guran fed him a goal, Rusty has become enlightened? Coach Carter frowned. "Very good, Rusty, please elaborate." Rusty said seriously, "Coach, when I looked around my brothers, the first person I saw was Guran, and then I thought of Guran. He has several girlfriends. He has several. Guran, are you fucking complaining about me?" The other players laughed and pounded the floor. "I thought Rusty was a bronze, but I didn't expect that he really is a bronze." Okay, be serious. I'm giving you a lecture." After saying that, Coach Carter couldn't help but be amused by the Rusty strips. After a while, Carter controlled himself and asked Guran, who hadn't spoken yet, "Gu, tell me, when you look around at your brothers, what do you see?" "I saw a bunch of idiots and a poor master. Of course, I can't say what's in my heart." Guran thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Coach, I see the difference." As soon as these words came out, the whole locker room fell into silence. The noisy atmosphere just now suddenly became melancholy. Guran said this, not nonsense, it was indeed what he thought in his heart. He has signed a professional contract, which means that he will leave the newbie village and officially step into the cruel society. And these teammates of the Bucks Steelhorns will hardly be able to play together in the future. Coach Carter sighed quietly and said with emotion, "I have coached so many players, but the only one who can be on the same channel with me is Guran." Coach Carter paused and continued, "Yes, Guran is right. When you look around at the brothers around you, what you see is the upcoming separation. I dare say that we may not be the strongest team, but the atmosphere in our locker room is better than any school team, even better than the atmosphere in the locker room of a professional club. Children, take a good look at the brothers around you. Each of them is a witness to your immortal youth. Think about the time you trained together. Think about the time you fought together on the court. Think about the time you beat others up together. But in the end, you, including me, will eventually separate. Everyone has a different path. We are brought together by fate, but we always have to go our separate ways." Life Coach Carter said with a sob, "Youth is short." What is youth? Youth is not age, not appearance, but a pure friendship relationship. When you are young, a life experience without pollution. Even if you can live to 100 years old, you have only such a short few years. At the moment when the brothers who are struggling together and fighting together, your youth will no longer exist. Especially when you enter the professional club, it is difficult to find the feelings of brothers who can be as pure as today. It is your last game with your brothers. So, I don't ask you to win, you can accept it. Because you are the best for me. It was his own true feelings. But these kids have really grown up, just like young eagles. They need a bigger and broader world. The young men in the locker room also started crying. These young men, usually bleeding and injured, would not shed a tear. Men don't shed tears easily, but they just haven't reached the emotional point. How could the love of brotherhood and the farewell of youth not make people emotional? Even Guran, who has been through it, couldn't help but burst into tears at this moment. Coach Carter wiped away his tears and asked in a deep voice, "So, tell me, are you all ready?" "Ready." Guran took the lead and shouted, "For the brothers. For the brothers. For the youth. For the youth." Guran shouted with blood boiling, "This is definitely not our last game. Let's go on the court and beat the Golden Fleece. We beat them once, no, twice, but they still refuse to accept it. Then we will beat them for the third time. Let them be convinced. Roar, roar, roar. Beat the Golden Fleece." The whole South locker room was full of blood, and the roof was almost blown off. Coach Carter waved his hand and said, "Go, my kids. Follow the tactics we formulated before and beat them. God will be with you." Roar. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team walked out of the locker room with murderous intent and lined up in the player tunnel. Guran took the opportunity to pull the goalkeeper Tyrannosaurus Rex to the corner and said in a low voice, "In today's game, the Golden Fleece will definitely attack wildly. Don't panic. Just remember to pay attention to the fake shot of that guy Jolly." Tyrannosaurus Rex was startled and then nodded vigorously. "Okay." 2:55. Under the guidance of the referee, the players of both sides officially appeared on the court. The fans on the south side of the stands cheered crazily for the Bucks Steelhorns. The handshake ceremony began, and the players of both teams gritted their teeth, and sparks could be seen in each other's eyes. After the handshake ceremony, the two captains came to the referee to guess the coin. The captain of the Bucks Steelhorns, Brad, guessed the front and back, and got the priority to choose the side. Jolly won the priority to kick off for the Golden Fleece. The players of both sides began to take their positions. The Golden Fleece changed its formation from the last 442 formation to the 42-31 formation. This formation is the formation that the main players of the Golden Fleece usually use. Their captain Jolly is the single striker, standing at the front. Gavin is one of the two defensive midfielders, and at this moment he is staring at Guran with a ferocious face. The guy named Adama Jeffrey stood in the right forward position corresponding to Guran. Looking around, at least more than half of the starting lineup of the Golden Fleece this time are not the players who started in the group stage last time. This time, the Golden Fleece's starting lineup is absolutely a full main lineup. The formation of the Bucks Steelhorns is still the classic Diamond 442 position. Captain Bread is dragged back as a defensive midfielder, and Schumann rushes forward to play as a 9.5. Duran's position is not like the previous game against Angel Wings, where he rushed forward, but stood in his left back position. Without the right to kick off, the 15-second blitz tactic cannot be used. Moreover, as a strong team, the Golden Fleece team is not so easy to sneak attack when they are fully physically fit and in full condition. There is no omnipotent tactic in this world. In fact, any powerful tactic is all based on human wisdom. Coach Carter's strategy before the game was still to defend and counter-attack, mainly to consume the physical strength of the Golden Fleece and exploit its loopholes. The characteristics of the Golden Fleece team are strong bodies, fierce fighting, fast passing and receiving rhythm, and fast coordination of triangle offense and zone defense. The confrontation in the first 10 minutes of the game is definitely the most fierce and the most challenging for the defensive strength of the Bucks Steelhorns. Duran took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and directly added 3 talent points to the strong attribute. In this way, there are 7 talent points accumulated before, and the strong attribute is directly increased from 62 points to 65 points. This strong attribute is no problem against semi-professional players. Beep. At 3 o'clock, as the referee blew the opening whistle, the game began. The Golden Fleece kicked off first. The fans in the South stand booed the Golden Fleece. At the beginning of the game, the Golden Fleece launched a sharp attack. Jolly pulled to the right to get the ball and made a short pass with the number 9 center midfielder to pass the blind man who intercepted him. Minato immediately filled in the position and closely defended the number 7 left midfielder who was about to respond to Jolly. The blind man accelerated back and kept a close eye on the number 9 center midfielder. Minato and the blind man teamed up to isolate Jolly on the right. Huareluo also pushed up from the right back position to intercept Jolly. The entire Bucks Steelhorns formation quickly formed a chain reaction, and everyone was actively running to fill in the position. In the confrontation, the blind man and the number 9 center midfielder collided with each other, and both fell to the ground. The two quickly got up and continued to collide. Minato continued to use small moves to defend the number 7 left midfielder. Jolly had no fulcrum around him, so he could only dribble the ball and force Huareluo. Huareluo was not used to Kaoli's bad habits, so he directly pulled Kaoli's jersey. Kaoli also reached out and pushed Huareluo. The confrontation between the two sides was very hot and aggressive. Under the double team defense of Huareluo, Bread and Painter, Kaoli failed to control the ball and the football rolled out of the baseline. The Bucks Steelhorns team relied on physical confrontation and cooperation to resolve the first wave of the Golden Fleece team's offensive. In the entire first wave of defense, Duran just ran to the middle of the penalty area to fill in the position, blocking the Golden Fleece team's support and doing the job that a left back should do. The tacit understanding between the players of the Bucks Steelhorns has improved a lot more than they did in the first game of the group stage. Coach Carter sat on the bench, looking at his grown-up disciples with a face full of satisfaction. Just like he said in his pre-match speech, the victory or defeat of this game is really not important to him. Every one of his children is a hero. On the other side, Coach Wilkinson stood on the sidelines with his arms folded in front of his chest, frowning and staring at the scene, with a hint of tension in his stern expression. In this kind of game where the strengths and weaknesses are obvious, everyone will forgive the weak team if it does not play well, but if the strong team does not play well, even God cannot forgive it. In the first 5 minutes of the game, the areas of confrontation between the two sides were basically in the half of the Bucks Steelhorns. The Golden Fleece team launched a high position press against the Bucks Steelhorns throughout the court. This tactic is fierce, but it also consumes physical energy. The strategy of the Golden Fleece team is to use high pressure confrontation to directly break the Bucks Steelhorns. But if the Bucks Steelhorns cannot be broken, then when the fatigue window appears, the Golden Fleece team will be in danger. The Bucks Steelhorns counterattack The Golden Fleece team has a deep understanding. Now, the Bucks Steelhorns find it difficult to hold the ball. As long as they hold the ball, at least 2 Golden Fleece players will come up and press fiercely. The senior fans at the scene can see that the overall level of the Bucks Steelhorns is indeed much worse than that of the Golden Fleece. Whether in the overall formation coordination, the success rate of passing and receiving the ball, or in physical confrontation, the Bucks Steelhorns are at a disadvantage. However, the Bucks Steelhorns were very tenacious, and every player was desperately defending and fighting. Players from both sides also collided and fell to the ground many times during the scramble. The rhythm of the game was also interrupted many times due to fouls. In the first 10 minutes of the game, the Golden Fleece team showed a strong attack, but they only had 2 shots, 1 on target and 1 off target. In the fiercest 10 minutes at the beginning, the Bucks Steelhorns performed well. The tactical thinking of the Golden Fleece team was also fully exposed in the first 10 minutes. Their offensive was basically concentrated on the right side of the Bucks Steelhorns, trying to avoid the left side, where Guran was. This was also the tactic emphasized by Wilkinson, the head coach of the Golden Fleece team before the game. Guran is a tough guy, try not to touch him. Guran was targeted by the Golden Fleece team's tactics from the beginning of the game. Therefore, in the first 10 minutes, Guran only had 2 touches in total. If we look at this data alone, Guran's technical score in the first 10 minutes is at most 6 points. However, Guran completed 2 crucial clearances in the penalty area with these 2 touches. Guran was not in a hurry, but actively moved to help defend in the middle. At the same time, he patiently read the game and waited for opportunities. In the South Stands, those Southampton fans who had never seen Guran play football began to get anxious. This is too passive. Yeah, it's been 10 minutes since the start of the game, and the Bucks Steelhorns have only attacked twice. And they were long passes that were out of touch with the midfield and backcourt. Fuck. If they keep playing like this, our right side will be blown up. What is the Gravadiga Carter doing? He is still sitting on the bench without saying a word at this time. Get up and spray. And that Chinese kid Guran, before I came here, I heard you guys praise him as the black-haired Bale, the black-haired Beckham, and the black-haired Lampard, but now he's acting very ordinary. He's just like a tool man. I really don't understand. Southampton club actually gave him a Star of Hope contract, and they have to apply for a work permit for him? Oh, amateur games are really unbearable to watch. I really shouldn't have come. There were also fans who had seen Guran play football and argued with them. What do you know? Didn't you see that the opposing coach deliberately used tactics against Guran? Guran can't just abandon the left side and run to the right side to defend. Football is played by 11 people. Why blame Guran if the scene is not good? Just wait and see. As long as you give Guran a chance, Guran will make you kneel down and call him daddy. In the West Stand, the neutral fans of Cardiff were yawning and drowsy. Although from an amateur perspective, the confrontation between the 2 sides was very intense, but for Cardiff fans, this level of intensity was far worse than that of the professional league. Watching such a boring game, even if it was free, was a waste of time. Some Cardiff fans were already bored and ready to leave. The scouts from the small clubs in the main stand shook their heads. The Bucks Steelhorns are not good enough. Yes, this is an overall problem. Guran alone can't withstand the crazy attack of the Golden Fleece team. The head coach of the Golden Fleece, Wilkinson, is still a bit smart. He treated Guran as the #1 enemy right from the start. His right-wing attack strategy and full-court pressing strategy are obviously aimed at Guran. Especially the full-court pressing tactics, which is mainly to cut off Guran's chance to get the ball from the middle. I bet that in less than 20 minutes, the Golden Fleece will be able to break down the right side of the Bucks Steelhorns. After the Bucks Steelhorns' right side collapses, there will be no suspense and excitement in this game. Yes, I think so too. The scouts from other small clubs also agreed. Only Emanello, who was sitting in the 3rd row, calmly recorded his scout notes. So, this is the biggest problem Guran faces in this game. This problem will definitely be encountered many times in his professional career in the future as long as he is the core of the team. It is impossible not to be targeted by tactics. I think, with Guran's basketball IQ, He seems to have realized that he was being tactically targeted. So, the question now is, can he crack it? Having written here, Emanalo stopped writing and stared at the situation on the field. 13th minute of the game. The Golden Fleece team's back midfielder took advantage of the physical confrontation with the Watergate, directly pushed the Watergate away, and stuffed the ball to the right of the Bucks Steelhorns team. Jolly moved ahead of time, stopped the ball beautifully while running, and dribbled the ball straight into the right rib of the Bucks Steelhorns. Blind man chased Jolly from behind, and Huareluo also pushed forward fiercely. Jolly saw that there was a gap in the middle, and immediately dribbled the ball to the middle. Bread blocked the loophole in the middle in time, and took the lead, to stick to Jolly with his body, to prevent Jolly from speeding up. Jolly directly stretched out his hand to push Bread, and Bread pulled Jolly's jersey with his backhand. Both sides made big moves, but the referee did not mean to stop the game. At this time, Duran, who was in the left rib area, suddenly left his position and went to the middle to support. Behind him, a large gap appeared. Gavin of the Golden Fleece team rushed directly towards Guran to intercept and cut off Guran's support for Bread. Today, Gavin's task is to keep a close eye on Guran. As long as Guran leaves his position, Gavin will immediately rush up to stick to harass him. On the left side of the Bucks Steelhorns, Adama, the right forward of the Golden Fleece, suddenly accelerated, got rid of Zimmy, and ran out of space. Jolly glanced at Guran's position, then used his hand to forcefully push away the close defense of Bread, and passed the ball directly to Adama. The timing of the pass was very good, and the tactics were also very smart. When Zimu's defense was out of position and Guran was about to be entangled by Gavin, the ball directly penetrated the left defense of the Bucks Steelhorns. The fans in the south stand were all nervous. The scouts of the small club also talked and laughed, as if their predictions had been successful. Imanalo, however, was excited and quickly wrote 2 words in the scouts' notes: set up a game. Hunt. Sure enough, at the same time Jolly kicked, Duran suddenly stopped and turned around, and instantly accelerated back to defense. The little scouts in the main stand were instantly stunned. Those Cardiff fans who originally thought the game was a bit boring also widened their eyes at this moment. Who would believe that such a turning speed was not prepared long ago? Wilkinson, the head coach of the Golden Fleece, was also shocked at this moment. Duran turned as fast as lightning, and the starting speed was so fast that it blurred people's vision. Duran's legs instantly reached the peak speed of violent aesthetics. After 13 minutes of silence, Duran suddenly broke out at this moment. Everyone was caught off guard. Gavin was about to hit Duran, but in an instant, he was thrown away by Duran in the opposite direction. Gavin was dumbfounded. Gavin subconsciously grabbed Duran's jersey. He couldn't even hit him. In Gavin's eyes, Duran seemed to have used the flash skill and disappeared in an instant. Gavin gritted his teeth and accelerated to chase, but with every second, he was thrown away by Duran one more body. The speed gap became more and more obvious. The fans at the scene became agitated. Coach Wilkinson, who was standing on the sidelines, couldn't help but rub his nose anxiously. At this time, Adama, the right forward of the Golden Fleece, had just stopped Jolly's pass. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. The Great Sage descends upon the National Stadium of Wales. Cardiff fans go completely crazy. Haha, it's so easy to break through the left side of the Bucks Steelhorns. Everyone says that the Chinese kid is difficult to deal with, but why don't I feel that at all? Adama, the right forward of the Golden Fleece, thought so and looked up. Adama was numb. Duran was rushing towards him at a violent and aesthetic speed like a hungry cheetah. An unprecedented sense of fear instantly enveloped Adama's heart. The moment Adama was stagnant, Duran blocked the route of his cross. Adama's chance to pass the ball was gone. Seeing that Duran was about to hit him, Adama quickly calmed down. As a main player from the youth training team of Aston Villa Club, Adama also has a lot of experience in breaking through. Adama immediately swayed to his right side and made a fake move to dribble to the bottom line. In fact, Adama's real purpose was to dribble to his left, then pass Guran, and then dribble the ball inside. However, his fake move was not realistic enough, and his center of gravity and knee twist did not move. This level of fake moves, for Guran, who has a very high basketball IQ, is a completely clumsy performance. Guran ignored it and sprinted to Arkham's left side with 2 big steps, blocking accurately. Adama saw that his fake moves failed to fool Guran and immediately turned halfway to protect the ball and at the same time raised his elbow to resist Guran's impact with his strong body. Guran then used his arm to block Adama's elbow and forcefully rammed his body into Adama. Adama tightened his muscles and prepared for the backlash. Bang! This is the sound of muscles colliding with muscles. Adama was directly carried back 3 steps by Guran. Wow! The fans in the audience subconsciously exclaimed at the same time. Such a head-on scene was exciting. Adama was numb all over. He was obviously a head taller than Guran, and his muscles were more obvious than Guran's, and his body was also fully prepared for the confrontation, but he couldn't beat Guran. Adama felt that he was not facing a person, but a 12-cylinder high-powered bulldozer. Adama tried his best to fight against Guran. All his muscles and bones were creaking. At this moment, Guran also increased his strength to the extreme. Reasonable collision +4, close defense +1, strength 65, strength 65, physical fitness 73, plus Guran's own super high football IQ. Don't tell me about technology, don't tell me about cooperation, just do it. One wave to make you scared. Guran continued to exert force. The seemingly strong Adama was forced to the sideline step by step. The fans at the scene were all excited. The Southampton fans in the South Stand cheered loudly, and some Cardiff fans also cheered. That's right, this is the scene they want to see. The little scouts on the main stand were also excited and gasped. Until this moment, these little scouts finally saw Guran's intention. Guran's move to the middle just now was not a loss of position, but a deliberate exposure of flaws. His real purpose was to trick Jolly into passing the ball to the left, and then he would use his personal ability to hunt the ball holder. This requires a very high football IQ and absolute confidence in one's own strength. And Guran has both of these. Now, it's up to the final physical confrontation between the two. This is a pure physical confrontation without any technique. At this moment, Adama's teeth were almost broken, and his whole body was almost exhausted, but he couldn't push Guran away. Guran was not in a hurry to push Adama out of the boundary, but patiently fought with Adama, and waited for Adama to make a mistake. Guran is a seasoned hunter. Adama tried hard to protect the ball and barely controlled the ball on the sideline. At this time, Gavin rushed over eagerly to respond. Adama couldn't hold on any longer, gritted his teeth and turned around, flicked his toes, and wanted to pass the ball to Gavin, and make a 2-on-1 match with Gavin. Guran had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As soon as Adama passed the ball, Guran immediately stretched out his legs to intercept. Interception and steal +2. The football was directly intercepted by Guran. This interception was so wonderful. It was like a lurking cheetah suddenly biting the throat of its prey. Hunting success. At this moment, the fans in the entire South Stand were instantly excited. After losing the ball, Adama exclaimed and quickly grabbed Guran's arm with both hands to prevent Guran from starting. This was an obvious foul. However, the linesman next to him did not make any comments. Being pulled, Guran could not speed up. Even if he could barely run, Gavin next to him would catch up and kick him. Guran immediately calmly poked the ball to Zimui, who ran back to meet him. After Zimui got the ball, he immediately turned around with the ball. Seeing that Guran had no ball under his feet, Adama immediately let go of Guran's arm and prepared to speed up to chase Zimui. The ball was lost from Adama's feet, and Adama was determined to catch the ball back. However, before Adama could sprint, Guran, who was no longer restricted, directly launched and knocked Adama out of bounds with his shoulder. Guran's defense was extremely aggressive. His ricochet start and shoulder collision made the fans of Southampton and Cardiff excited. The stands on both sides were full of excited shouts. Adama was knocked back and forth, and his starting speed was completely knocked away by Guran, so he couldn't catch up with the football at all. Adama raised his hand angrily to complain to the referee, but the referee still didn't mean to pay attention. If even this kind of physical collision is to be judged, then this game will be stopped about every half minute. Light Adama dropped a blue bubble in shame. Guran had no time to care and continued to accelerate and run wildly along the left side. Seeing Guran sprinting, Zimui immediately passed the ball to Guran without hesitation, and then he went to the middle to support and intercept the opponent. The Bucks Steelhorn team's quick counter-attack is coming. The players of the Bucks Steelhorn team seemed to have completely awakened, and they ran wildly towards the Golden Fleece team's half to support desperately. Wilkinson, the head coach of the Golden Fleece team, stood on the sidelines and yelled, "Stop him! Stop him! Don't let him break through." Gavin chased him frantically from the side with a ferocious face and rushed towards Guran fiercely and desperately. With Guran's current strength, power, and physique, he is completely not inferior to Gavin. However, once he is entangled by Gavin, this wave of rapid counter-attack will lose its advantage. The Golden Fleece team's current defense has not yet been fully formed, so they must seize this opportunity. Therefore, the sprint speed needs to be faster. Guran concentrated his mind and directly added 1 talent point to the sprint attribute. The sprint attribute increased from 70 points to 71 points. There are still 6 talent points left in his mind. Guran kicked the ball forward 10 meters away. The fans at the scene couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh." The right back of the Golden Fleece team has already come up, and this Bigfoot dribbled the ball only 7 or 8 meters away from the right back of the Golden Fleece. However, Guran instantly accelerated, avoided Gavin's side collision, and ran out of an arc from the outside lane, overtaking on the outside lane, passing the ball to himself 3 seconds later. At this moment, the Great Sage has arrived. The whole stadium is on fire. The fans of Southampton were excited and shouting wildly, while the fans of Cardiff stood up and went completely crazy. They saw Bale with black hair. In their national stadium of Wales, they saw Bale with black hair. Guran was too fast, too fierce, too awesome. The fans of Cardiff never expected that they could see such a wonderful speed-eating scene in an amateur game. Gavin did not hit Guran from the side, so he could only desperately chase after Guran. The right back of the Golden Fleece also came up aggressively to intercept head-on. The current situation is that the other Golden Fleece players have not been able to return to defense, and the other Bucks Steelhorns players have not yet responded. In the 30-meter area in the front court, there are only Guran, Gavin and the right back, and the goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece team. Guran was 1v2 in the front court. The Golden Fleece defender only needed to block Guran's breakthrough route, to delay Guran's breakthrough and let the Golden Fleece teammates make timely reinforcement. If Guran could be delayed for 2 seconds, Gavin could catch up and hold Guran. If Guran could be delayed for 5 seconds, the entire Golden Fleece team's backline would be back in place. The Golden Fleece team was still very confident in playing positional defense. At this moment, when there was a blockade in front and a pursuer behind, Guran stepped on the ball and stopped suddenly. He passed the ball from his right foot to his left foot with a deep-fried meatball move, shifted his body center of gravity to the left, and pretended to break through to the left. The right-sided defender was fooled. His body also moved to Guran's left side. But then, Guran's center of gravity was completely pulled back, and the football from his left foot was passed back to his right foot, and he accelerated and cut inside with the ball. The Golden Fleece's right-sided defender was directly knocked down on the field. Passed in seconds. The 4 skills of emergency stop acceleration +2, fried meatballs +1, 5-star reverse foot +2, and sideways cut in +2 are perfectly integrated in 1 second. The Southampton fans in the south stand are all crazy. The Cardiff fans in the west stand are also all crazy. The rugby fans in the north stand are all covering their heads, their faces full of disbelief. After all, British football matches are mainly physical confrontations, and it is difficult to see exciting and detailed technical scenes. And Guran's wave not only has the body, not only has speed, not only has the power of violent aesthetics, but also has wonderful technical connection. At this moment, every Cardiff fan is roaring in his heart, this Chinese boy. Too awesome. After Guran passed the right back of the Golden Fleece team, He accelerated and cut into the Golden Fleece's penalty area from the left rib. Gavin also followed Guran in a panic. Gavin ran more than 60 meters with Guran in one breath. His legs were about to break, and his lungs were about to explode. But he couldn't touch the corner of Guran's clothes. After Guran cut into the penalty area, the goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece immediately abandoned the goal and took the initiative to fight Guran one-on-one. As long as Guran paused for a moment, Gavin would have the opportunity to entangle Guran from behind, making it impossible for Guran to kick. So, on the surface, it was a one-on-one with the goalkeeper, but in fact it was still 1v2. Seeing the goalkeeper rushing out, Guran didn't hesitate and swung his leg directly. The goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece team was very experienced. Seeing Guran's leg swinging posture, he immediately judged the angle of Guran's shot and immediately blocked it to the left side of the goal. But Guran's swung leg lightly buckled. Fake shot +1. Before the goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece team could react, Guran immediately used the arch of his left foot to push the ball to the right side of the goal. The football rolled lightly towards the net and went in. In the 16th minute of the first half, Guran ate 3 people in a row, deceived the goalkeeper, and scored with his reverse foot. From the time he started to set up the game, to the time he stole the ball, to the time he overtook the outside lane, passed the interception in seconds, and then deceived the goalkeeper to shoot, it only took 3.5 minutes in total. This is a super wonderful goal. The referee blew the whistle and gestured to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen of the Millennium Stadium was immediately rewritten as Rugby Golden Fleece 0:1 Southampton Bucks Steelhorns. At this moment, all the players of the Golden Fleece team were depressed and panting with their hands on their hips. Jolly's face was full of twitching. Damn it. That fake shot was even smoother than me. At this moment, all the players of the Bucks Steelhorns team excitedly rushed to Guran to hug and celebrate. The happiest one among them was Zimri, who was equivalent to picking up an assist for nothing. At this moment, Coach Carter jumped up from the bench and excitedly punched the air. It was also at this moment that the fans from Southampton instantly fell into a carnival, and the Bucks Steelhorns team flag was waving wildly. Happiness comes so fast and so violently. Those Southampton fans who had never seen Guran play football before were also completely conquered at this moment. They doubted Guran for 13 minutes, but it only took 3 minutes to be completely conquered by Guran. The fans of Cardiff also all applauded Guran excitedly. Most of them thought that coming here to watch amateur games was a waste of time before, but now they are all secretly glad that they came to the right place today. Goo-hoo-hoo. The DJ at the scene cheered passionately. Goal scorer, number 3 of the Bucks Steelhorns. Guran. This is his 8th goal in the national championship. Now his number of goals is tied with Jolly of the Golden Fleece team. Fans at the scene, show your greatest enthusiasm to applaud. Today's game is the battle for the best scorer. The game is not over yet. Let us look forward to who will be the final champion. Oh. Most of the fans at the scene cheered wildly with the DJ's roar. On the main stand, scouts from those small clubs also exclaimed, "Oh my god, Guran is so awesome. His counter-attack just now made my blood boil. Who isn't? It's amazing. He has the body, speed, strength, technique and shots. Is this kid really a defender? Has anyone seen a B2B defender? Is this kid developing in the direction of the football emperor Beckenbauer? I think it's a waste of his offensive talent to put Guran on the backline. That may not be the case. How could Coach Carter not know how to use Guran? The key is that the Bucks Steelhorns are a weak team. A weak team cannot have only forwards. It must first have an engine. Only with an engine can the team get going. Coach Carter uses Guran as an engine. Guran, the engine, can even shoot by himself. I think the most amazing thing is Guran's super high football IQ. My god, who would have thought that a 17-year-old kid who has never been to a formal youth training camp could actually set up his own game to hunt down his opponent when he was targeted by the opponent's tactics? Southampton has really copied it this time. It looks so good. So envious. Fuck Southampton. Fuck the scab. Fuck. Stay away from this guy. In the third row, Chelsea's Emanalo couldn't help but smile. His scout notes were already full of Guran's one-stop breakthrough route map. Below the route map, there is also a long technical summary. Guran likes one stop very much. I think in amateur competitions, Guran is already an invincible lord level existence in the left wing area. I hope Southampton club can let Guran play more in the next half season, so that even if Southampton club will not train Guran, Guran can become a talent on his own. Then, when the winter transfer window comes this year, Chelsea will get a more sharp Guran. Emanalo put down his pen and began to imagine the scene when Sistano and Guran would meet alone. In the corner of the second row of the main stand, Annie stood up and sat down several times. Anna's eyes were wet with excitement. This was her favorite scene. She wanted to take off her hat and shout "I love you" to Guran, but she had to hold it back. In the front row of the main stand, Old Rice smiled at Greg with pride. "How was it?" Greg hissed. "It was damn good. To be honest, Old Rice, I almost fell asleep in the first 10 minutes, but this Chinese kid seemed to have given me a shot of rejuvenation. His one-stop shot, after running more than 60 meters just now, really made me excited." Greg paused and asked, "This kid's name is Guran, right? Holy shit, how did you Southampton pick up such a treasure? Has he really never trained in a professional youth training camp before? My god, no wonder you had to personally get a work permit for him." Old Rice laughed. "Greg, the excitement is yet to come. Of course, we are not talking about work permits today. We are just watching the game. Fishing? No." Greg shook his head and said slowly, "There are also bikini beauties." The two old SBS laughed heartily. On the green field, the celebration of the Bucks Steelhorns ended, and the players were full of morale and returned to their respective positions. There are still 4 pickup opportunities today. On the way back to his position, Guran took the opportunity to concentrate his mind and scanned the bubbles that fell around him. The counter-attack just now was too fast, and many players of the Golden Fleece team did not return to the penalty area in time, so Guran had few bubbles to choose from, only 6. Among them, there is a close defense +1 and interception and steal +1 that are not bad. The others are all garbage skills. Guran directly collected these 2 useful skills into his mind through the air. In this way, the close defense is stacked to +2, and the interception and steal is stacked to +3. The game continues. Chapter 171. The whole place exploded. Within 12 seconds, Guran killed 4 people in a row on the left side. The Golden Fleece team, which had lost a goal first, started to organize the attack again. Their offensive focus was still on the right side of the Bucks Steelhorns team. Guran continued to boldly assist in the middle, and there was naturally a large gap behind Guran. However, after the Golden Fleece team suffered a loss, they did not dare to go to the left side. They were afraid of being hunted by Guran again. Guran's defense range immediately became larger, and he ran more. With Guran's assistance on the left and middle, the Bucks Steelhorns team could also invest more troops on the right side. The Golden Fleece team's attack became more crazy, and the passing rhythm was faster. The Bucks Steelhorns team continued to fight against the Golden Fleece team with the advantage of numbers. The movements of both sides were very large, and players fell to the ground one after another. The fans from Southampton sang "There is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran" song together to disrupt the mentality of the Golden Fleece team. During the game, the role of fans is very important, especially for amateur high school students whose minds are not yet professional, who are very easily affected by external pressure. The Golden Fleece team became impatient, and low-level mistakes that shouldn't have happened also occurred from time to time. 19th minute of the game, the left forward of the Golden Fleece team dribbled the ball along the sideline. The blind man rushed forward and knocked the left forward away with a shoulder collision. The left forward of the Golden Fleece team was not to be outdone. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the blind man's shorts, pulling the blind man to the ground. While falling to the ground, the blind man ignored the fact that his shorts had been ripped open and directly lay on the ground and headed the ball with his head and immediately headed the ball to the supporting shoeman next to him. The fans at the scene first laughed loudly and then applauded the blind man vigorously. Although the blind man's shorts were ripped off, and it was embarrassing, the blind man's spirit of not caring about his life, and even not caring about his face, just for the ball, really deserved the applause of the fans at the scene. Although the Bucks Steelhorns team is not at a high level of competition, they really fight. Really fight. After Schumann stopped the ball, he subconsciously glanced in the direction of Guran. At this time, Guran was filling in at the top of his own penalty area, using his body to counter the close-fitting pressure from the Golden Fleece's central midfielder and Gavin. Guran saw the look in Minato's eyes and immediately sprinted through the gap between the central midfielder and Gavin. Adama and Gavin of the Golden Fleece held Guran tightly. Adama pulled Guran's arm, and Gavin kicked Guran's calf directly. The movements of these two guys were too dirty. Guran couldn't get rid of them for a while. Minato no longer hesitated and ran to the front court with the ball, but he started slowly. Before he could run, the central midfielder of the Golden Fleece team rushed up directly and knocked Minato open with a shoulder collision. There was a lot of boos at the scene, but it must be said that under the high-pressure strategy of the Golden Fleece team, it was indeed difficult for the players of the Bucks Steelhorns team to give the ball to Guran. Adama had given up the idea of breaking through from the left side, and he was going to block Guran with Gavin. This was also the second tactical target that Guran faced. Guran was not in a hurry, but kept sprinting, running to the left to support, running to the middle to assist, retreating to the penalty area to make up for the defense, and rushing to the middle circle to protect and support. Obviously, Guran's response strategy is to walk the dog, and he walks the dog all the time, using one person's physical energy consumption to replace the physical energy consumption of two threatening players. Even if the Bucks Steelhorns scene is not very good now, as long as they can hold on, then in the middle and late stages of the second half, Adama and Gavin will both run their lungs to death. The game went on to the 27th minute. The Golden Fleece team still maintained a high pressure situation against the Bucks Steelhorns. The Golden Fleece team's central midfielder pulled Minato's arm in the middle, relying on his strong body and dirty tricks to break Minato's ball and pass the ball to his own left midfielder. The left midfielder dribbled the ball to the edge of the Bucks Steelhorns penalty area and used his personal ability to pass the ball to Jolly, who was inserted in the back row between Huarelio and the painter. After Jolly got the ball, he swung his leg on the edge of the penalty area. Just as the goalkeeper Tyrannosaurus was about to move, he suddenly remembered Guran's instructions to him. Tyrannosaurus immediately calmed down and kept his center of gravity. Jolly was indeed faking a shot. Seeing that Tyrannosaurus was not fooled, and there was no better shooting line, Jolly gritted his teeth and took it to the penalty area. Brett, Guran, and Rust formed a rapidly shrinking encirclement. Jolly used his shoulder to knock Brett away, but was stuck by Rust and could not break through. Jolly seemed to be trapped in a wolf pack. He could not break through for a while. All the channels were blocked. He could only vent his anger by kicking the ball towards the goal, but before he could kick, Guran quickly kicked the ball away. Then, Guran poked the ball to Rust, and then quickly turned and sprinted towards the center circle. After Rust stopped the ball, he did not hesitate and directly kicked a low ball to Guran. Gavin and Adama were the closest, and they quickly double-teamed Guran. Seeing that the two were about to dirty, Guran directly kicked the ball with a magic lamp, and the football quickly penetrated the narrow passage between Gavin and Adama and flew to the left half of the field along the grass. Wow! The fans at the scene exclaimed at the same time. This straight pass was too penetrating, too imaginative, and had a wide field of vision, specifically hitting the weak area of the Golden Fleece team. The left front court was almost empty. Zimmerly chased the ball frantically along the left side, and when he caught up with the ball, he just happened to be inserted into the left rib area of the Golden Fleece team. Guran's straight pass had an obvious tactical guidance effect. The defensive players of the Golden Fleece team quickly retreated to defense. Zimmerly kept in mind the teachings of Coach Carter, without any extra dribbling, and directly kicked the ball into the penalty area. The glider jumped high in the penalty area to meet the football, and the Lion shook his head. The goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece team reacted quickly, jumped up and put the ball into his arms. Oh, the fans at the scene sighed in disappointment at the same time. The glider's header was too straight. The glider's header was not very good. Of course, Zimmer's pass seemed to be of acceptable quality on the surface, but it actually lacked spirituality. If Zimmer's pass was 1 meter further into the penalty area, giving the glider a distance to run and sprint, the ball might be completely different. But this is just an amateur game after all, and the requirements for them cannot be so high. Although the glider's header did not go in, the fans still applauded and encouraged the Bucks' steel horns attack, especially Guran's interception, rebound, and direct through pass after receiving the ball were really impressive. What is an engine? This is called an engine. The game continues. The Bucks' steel horns still tightened their defensive tactics and used patience to consume the physical energy of the Golden Fleece. The right side of the Bucks' steel horns continued to be highly pressured. Guran continued to sprint back and forth in the left, middle penalty area, center circle and other areas, walking the dog. The tension between the two sides became stronger and stronger, and all kinds of hard-hitting fouls never stopped. In the 38th minute of the game, the four front court players of the Golden Fleece team cooperated continuously and broke through the right side of the Bucks' steel horns team again. The left forward of the Golden Fleece team passed the ball to Jolly. Jolly stopped the ball with his chest and cut into the penalty area of the Bucks' steel horns team from the side and volleyed it directly. This volley was very sudden and powerful. The Tyrannosaurus Rex made an extreme save, but the ball slipped out of his hands. After the ball changed its line, it continued to roll into the net. The rugby fans at the scene cheered happily. After more than half an hour of full court pressing and crazy attacks, the Golden Fleece team finally scored their first goal. This goal also brought Jolly's total number of goals in this tournament to 9. He was 1 goal ahead of Guran again. The score on the big screen at the scene was immediately rewritten as Rugby Golden Fleece 1: 1 Southampton Bucks Steel Horns. The Southampton fans and Cardiff fans at the scene booed the Golden Fleece team at the same time. The Southampton fans booed because they were opponents of the Golden Fleece team, while the Cardiff fans booed the Golden Fleece team because Guran's sprinting speed made them think of Guran as Bale with black hair. So Cardiff fans did not want the team with Bale with black hair to lose. The defensive players of the Bucks Steel Horns team did their best to lose this goal. The Tyrannosaurus Rex pounded the ground with his hands full of regret. The other players also frowned, looking unwilling. There is indeed a gap in the level of the two teams. However, the gap between the Bucks Steel Horns team and the Golden Fleece team was originally the gap between the 4th tier team and the 1st tier team, and until now, no one can see that this is the gap between the 4th tier team and the 1st tier team. At most, it is the gap between a slightly weaker team in the 1st tier and a slightly stronger team in the 1st tier. Therefore, the Bucks Steel Horns team does not need to have any psychological burden at all. Coach Carter stood on the sidelines and applauded his players. It's okay, it's a tie now. Remember our strategy and play to our strengths. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns also cheered up immediately. Yes, they were never afraid of losing the ball. Before Guran joined the team, they were often beaten into a sieve by strong teams. With Guran, losing the ball is even less of a problem. As long as they resolutely implement the strategy formulated by Coach Carter and take Guran as the core, they will have a chance to fight back. After scoring the goal, Jolly celebrated with his teammates, but he didn't rush back to his position. Instead, he ran to Guran and challenged him. Did you see that? Chinese trash. I'm the king of shooters. Guran smiled coldly and said trash words to him. I think you're the king of itchy butts again. Fuck you. Jolly thought of the scene this morning when Guran chased him all over the field and kicked him in the butt with his shoe spikes. His face was immediately filled with shame and anger, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns team surrounded him in an instant, and they all stood behind Guran like villains. The players of the Golden Fleece team also stood behind Jolly. The two sides were on the verge of a fight again. The fans at the scene booed in various ways. Some people added fuel to the fire and sang the song There Is a Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran, with the lyrics specifically dissing Jolly. Jolly was about to explode. He had clearly scored a goal and was once again leading the scorer list, but he had never been so unhappy. At this time, the referee intervened and warned the two teams that he would pull out a card if they continued to confront each other like this. The players of the two teams then dispersed and stood in their respective positions. Sissy and Glider stood in the center circle, ready to kick off. Guran calmly exchanged positions with Zimmy and stood near the center line. This time point was the first fatigue window of the Golden Fleece team players. Moreover, the Golden Fleece team had just scored a goal, and it was also the period when they were most relaxed mentally. Therefore, this was also the best time to use the blitz tactic. When Guran walked to the center line and exchanged positions with Zimri, none of the Golden Fleece team players on the opposite side reacted. However, the fans in the south stand who had seen Guran's 15-second blitz were all cheering and screaming passionately at this moment. Before the kickoff, the sense of pleasure in their memories had been reactivated. The fans of Cardiff were all puzzled. Are the guys from Southampton crazy? Aren't they tied? How come they seem to have overtaken again? Wait, why is that black-haired Bale standing in the left forward position? Fuck. The defender is in front? What kind of play is this? Isn't this the way Bale plays at Tottenham? The Bucks steal horns of something. Their tactical changes are very rich. Very layered. This game is exciting. No wonder the more I watch this kid, the more handsome he thinks he is. Haha, this time it's really here. I can see the youth version of Bale for free. And there are such exciting and varied tactics. The fans of Cardiff also got excited. In the main stand, the scouts of the small clubs were also smiling. They can witness the wonderful scene again. Emanalo adjusted his glasses excitedly and widened his eyes. Last time, when the Bucks steel horns and angel wings just started the game, Guran used the blitz tactic to take out the angel wings first. But last time, Emanalo didn't take Guran seriously. He missed the beginning and only watched the second half of the blitz tactic. This is also Emanalo's biggest regret besides not being able to sign Guran to Chelsea. Now it's good. He can finally appreciate the complete blitz tactic. Old Rice, who was sitting in the front row, also smiled triumphantly to Greg next to him. Sorry Greg, I can't help but spoil it. Get ready for a fierce adrenaline rush. Greg laughed and said slowly, Old Rice, don't be so exaggerated. It hasn't kicked off yet. You talk about adrenaline to someone who has been watching football for more than 60 years. Sorry, unless Cristiano Ronaldo can play for Manchester United again, there is nothing that can make my adrenaline surge. Old Rice smiled but said nothing. Now, in the entire main stand, Annie was the most uncomfortable. Beep. At this time, the referee blew the whistle for the kickoff. Sissy kicked the ball directly to the left front court. Almost at the same time, Guran took off and burst into a sprint. Guran's sprint was full of the power and beauty of violent aesthetics, and the grass under his feet was blown up into several pieces by his studs. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team also desperately followed Guran to rush into the opposite penalty area. The kickoff scene was on fire. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff cheered wildly. The players of the Golden Fleece team were all stunned for a moment, and when they saw that it was the left back Guran who was sprinting, they hurriedly returned to defend and intercept. Adama was closest to the football and rushed up desperately to fight for it. The central midfielder of the Golden Fleece, the defensive midfielder Gavin, and the right back all eagerly double-teamed Guran. The other defensive players of the Golden Fleece team all quickly retreated to the vicinity of their own penalty area. It must be said that the defense of the Golden Fleece team is much better than that of the Angel Wings team. Adama was also fast enough to get to the ball first, but the ball was very powerful, and Adama made a small mistake in stopping the ball in a panic, and the ball bounced up in front of him. Adama failed to control the ball. The next moment, Guran flashed in front of Adama and directly pushed Adama away from the ball with a sideways shoulder collision. Adama couldn't withstand Guran's collision at all and fell to the ground. Guran used the inside of his knee to touch the flying ball to the ground and then accelerated. Adama, who fell to the ground, was unwilling to lose the ball like this and directly stretched out his foot to use his studs to hook Guran's calf. This action is very dangerous. Guran's legs moved very quickly and his right calf avoided Adam's hook, but Adam's stud still scratched Guran's left calf. Wow. There was an exclamation at the scene. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff were all worried about Guran. It is easy to get hurt and lose balance when your calf is caught while running at high speed. Guran only felt a numbness in his calf and a burning sensation, and his body staggered forward 2 steps. However, Guran quickly stabilized his body and continued to sprint with the ball. Guran was very angry. It was not because he was hit by Adama's studs, but because the blitz tactic was delayed for 3 seconds to regain the speed of sprinting. Because of this trip, these 3 seconds were enough for some of the Golden Fleece players to return to the key position. Guran quickly stabilized his mentality and sprinted with the ball at full speed. He wanted to make up for the lost 3 seconds. The great sage has come again. The super burning sprint scene reappeared. The scene suddenly exploded. The Southampton fans who were worried about Guran just now were completely crazy at this moment. Everyone shouted excitedly, "Guran is too tough. Can't trip." The referee had the whistle in his mouth and was about to blow the whistle to stop the game, but when he saw Guran continuing to run with the ball, he gestured forward and shouted, "Offense. Offense." This meant that he would settle accounts with Adama for the technical foul later. In the blink of an eye, Guran was like a super hard steel blade, piercing the left rib area of the Golden Fleece team. Adama sat on the grass and looked dumbfounded. Gavin intercepted from the side, and he knew he couldn't catch up with Guran, so he fell to the ground and slid towards Guran's ankle. Guran dribbled the ball 5 meters away in advance, and at the same time, accelerated again without the ball. Gavin shoveled it empty. Guran passed the ball to himself 1 second later. All the Cardiff fans stood up and shouted. It was so fucking exciting. The whole stadium was filled with excited roars of "Ab." The Golden Fleece's central midfielder also ran over from the side, trying to knock Guran away with his body. The midfielder was full of confidence because he had often knocked Minato down before and even ate him alive more than once and stole the ball from Minato's feet more than once. As soon as their shoulders touched, the midfielder's confidence turned into horror. The next second, Guran directly knocked him out. The whole scene was blown up. Guran used the speed and strength of violent aesthetics to eat 3 people in a row on the left side. In just 7 or 8 seconds, Guran had already broken through to the area within 30 meters of the front court. The left back of the Golden Fleece rushed up fiercely. In the last duel, he was defeated by Guran with a beautiful combination of skills. He felt that he was not prepared. This time, he would never let this happen again. Yes, this happened again. Guran made a simple step down turn and knocked the ball to Ronaldo, cutting directly in front of the left back of the Golden Fleece. The left back lost his balance and slid to the ground in embarrassment. Guran only took 12 seconds to kill 4 people. The left side of the Golden Fleece team, which was heavily guarded, was once again killed by Guran. What is a B2B defender? This is it. Greg, the deputy CEO of the English Football Association in the main stand, couldn't help but clenched his fists and screamed. Chapter 172 Monster Star. Monster Star. Thousands of people are shocked. Super hard Guran. At this moment, Guran was like a red hot sharp blade, stabbing directly from the left rib of the Golden Fleece team. The left side of the Golden Fleece team has completely collapsed. What's more troublesome is that too many troops were wasted on the left side, resulting in the Golden Fleece team's defense force in its own penalty area being completely insufficient. The Bucks Steelhorns team penetrated into the 30-meter area in the front court, 7v5 in the front court. Guran looked up and observed the situation on the field. The 2 central defenders of the Golden Fleece team huddled in the small penalty area to block the shooting angle. Another defensive midfielder of the Golden Fleece team was sprinting towards Guran from the middle of the large penalty area. To make up for the defense, the remaining 3 Golden Fleece team defensive players were marking and intercepting the support of other players of the Bucks Steelhorns team. There was a seemingly good breakthrough channel between the Golden Fleece team's defensive midfielder and the 2 central defenders, which could be inserted directly into and close to the goal to find a shooting opportunity. And between the defensive midfielder and other defensive players, there was also a seemingly narrow passing channel. At the edge of the Golden Fleece team's penalty area, Minato and Sissy were desperately running straight, and at the back of the Golden Fleece team's penalty area, the glider was unmarked. Just at this moment of looking up, Guran made a decision. Guran dribbled the ball into the breakthrough channel between the central defender and the defensive midfielder in the penalty area. The 2 central defenders and the defensive midfielder immediately contracted to double team. They were very fast, obviously very experienced, and well prepared. However, the next moment, Guran suddenly used a step down turn to knock the ball to Ronaldo and changed direction to pull out. The seemingly narrow passing channel between the Golden Fleece team's defensive midfielder and other defensive players suddenly became clear. Guran did not hesitate and directly activated the through pass with his mind. The magic lamp pointed the way. That's right. Go behind him. The football flew up close to the ground, like a spherical razor, shaving straight through the Golden Fleece team's undermanned defense line, and flew to the front of the unmarked glider. Oh. Seeing Guran's pass, the fans at the scene couldn't help but exclaimed, "This kick. It was really amazing." This pass was very sudden, like a sharp knife, and the defensive players of the Golden Fleece team had no time to react. The footwork of this kick was also very powerful and accurate, and it also had obvious guidance. Yes. Now even if Coach Carter's grandmother was dug out and placed there, her grandmother could still kick it in. What shocked everyone at the scene the most was not Guran's superb through ball vision and technique, but that Guran did not force a breakthrough and shot himself, but instead, after a feint, he immediately passed the ball to his teammates. You know, Guran was only one goal behind his opponent Jolly in the scorer list of this tournament. If Guran had scored this goal alone, no one would have blamed him. But Guran didn't. Guran, with his super high football IQ, chose the easiest way to score. The glider put all his strength into it, and before the Golden Fleece team goalkeeper attacked, he desperately caught up with the through ball that Guran had fed him, and directly kicked it down and shot it. The football passed in front of the Golden Fleece team goalkeeper's face, and shot it into the net with a powerful lob. The ball went in. The ball went in. Yeah. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff were boiling instantly. The whole set of attack of the Bucks' steel horns was too sharp. The cooperation was too beautiful. Guran's fatal through pass was too passionate. This was the 41st minute of the first half. After the Golden Fleece team struggled to equalize the game, less than 20 seconds after the restart, the Bucks' steel horns relied on Guran's almost demonic performance and Guran's nerve knife plus fatal through pass assists to take the lead again. The score on the big screen of the Millennium Stadium was also rewritten. Rugby Golden Fleece 1:2 Southampton Bucks steel horns. The players of the Golden Fleece team were all panting in despair. They had just celebrated the goal, but Guran slapped them in the backhand. Especially their captain Jolly. His face was red, full of shame and anger at the moment. What's the use of leading by one goal in the scorer list? If we can't win this game, there will be no next game. All the players of Bucks Steelhorns excitedly rushed to Guran to celebrate. The glider who just scored a goal slid down and fell on Guran's thighs, hugging Guran's thighs without letting go. Guran fed him the ball so well. The glider was so comfortable. Compared with Zimu's pass, Guran's pass was simply a father level one. Coach Carter and the substitutes also hugged and celebrated happily on the sidelines. All the Southampton fans happily put their arms together and sang the song "There is a young and handsome Oriental man named Guran." What's more, the fans of Cardiff were also singing the song "There is a young and handsome Oriental man named Guran." The mentality of the players of the Golden Fleece team is about to collapse. This is a fake home court. They were clearly a stronger team than the Bucks Steelhorns. They had suppressed the Bucks Steelhorns for most of the game. They clearly had the top scorer in the striker list. However, they were beaten to a pulp by a left back from China, who had never trained in a professional youth training camp. Lights. The bubbles of the Golden Fleece players were falling like crazy. This was not the end. The referee called Adama, who had just stretched out his foot to trip Guran, to his front, and showed him a yellow card. In addition, the referee made a "I've got your eyes on you" gesture to Adama, warning Adama that he would be sent off directly if he dared to commit a foul again. Adama lowered his head in frustration to accept the punishment. Outside the court, the team doctor Mayfu shouted anxiously, asking Guran if he needed treatment. But his voice was completely drowned out by the crazy cheers of the whole stadium. Guran waved at him, indicating that he was fine. Guran also sat on the grass, pulled open his socks, and showed his strong calves to Mayfu. The female fans at the scene screamed. For them, this was better than the goal just now. The tibialis anterior, soleus, and gastrocnemius muscles on Guran's calves were as beautiful as the masterpieces of a sculptor. There were 2 obvious white scratches on his calf, but the skin was not broken. Adama's kick was actually very heavy, but Guran's physical fitness was 71 points, plus the Iron Man +3, so he just felt a little sore and numb at the time, and soon there was no discomfort. If it weren't for the improvement of physical fitness and the Iron Man, even if Guran was not injured, it would probably affect the next game. And now, Guran is unscathed. Seeing that Guran was not injured, the fans at the scene cheered even more happily. Hard, hard, hard. The entire Millennium Stadium was shouting hard at the same time. This scene was quite shocking. Annie also wanted to shout along, because she is the one who has the most say in this regard. On the main stand, scouts from small clubs discussed excitedly, Guran is so awesome. This physique. It's amazing. Can't be pulled down, can't be tripped, can't be tackled. It's no exaggeration to say that he has become a god in amateur high school competitions. With this level of performance, he can definitely stand up, even if he is put directly into the English League One without training. I thought that Guran was a speed impact player like Bale. Speed-based players are actually afraid of injuries, and speed-type players are useless once they are injured. But now it seems that Guran is not only fast, but also has good physical fitness, strong strength, high confrontation, and such an awesome physique. Wrong. I think Guran's strongest point is more than that. His real best point is his brain. The body is just his tool. He is a person who plays football with his brain. That's right. His on-the-spot reaction and the way he handles the ball are really amazing. Only after you have watched his attack or defense, and then think about it carefully, can you understand his high football IQ. His playing ideas are not only ahead of other players on the field, but also ahead of us scouts who watch the game. Yeah. Is he really only 17 years old? Has he really not trained in a professional youth training camp? I won't believe it, even if you kill me. His performance on the field is too mature, and his football IQ is too high. He stands on the field not to score goals, but to help the team win better. Just for this reason, we should sell everything to buy him. Shit. Why doesn't our club support me to sign Guran with all our strength? Come on. For small clubs like us, just take a look to satisfy our greed. When I think of Guran joining Southampton, and Southampton is in the same English league as us, I'm shaking all over now. When you say that, I'm shaking all over too. Scab. 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 This Portsmouth brother is jealous beyond recognition. In the third row of seats, Chelsea's Emanalo quickly drew a series of technical disassembly diagrams of Guran's breakthroughs and passes in his scout notebook with trembling hands. It's wonderful. It's so fucking wonderful. It's so fucking wonderful. The more he disassembled Guran's movements, the more excited Emanalo was, and he couldn't describe his feelings in words. He wrote in his scout notebook, "Guran, you are worthy of being my Chelsea's future." After writing, Emanalo's heart suddenly sank. He saw Greg Dyke in the front row also excitedly raised his arms and shouted hard with all the fans. Greg is a die-hard Manchester United fan. An ominous premonition spread in Emanalo's heart. Greg will definitely reveal Guran's existence to Manchester United. After Manchester United knows about Guran's existence, won't they raise the price? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Even if Manchester United raises the price, as long as Sister No personally takes action, she will definitely be able to get Guran. Definitely. Emanalo has already thought of such a fast step. In the front row of the main stand, Old Rice asked the excited Greg proudly, "Am I right? Do you feel the adrenaline rushing?" Greg panted excitedly. Guran's playing style is really passionate. Old Rice, you are so fucking. How did you discover this kid? This kid is definitely a future demon star. Especially his step down turn in the penalty area. Got so smooth. So silky. I seem to see the young version of Cristiano Ronaldo. Watching him play, I really feel like I'm back in the passionate years. I feel my ambition is booming again. But how did you know he would blitz? Old Rice laughed and said without any trace of pretending, "To be honest with you, Greg, my eyes are not vegetarian. I discovered Bale and Guran as well. It's not an exaggeration to say that my eyes, which have experienced vicissitudes of life, are wise eyes." Greg couldn't help but nodded. "You are worthy of it, Old Rice. After saying this, Greg smacked his lips again, his shrewd eyes full of light. A demon star, a demon star. At this time, on the green field, the celebration of the Bucks' steel horns ended, and the players returned to their respective positions with confidence. There are still 2 chances to pick up today. On the way back to his position, Guran took the opportunity to concentrate his mind and scanned the bubbles that fell around him. This time, Jolly was also within Guran's 20-meter pickup range. The bubbles dropped by other Golden Fleece team players were very ordinary, but the blue bubble dropped by Jolly was still very good. Sideways stop +1. This practical skill, Guran had already used it twice before. Guran didn't hesitate much and directly collected this bubble through the air. Sideways stop +3. The game started again. The 4th official on the sidelines gave the injury time for the first half, 3 minutes. After the Golden Fleece team kicked off, it was obvious that they had lost the momentum of the previous crazy attack and just passed the ball back and forth in the middle and right. Seeing this, Guran rushed directly to the center circle and took the initiative to fight. The Bucks' steel horns played a shrinking defense strategy for more than 40 minutes and instantly changed to a high position press throughout the court as Guran's position was advanced. The situation was reversed. Tens of thousands of fans at the scene cheered passionately. The Bucks' steel horns fought very actively and fiercely. Guran used close defense to limit the support of the Golden Fleece's central midfielder. Minato and Blindman went up to intercept the Golden Fleece's right midfielder, and Bread and Huareluo intercepted Jolly. The Golden Fleece's advantages in the center and right were instantly suppressed. The Golden Fleece could only hastily knock the ball back to their own midfielder. The Bucks' steel horns pressed forward as a whole. The Golden Fleece couldn't pass the ball forward for a while, so they could only pass it to Adama on the left by backfooting. Adama didn't expect the ball to be passed to him. After a panic, he accelerated his dribbling, but he had consumed too much energy defending Guran in the first half, and at this point, he couldn't sprint at all. Guran started from the middle and sprinted to intercept with a violent aesthetic posture. Before he even made contact, Adama was already scared. He wanted to pass the ball, but there was no teammate in front of him to meet him, and the channel for passing the ball in the middle was also blocked by Guran. Adama was afraid of losing the ball, so he could only stop the ball and turn around in his own half, and then knock the ball back to his own midfielder. The Golden Fleece's midfielder, Guran, used inertia to knock Adama away, preventing Adama from being in a favorable receiving area, and then turned back to the middle to support. Guran ran all over the field, crisscrossing the left front court and the midfield area. In this process, Zimmerman honestly filled in the left back position of Guran. The cooperation between the Bucks' Steel Horns team is now very tacit. In the 3 minutes of injury time, the Golden Fleece team was under the crazy high pressure of the Bucks' Steel Horns team and could not organize an attack at all. The Golden Fleece team only had one Jolly in the front, but their midfield formation had been cut open by Guran's sharp piercing runs. No matter how good Jolly's shooting skills were, he was also versatile if his teammates couldn't pass the ball. This scene was so beautiful. The depression that the fans felt in the first half disappeared at this moment. And after the depression, it was a double sense of pleasure. Nearly 10,000 fans in the stadium happily sang the song "There is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran." The Golden Fleece team was completely confused in the last few minutes of the first half. Beep. With a long whistle from the referee, the first half of the game ended. Amid the cheers of the fans, the players of the Bucks Steel Horns team held their heads high and left the field to rest. The players of the Golden Fleece team were all depressed and anxious. Captain Jolly directly threw away the towel handed to him by the substitute player and walked into the player tunnel angrily. South locker room. As soon as Guran left the locker room, Southampton's team doctor, Maeve, and physiotherapist Gregory came up to him and supported him on the left and right. Gregory said anxiously, "Go. Come on, lie down on the physiotherapy bed." Maeve also said, "We need to give you a simple full body check. Come again." Guran hurriedly said, "I'm fine. I'm really fine. This is our job. Please cooperate." Maeve frowned and said, "Some injuries cannot be seen by the naked eye." Coach Carter next to him also nodded cautiously and said, "Yes, Guran, you should listen to the team doctor's arrangements. You are now a professional player. Although your professional contract has not been officially activated, you are now the property of Southampton Club. You'd better lie down and cooperate. When I analyze the tactics later, you just lie down and listen. Damn, I'm a little embarrassed by this treatment. Duran smiled helplessly. Okay then. Duran lay down on the physiotherapy bed in the locker room. The other teammates who came in greeted him with high fives. None of the players thought that the treatment Duran enjoyed was excessive. The Bucks Steelhorns team was able to defend in the first half and lead by 1 goal, all thanks to Duran's active fighting and constant sprinting. Duran didn't run much in the first 10 minutes, but in the next half an hour, Duran's running distance must have exceeded 5 kilometers, and the number of sprints was unpredictable. Needless to say, just look at how Adama and Gavin were walked by Duran to know how fiercely Duran ran. Gregory took off Duran's sneakers and socks and began to focus on massaging Duran's leg muscles to relax. Mayfu took out a small notebook and checked Duran's possible injured parts according to his records in the small notebook. Duran asked in astonishment, "Mayfu, you also made records?" Mayfu said seriously, "Of course. Every time the opponent's players touch you, including which part of the body they touch, I have recorded it in the small notebook. This way, I can check your possible injured parts without omission." Damn. That's called professionalism. Duran couldn't help but nod his head in appreciation. Mayfu carefully checked around and then focused on Duran's calf that was hooked, and then he hissed in disbelief, "Boo, you are really fine. Your physique is very good." Duran smiled. "It can't be considered a good physique. It's mainly because the opponent is too weak. This is not modesty. The strength of the Golden Fleece team is certainly strong in the amateur high school competition, but Duran's current physical level is no longer amateur level, but at least reached the level of the English League 2. Even in the English League 2, Duran has the confidence to dominate the overall situation. Of course, to play in the more competitive English League 1, Duran still needs some time to improve several key physical attributes to more than 75 points. After the high school amateur competition is over, train with the club's U18 youth training team for more than a week, and play 2 friendly matches. It is estimated that it will be almost up to standard. Mayfu grinned and said, "After checking and confirming that you are okay, I feel completely relieved. But boo, I still want to remind you that injury is the biggest enemy of professional athletes. If you can avoid injury, you must avoid it." Duran nodded. "Okay, I'll remember it. Thank you, Mayfu." Mayfu nodded with satisfaction. After all the players arrived, Coach Carter took the lead in applauding. "My children, you performed so well in the first half. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. In the first half, you strictly implemented the tactics and strategies we said before, and defended against the Golden Fleece team's wave after wave of attacks. The Golden Fleece team's mentality and physical strength have been consumed by more than half by you. And you scored 2 goals. That's great. But that's not enough. We still have a more difficult second half to play. In the second half, our strategy is very simple. Just continue to play defensive counter-attacks. However, our defensive strategy no longer needs to shrink the defense, but continue the tactics you used in the injury time of the first half. High pressure. That's right. In the second half, we will use the tactics that the Golden Fleece team used against us in the first half to counter-press them. All 3 lines should be boldly pressed up to defend, create offsides in the backcourt, and make their single arrow striker jolly useless. We have to press the Golden Fleece team, whose physical strength is not as good as ours, in their half, so that we can't organize an attack. Beat them to death. Of course, this will be a great test of your physical strength and willpower. Can you do it? Yes. 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 The players of the Bucks Steelhorns cheered excitedly. Very good. While you rest and replenish water, I will arrange specific tactical tasks for you. Coach Carter quickly highlighted the key points on the tactical board. The 15-minute halftime break is over. The players of both teams came on the court again and changed sides to fight again. The more exciting second half is coming. Chapter 173. The whole audience was amazed. Super exciting. The peak sprint duel between the aces. All thanks to Benzema. After a 15-minute break, the players of the Bucks Steelhorns returned to the green field in high spirits. The Golden Fleece team was dragging on the field. The players of the Golden Fleece team were under great psychological pressure, and their faces were extremely gloomy. They pressed the Bucks' steel horns from a high position in the first half, but not only did they not achieve the expected results, but they also wasted a lot of physical energy and fell behind by 1 goal. The champions of all previous championships, the recognized top-tier strong team, were beaten by a weak team like this. Anyone would be demoralized. Obviously, Coach Wilkinson's midfield speech did not have any effect on boosting them. Coach Wilkinson's position in the locker room is very limited. When the players of both sides came on the field, almost all the fans at the scene were singing the song "There is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran." Tens of thousands of people sang in chorus, and the scene was really spectacular. The feelings of fans are the purest feelings in the world. As long as you perform well enough, they will love you madly. Of course, if you are a player of the mortal enemy team, they will also hate you madly. At this moment, the fans of rugby are booing Guran, making all kinds of discriminatory and insulting gestures such as pulling the corners of their eyes and giving the middle finger. Guran doesn't care. Reborn and leading for 12 years, this makes his heart extremely strong and will not be affected by some small movements at all. Guran is in a very good state now. After receiving a professional massage from professional physiotherapist Gregory, Guran's leg muscle soreness was temporarily suppressed, his mental state was also very good, and his physical fitness was restored by at least 10%. Of course, this recovery is still far from enough. After all, in the first half, Guran almost ran all over the field, with all kinds of active running, sprinting, and confrontation. His physical energy consumption was twice that of any other player. It stands to reason that with such physical energy consumption, it is difficult for normal players to hold on in the second half. Therefore, to be safe, we have to use some more methods. As Guran walked to his position, he calmly focused his mind and added 1 talent point to his physical attribute. His physical attribute immediately increased to 74 points. Guran suddenly felt relaxed all over, and his fatigue was reduced a lot. Especially he felt that his waist strength was obviously stronger. Guran subconsciously glanced at the main stand. It was strange that Annie was so quiet today. Forget it, let's talk about it in the evening. She definitely can't be quiet at night. Guran cleared the messy thoughts in his mind and stood directly near the left center line of the green field amid the passionate cheers of the fans. Tens of thousands of fans were instantly excited. This position just happened in the first half. This is Guran's exclusive blitz tactic. Guran used this blitz tactic to eat up 4 players of the Golden Fleece team in 12 seconds. In one wave, the Southampton fans and Cardiff fans were overwhelmed. I didn't expect it. At the beginning of the second half, Guran stood in this blitz tactic position again. The intention was very clear: open attack. No matter how the Golden Fleece team defended, no matter how the Golden Fleece team blocked, they would openly attack you. Yes. After a 15-minute break in the first half, Guran was now hungry again. He wanted to eat raw again. And this time, not only Guran, but also Zimui stood near the center line, and Huareluo and the blind man on the right side also stood near the center line. This will be a collective blitz tactic. After noticing the strange position of the Bucks' steel horns, the players of the Golden Fleece team were ashamed and annoyed, and they wanted to rush up and fight with the Bucks' steel horns. This kind of open card tactic is a great insult to a strong team like them. The players of the Golden Fleece team immediately focused their attention on the left side, where Guran was, and the whole team held their breath, ready to hunt Guran on the left side. At this moment, Guran's eyes were also full of murderous intent. Both sides were trying their best. At this moment, Emanalo quickly wrote in the scout's notebook, "Things are not that simple." Beep. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the game began. The sissy who kicked off in the center circle directly passed the ball to his own left side. Unlike before, this time, the sissy did not choose to pass the ball to the left front court, but passed the ball safely to Guran's feet. After all, Guran is now in a clear state, and the Golden Fleece team has already prepared to defend the left side. If it is passed directly to the left front court, it will really be equivalent to giving the opponent a ball. Passing the ball directly to Guran's feet is the safest. After receiving the pass, Guran immediately accelerated and dribbled at high speed along the left side. After 45 minutes of sprinting and fighting in the first half, most of the players on the field had lost more than half of their physical strength, but Guran's physical strength was still abundant. The speed was still sharp. The running action was still full of the power and beauty of violent aesthetics. The tens of thousands of fans at the scene were fascinated. Crazy cheers. The game was getting more and more exciting. No one dared to treat it as just an amateur game. That's right, this was a game that witnessed the rise of a demon star. When Guran started to sprint with a violent aesthetic, the players of the Bucks Steelhorns immediately followed Guran and sprinted desperately. Their off-ball speed was far inferior to Guran's dribbling speed, but their high fighting will and desire to win were highly consistent with Guran. At this moment, the Bucks Steelhorns were a highly unified whole. This opening scene was explosive, even more exciting than the blitz scene in the first half. The fans at the scene were cheering passionately. They were all looking forward to the scene of Guran eating him alive. Adama, the right forward of the Golden Fleece team, came to Guran with a brave face. The central midfielder, defensive midfielder Gavin, and the right back of the Golden Fleece team also accelerated to outflank Guran. The other players of the Golden Fleece team all retreated to the vicinity of their own penalty area. Only their forward Jolly rushed into the Bucks Steelhorns half alone. The Bucks Steelhorns only left the painter to mark Jolly and kept Jolly in an offside position at all times. Adama did not intend to fight Guran head on. In the first half, he fought Guran more than a dozen times and lost all of them. After a 15-minute break at halftime, he not only did not recover, but his whole body was in more pain. Adama felt that he might have suffered internal injuries from Chinese Kung Fu. Before coming into contact with Guran, Adama subconsciously slowed down, gritted his teeth, and tightened his muscles, lowered his center of gravity, and prepared for the impact. Adama's position choice was still very good. His position just blocked Guran's passage to overtake from the outside lane, and on the other side, Gavin was rushing over to assist. This good position, coupled with Adama's full preparation for collision and kicking to steal, basically blocked the left road, unless Guran directly knocked him away. The next moment, Guran flashed in front of Adama and kicked the ball directly to the side of Adama. Adama did not turn around to chase the ball. He was also very experienced in defense. He knew that it didn't matter if the ball went over. His teammates were all on the side, and as long as he could stop Guran, he could resolve Guran's arrogant flash attack. That's right, as long as he could stop Guran for 2 seconds. At the 3rd second, his teammates would be able to respond. Bang! Guran almost brutally collided with Adama and directly carried Adama out. What can't be stopped for 2 seconds or half a second? Guran's violent aesthetic impact is really terrifying. Adama never dreamed that it was already the second half, and Guran's physical strength was still so abundant. The power is still so fierce. The whole audience instantly exploded. Maeve and Gregory, who were sitting on the bench, cheered excitedly. They both roared in their hearts at the same time. This is all my credit. At this moment, Guran caught up with the football he had just dribbled out in a few steps, and continued his violent aesthetic sprint. The great sage came again. At this time, Gavin and the central midfielder of the Golden Fleece team desperately came from the side at the same time. The two of them confronted Guran in close combat, and the right back of the Golden Fleece team also rushed up fiercely to seek revenge. Guran was not afraid at all, and went 1v2 directly. Gavin had obvious pulling movements on his hands, and the central midfielder of the Golden Fleece team also tried his best to block Guran's body, and wanted to stretch his foot to steal the ball. This wave of defense by the Golden Fleece team can be said to be dirty on top of dirty. Guran was not polite, and raised his elbow upwards, and Gavin's arm just hit his nose. Gavin immediately screamed and covered his nose, and the dirty tricks on his hands were gone. You will suffer for what you have done. Guran took the opportunity to shake off Gavin, and then knocked away the central midfielder who was blocking him, and preparing to steal the ball, and then continued to accelerate, and sprint along the left side. Guran ate 3 people in just 5 seconds. And this time, it was an absolute physical fight, eating them alive. This was even more brutal than eating 4 people in 12 seconds in the first half. Tens of thousands of fans at the scene were full of adrenaline, waving their arms and cheering wildly. It was so beautiful. So cool. This is really eating raw. Not disappointing at all. In other countries, this may not be a wonderful scene, but in the UK, this is the favorite scene of fans. The left side of the Golden Fleece team was suddenly exploded by Guran. The remaining right back who wanted to come up for revenge was very tactful and retreated to the left rib to defend. Gavin covered his nose with one hand and raised his other hand to complain to the referee. The referee rolled his eyes at Gavin and ran away. Coach Wilkinson in the technical area on the sidelines shouted impatiently, "Return to defense. Return to defense. Everyone go to the penalty area to return to defense. Don't fight alone. Don't give up. Don't let Guran break in again." Most of the defensive players of the Golden Fleece team urgently retreated to the penalty area to defend intensively. Their left side has collapsed and can't collapse anymore. If they go to the left side to support, it will really be a waste of time. While Guran dribbled the ball into the left side rib area, he quickly looked up and observed the situation on the field. At least 6 players of the Golden Fleece team were intensively defending on the left and middle of the penalty area. The route to continue to break through the penalty area was basically blocked. Our own players were basically blocked at the edge of the penalty area. Even through balls, had little chance to break through the dense defense of the Golden Fleece team. It must be said that the overall strength of the Golden Fleece is still relatively strong. With the cards open, their defense is indeed in place. But a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Guran's mouth. At the same moment, Guran suddenly kicked at the edge of the left penalty area and directly kicked a rainbow pass. The football drew a beautiful parabola like a rainbow over the entire penalty area and landed quickly and accurately on the right side of the penalty area. The right side is the weak area of the Golden Fleece team. The players of the Golden Fleece were all confused by Guran's blitz and raw eating. All the defensive players were concentrated on the left and the middle, and their right side was almost completely undefended. And this is the real core intention of the Bucks Steelhorns blitz tactics. This blitz tactic is not a single tactic at all, but is combined with the most classic two-wing flying tactics. Guran guided the tactical changes of the entire Bucks Steelhorns. Tens of thousands of fans in the stadium exclaimed, "Wow, is this a high school student? This is simply a master of on-the-spot tactics. This kick and this tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west are so cool." The defensive players of the Golden Fleece team watched the rainbow ball fall to the ground, their faces full of confusion. They all thought that after Guran ate 3 people in a row, he must break through and shoot by himself to show off. But for Guran, it doesn't matter whether he shoots or not. The important thing is, if you can do it behind you, you must do it behind you. At this moment, Huarelio rushed into the right side of the penalty area without being marked and easily stopped the ball. Most of the goal of the Golden Fleece team was empty. Huarelio took a few steps forward, and before the Golden Fleece team's defensive players rushed up to block, he kicked the ball. This kick was a little too much. The kick also looked a little tense. The goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece team hurriedly turned around to save the ball. The football rubbed the goalpost and hit the side net. Oh, tens of thousands of fans hugged their heads, unable to believe that Huarelio didn't score such a good opportunity. Huarelio himself also knelt on the ground, covering his face for a long time, and refused to get up. He was ready to do the SIU goal celebration action. Fake. It's all thanks to Benzema. The goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece team also knelt on the ground, scared and sweating. For this ball, he was out of position. If Huarelio's shooting skills were a little better, or if he had a little more luck, then this ball would definitely go in. The offensive coordination of the Bucks Steelhorns was really scary. Although the ball didn't go in, the fans still applauded the performance of the Bucks Steelhorns. The game was very beautiful and exciting. Guran has a great vision and strong organizational skills. At this time, Guran put his hands on his waist and smiled helplessly. This wave of coordination gave the feeling of flying on both wings, but this teammate really couldn't lead the team. But it doesn't matter, brothers. Even if you can't lead the team, you have to lead the team. Guran clapped his hands and shouted to his disappointed teammates, "Come on, come on. Keep going. Go for it. Go for it." The teammates responded one after another. Huarelio jumped up excitedly. "Boo, let's do another blitz and fly on both wings. This special tactic can be used in succession?" Question mark. How much do you look down on the first tier strong team Golden Fleece? Guran gave Huareluo a thumbs up. Wait for my signal. Okay. Huareluo was so excited. Wait, what is a signal? Goo. Please explain clearly. What is a signal? Huareluo asked hurriedly. The players of the Golden Fleece team next to him also wanted to know. Guran ignored Huareluo and quickly ran back to his position. The game continued. The Golden Fleece team kicked the goal kick. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team were not polite. They pressed forward in 3 lines and took the initiative to carry out high pressure throughout the court. The Golden Fleece team did not mean to admit defeat. The whole team came up and made a big fuss in the midfield and the right side. The smell of gunpowder on both sides was very strong. In the 55th minute of the game, the blind man tripped the central midfielder of the Golden Fleece team in the front court, and the two of them were face to face and nose to nose. The blind man also wanted to avenge the fact that his shorts were taken off. The referee intervened in time, gave the blind man a yellow card warning, and awarded the Golden Fleece team a free kick. The Golden Fleece team quickly took this tactical free kick, trying to break the passive situation of being pressed by the high position with speed. Huareluo rushed up to meet the ball, and with a clean sliding tackle, cleared the ball out of bounds. The game was in the 61st minute. The Golden Fleece team's central midfielder made a small mistake when receiving the ball, and failed to stop the ball. Guran was like a deep sea shark that smelled blood. He sprinted up and directly pushed the Golden Fleece team's central midfielder away, completing a beautiful steal. The central midfielder quickly counter-robbed on the spot, and other Golden Fleece team defensive players also came from all directions. As long as Guran got the ball, the entire Golden Fleece team was nervous. Guran did not entangle with the central midfielder, and directly kicked the magic lamp to penetrate the entire Golden Fleece team's backline, and passed it directly to the Watergate that had penetrated into the Golden Fleece penalty area. Watergate also made a small mistake in stopping the ball, and the ball stopped a little too big. The Golden Fleece team's central defender attacked in time, and kicked the ball away. Watergate covered his face, and wiped the sweat off his face. The fans at the scene also sighed. The game was in the 74th minute. The physical strength of both sides further declined, and there were more and more mistakes. The central midfielder and the left midfielder of the Golden Fleece team formed a 2-on-2 cooperation on the right. After the left midfielder got the ball, he used his personal ability to break through to the right rib area of the Bucks Steelhorns team. The defenders of the Bucks Steelhorns team quickly retreated to defend. Guran also accelerated to retreat to the middle of the penalty area and defended Caroli, who had penetrated into the large penalty area. Caroli pushed Guran with his hand in the penalty area and quickly moved to open up a gap. But Guran tightly blocked Caroli's line to receive the ball, and the rust bar also pushed up to prevent Caroli from breaking through the small penalty area. The defense of the Bucks Steelhorns team was very good. The left midfielder of the Golden Fleece team forced a cross into the Bucks Steelhorns penalty area. Caroli used his personal ability to move quickly. Guran got in front of Caroli one step ahead and stopped the ball directly sideways. The football was stopped by Guran immediately. Caroli was dumbfounded. This stop is so beautiful, and it was used just right. Even Jolly himself would find it difficult to make such a wonderful stop in this situation. After Guran stopped the ball, he immediately stabilized his body and sprinted with the ball from his own penalty area. B2B defender. Jolly also reacted quickly and chased back immediately. The two started almost at the same time. In theory, Jolly is a classic striker, and classic means basically not retreating and not participating in defense. In the modern football system, even forwards need to participate in defense. A striker who only participates in offense but does not follow the formation to participate in defense will have a narrower and narrower path, unless it is not required tactically or has privileges. The 42-31 formation of the Golden Fleece team does not require Jolly to retreat. So for this ball, Jolly didn't have to chase back. He could continue to cruise outside the Bucks Steelhorn team's penalty area, waiting for his teammates to snatch the ball back and give it to him. However, the ball was still in the Bucks Steelhorn team's penalty area. As long as they could snatch it back from Guran's feet, they could directly counterattack. What's more, new and old grudges. Jolly was not convinced. This was a head-on confrontation between the two trump cards, and also a battle of dignity between the forward and the defender. Jolly gritted his teeth and accelerated madly. Guran didn't grit his teeth, but instantly concentrated his mind and added 1 talent point to the burst attribute. The burst attribute immediately increased from 72 points to 73 points. Guran's speed instantly reached the peak of this game. The speed competition between the two instantly ignited the whole audience. Almost all the fans in the audience stood up at this moment, cheering crazily. Jolly was very confident in his speed. As a forward, speed was originally his strong point. Moreover, in the first and second half, he did not participate in too many confrontations, and his physical fitness has always been good. However, when Jolly started running at full speed, he realized how strong Guran was. Guran's sprinting speed was visibly faster than Jolly's. Jolly tried his best, but was instead pulled further and further away by Guran. You know, Guran was running all over the field, which consumed a lot of physical energy. Moreover, Guran was still dribbling the ball. Jolly's sprinting speed without the ball could not catch up with Guran's sprinting speed with the ball. In just 5 seconds, Jolly was left behind by 5 positions. This was an absolute crushing. Guran ate the absolute ace striker of the Golden Fleece team alive with his speed. The great sage is here again and again. Jolly's mentality collapsed. Tens of thousands of fans at the scene were delighted. Chapter 174 B2B Forward. A passionate duel. The classic inverted triangle tactic shocked the audience. Seeing that Guran was about to rush into the 30-meter area, all the defensive players of the Golden Fleece team blocked the front of the penalty area. At least 5 Golden Fleece players were intercepting in front, and there was a player on each side, and Jolly was chasing behind. Guran looked up calmly, his left and right wing players had not had time to respond. The glider was in an offside position, and the sissy ran into the gap on the left rib outside the penalty area. Watergate was closely guarded by 2 central defenders in the middle of the penalty area. Guran did not hesitate, and immediately passed the ball to the sissy. The sissy stopped the ball sideways, adjusted it slightly, and rushed into the penalty area with the ball. The 2 Golden Fleece team's defensive players immediately broke away from Guran and ran to block the sissy's route. An obvious passage immediately appeared in the Golden Fleece team's penalty area. The fans at the scene cheered excitedly. Guran's pass was really smart. Although the Golden Fleece team must defend the sissy, they still had a fatal loophole in their defense. In a panic, after passing the ball, Guran continued to sprint at high speed, used his body to push away a defensive player who was sticking to him, and then he went straight in through the loophole of the Golden Fleece team. He never simply passed the ball out, but continued to advance. This loophole was so exciting. Tens of thousands of fans were so excited. How could this be a defender? This is definitely a forward. Not a B2B defender, but a B2B forward. The rarest B2B forward in modern football. And it's a rare position type. Guran's forward penetration awareness is really too strong. Putting Guran in an amateur weak team is simply a waste of his talent. Coach Wilkinson on the sidelines shouted anxiously, "Mark him. Mark Guran. Mark Guran." Sissy turned on the left side of the penalty area to protect the ball. After seeing Guran's forward penetration position, he immediately kicked a low ball to Guran. Bang! Sissy's passing intention was seen through by the Golden Fleece team's central defender in advance, and the football was cleared out of the sideline by the central defender. Oh! The fans at the scene sighed. Guran's rapid counter-attack, penetrating pass and forward run were really wonderful. It's a pity that his teammate Sissy's pass was not very good. Of course, it's not difficult to blame Sissy. After all, Sissy is not a professional, and Coach Wilkinson also reminded the Golden Fleece's central defender on the sidelines. If it weren't for Coach Wilkinson's shout, Sissy's kick might have really been passed to Guran, and after Guran stopped the ball, he would definitely kick it through the clouds. However, after sighing, the fans still gave Guran a warm applause for his wonderful performance. In the main stand, scouts from small clubs praised, "Guran's sprint is so fierce. The game has come to this time, and Guran's physical fitness is still so abundant. Guran's physical fitness has indeed reached a professional level." that Jolly is also known as the strongest striker in the amateur high school championship, but he can't even outrun Guran. Guran is a real striker. Oh my god. B2B striker. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Moreover, Guran's sprint is both competitive and entertaining. It's really unfair to Guran to be a back striker in a weak team like the Bucks Steelhorns. If the Bucks Steelhorns are stronger, so that Guran doesn't have to be the engine, but a striker or a 9.5, then the Bucks Steelhorns will definitely score a lot of goals. Fortunately, the National High School Championship is coming to an end, and Guran will be able to play professional games soon. Wait, what are we looking forward to? Guran entered the English League One, and he still played against us? Fuck, when they thought that Guran would soon become a rival, the scouts from these small clubs all had sad faces. However, Chelsea's Emanalo couldn't help but smile. His scout notebook was filled with diagrams of Guran sprinting, passing, and forward runs. Although there was no goal in this wave, Guran's performance was really amazing. As long as Guran is paired with good teammates, the light of Guran can illuminate the whole of England. Such days will not last too long. After half a season, Sistano will be able to bring Guran here. Chelsea will dominate European football. Emanalo was very happy. Anne, who was sitting in the corner of the second row, was already very happy at this time. Especially when Guran was competing with Jolly at the peak speed, and saw the frequency of Guran's legs, and couldn't help activating the related memory of another frequency of Guran in her heart, and collapsed on the seat, and a large area of the seat was wet. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Greg, who was sitting in the first row, clapped excitedly. It's incredible. Guran, this little guy, is really a demon. Although the Bucks Steelhorns team failed to score in these waves of attack, the scene was very beautiful, and the Bucks Steelhorns team was obviously a big weak team. It was obviously all Guran's credit to play like this. This kid is really a demon. When he sprinted, I could really feel the blood surging in my body. I think, as long as he is trained and transformed a little, he can become a left winger and center forward with outstanding skills, amazing speed, and sharp breakthroughs like Cristiano Ronaldo. Old Rice smiled proudly. I want to say thank you on behalf of our Guran for getting such a high evaluation from the Deputy CEO of the English Football Association. Greg laughed. You're welcome, but I think it's difficult for a small club to train Guran to be Cristiano Ronaldo. Old Rice's smile froze on his face. What do you mean? Greg smiled cunningly. At this time, on the green field, Sissy was still blaming herself for the mistake she made just now. Guran walked to Sissy and took the initiative to high-five Sissy. Sissy, the pass was very good. Just play it like this. Goo, but It doesn't matter. Football, it's not that every attack can score a goal. The key is that we have to play our own ideas. Guran smiled and said, like the cooperation just now, we are just not skilled enough, but the idea is fine. Just play it like this. Goo, you are right. Sissy cheered up again. Thank you. Let's do it again. The game continued. Under the continued high pressure of the Bucks Steelhorns, the Golden Fleece team had little time left. The two sides continued to fight in the middle and right. Guran's running range was larger, and Gavin and Adama obviously couldn't keep up with Guran's pace. Especially the right forward Adama, who was completely outplayed by Guran, and was almost like sleepwalking in the second half. Guran broke through from the left and the middle, and repeatedly rushed into the Golden Fleece's penalty area from his own penalty area. If it weren't for the overall strength of the Bucks Steelhorns team, which was not enough to keep up with Guran's attack rhythm, the score would have been rewritten long ago. The 78th minute of the game, under Guran's continuous attack, the Golden Fleece team's physical strength has declined significantly, and their midfield has obviously been unable to organize an attack. The Golden Fleece team was completely suppressed in their own half, and it was difficult to attack. Jolly wandered alone in the front court. His expression became more and more anxious, and he kept yelling at his teammates. The entire Golden Fleece team was on the verge of collapse. If you watch this game from now on, everyone will think that the Bucks Steelhorns team with a rainbow of momentum is the first tier strong team, and the Golden Fleece is the garbage weak team. Tens of thousands of fans at the scene happily sang the song There Is a Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran. Coach Wilkinson kept rubbing his nose on the sidelines. Seeing that his team could not hold on, Coach Wilkinson asked 2 players on the bench to warm up on the sidelines. One of these 2 players was the right forward who had played against Guran in the group stage, and the other was the left forward. In the 80th minute of the game, the Golden Fleece team made substitutions. The sleepwalking Adama was replaced, and another right forward who could not run was also replaced. The tactics of the Golden Fleece team were also adjusted immediately, playing a more energy-saving long pass. After the Golden Fleece team got the ball from the backcourt, they kicked it directly to the front court, relying on the forwards and wingers to fight for opportunities. This tactic is simple and crude, but it is also a solution for the Golden Fleece team that has lost control of the midfield. In the 83rd minute of the game, after picking up the mistake of the Bucks Steelhorns team, the left back of the Golden Fleece team directly made a long pass to the front court. Aurelio turned back and chased after him. Just as he raised his head to stop the ball, the newly substituted left forward of the Golden Fleece team pushed Aurelio down from behind and forcibly intercepted the ball. Aurelio immediately got up and chased after him, after falling to the ground, and raised his hand to appeal. However, the referee was far away, and the linesman on the other side did not make any comments. The left forward of the Golden Fleece team seized the opportunity and directly dribbled the ball into the penalty area of the Bucks Steelhorns team. The hearts of tens of thousands of fans at the scene were in a knot. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and headed up to fight one-on-one. Although his arms were short, his momentum was not short. The left forward of the Golden Fleece team pushed the ball horizontally to the penalty spot. Jolly, who had been cruising near the penalty area waiting for an opportunity, shook off the defense of the painter, went straight into the small penalty area, and shot a fierce shot. The football was shot into the net. The ball went in. The Golden Fleece team finally scored a goal. After the referee confirmed that the goal was valid, the score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Golden Fleece Team 2: 2 Bucks Steelhorns. There was a boo at the scene. Many Southampton fans covered their hearts in grief. Only the fans from rugby were waving their flags and cheering excitedly. Jolly ran past Guran with a smug look on his face to celebrate with his teammates and arrogantly stretched out 2 fingers. He was already 2 goals ahead of Guran in the scorer list. Guran smiled coldly and gave Jolly a middle finger in return without any hesitation. At this time, the players of the Bucks Steelhorns team surrounded the referee to complain. "Mr. Referee, this goal is invalid. Mr. Referee, the left forward of the Golden Fleece team pushed someone from behind just now, and he was the first to commit a foul. Mr. Referee, please change the verdict. The left forward of the Golden Fleece team should get a yellow card." Facing the emotional Bucks Steelhorns players, the referee frowned and said coldly, "I don't care about that. You'd better use the goal to speak. Mr. Referee, this is unfair." The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team were a little anxious. They desperately pressed high, created offside, defended desperately, and fought back desperately, but the Golden Fleece team scored a goal by fouling. None of them were willing to accept this. Aurelio had tears in his eyes, and his face was full of self-blame and grievance. He had already done his best to defend the long pass just now, and his physical strength was also at its limit. He also knew what this goal meant to all the brothers of the Bucks Steelhorns. If the opponent had not fouled from behind, he would never have lost the ball in such an important place. The Golden Fleece players who celebrated the goal came over and laughed in various ways. "Haha, look, the country bumpkin Stinky Fishmonger is about to cry. The Stinky Fishmonger can't afford to lose. He's still complaining to the referee. What did you say?" The players of the Bucks Steelhorns surrounded the Golden Fleece fans who had just made sarcastic remarks. The fans at the scene also roared wildly, "Fuck them. Fuck them to death." Seeing that the 2 sides were about to fight, Guran immediately intervened and calmly pulled his teammates apart. "The referee's decision has been made. If we fight again at this time, not only will we not be able to change the score, but we will also get a red card because of the impulse." Guran said in a deep voice, "Brothers, the game is not over yet. Moreover, even if they scored a goal, we are still tied. We haven't lost yet. There are still 4 minutes and injury time. Do you still remember our slogan? Bucks Steelhorns, fight to the end." The other teammates responded in unison with anger. Guran said loudly, "We are going to beat them, but not with fists, but with goals. We want to make them convinced. Whoereluo, aren't you waiting for my signal? Now, I'll give you a signal." Whoereluo was shaking with excitement. "Go. I will never let you down again. Bucks Steelhorns. Fight to the end." The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team quickly stood in position. Guran concentrated his mind and added another talent point to the physical attribute. The physical attribute increased from 74 points to 75 points. With such physical fitness, he can play the whole game in the English League One. Guran stood near the left center line again. Other players of the Bucks Steelhorns also stood near the center line. Tens of thousands of fans at the scene cheered excitedly again. Guran's blitz tactics are coming again. The goal just scored by the Golden Fleece team not only did not make the situation more dull, but completely angered the fighting spirit of the Bucks Steelhorns team. Is there a revenge scene that is more passionate and more enjoyable than this? Exclamation mark. Wilkinson, the head coach of the Golden Fleece team, shouted loudly, "Retreat to defend, retreat to the penalty area. Defend them and play both wings." Beep. As the referee blew the whistle for the start, the sissy kicked the ball to the left front court. The left winger of the Golden Fleece team did not dare to come up to grab the ball, but retreated backwards, relying on dense defense to fight against Guran. Guran started directly at high speed and sprinted with violent aesthetics. Under the state of massive physical consumption, Guran's sprint speed was indeed much slower, but the sprinting posture was still quite powerful and beautiful. After Guran got the ball, he did not encounter any obstacles and continued to dribble along the left side. Whoereluo was desperately running to support him on the right side. Tens of thousands of fans all stood up from their seats, cheering passionately for the attack of the Bucks Steelhorns. The Golden Fleece team retreated back to the vicinity of the penalty area with all their strength. The left forward and left back who had previously pushed Whoereluo down were responsible for focusing on Whoereluo. Guran rushed into the area within 30 meters of the left ribs. This was also his favorite area to cut in. But this time, the players of the Golden Fleece team formed a tight defense network on the edge of the penalty area, and it was impossible to cut in here. Guran looked up and glanced at the right side. Whoereluo was still desperately running towards the 30-meter area. Guran did not wait in place while looking up and observing Whoereluo's running position. He continued to dribble the ball to the bottom. It seemed that Guran was waiting for Whoereluo to run out of space on the right side. Whoereluo tried his best to break through, and the Golden Fleece team assigned another midfielder to prevent him from receiving the ball. The other Golden Fleece players faced the left side, where Guran was, collectively defending Guran's breakthrough. Guran continued to dribble the ball down the bottom line and soon came to more than 10 meters outside the left sideline of the small penalty area, with a posture of breaking through from the bottom line. The defensive players of the Golden Fleece team immediately shrank into the small penalty area, and the left area of the small penalty area was almost airtight. The right back of the Golden Fleece also rushed out to close press Guran, preventing Guran from easily kicking. Guran suddenly made a step down turn and directly shook off the right back who was defending him. However, the passage along the bottom line to the small penalty area was still blocked tightly, and even the goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece team stood near the left goal post to defend. It can be said that the Golden Fleece team also tried their best at the last moment, and their defense against Guran was like a copper wall. But the next moment, Guran suddenly kicked the magic lamp to the top of the penalty area and passed it back. The defensive players of the Golden Fleece team were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Guran, didn't you tell Whoereluo passionately to pass the ball to him to play both wings? Why did you pass the ball back to the middle? The defensive players of the Golden Fleece team were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Their defense only paid attention to Whoereluo on the right and Guran on the left, and there was almost no manpower in the middle. And the sissy was unmarked and ran to the outside of the penalty area. Guran's pass was fast and powerful. Almost before the Golden Fleece team's defensive players could react, it broke through the Golden Fleece team's penalty area defense line in the opposite direction. This is a classic inverted triangle tactic. The sissy didn't wait for the Golden Fleece team players to rush up to intercept, and directly faced Guran's pass and shot hard. The football used the force to hit the force, and the double force was superimposed, just like a cannonball fired from a barrel, shooting straight to the right side of the goal. The goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece team jumped up hastily to save the ball. It was too late. The football shot into the net. The ball went in. The referee immediately blew the whistle, indicating that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen at the Millennium Stadium was immediately changed to Rugby Golden Fleece 2:3 Southampton Bucks Steelhorns. The fans who were worried were instantly boiling. Sissy rushed towards Guran excitedly and lifted Guran up. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns also rushed towards the two of them frantically to celebrate the goal. The Golden Fleece team, from players to coaches, were all stunned. They were completely defeated by Guran's on-the-spot tactics. As the engine and commander on the field, Guran completely dominated the entire game. Yes. So far, Jolly is still 2 goals ahead of Guran in the scorer list, but Guran is leading the Bucks Steelhorns team to stride towards victory. The game is about to usher in injury time. Relying on the lead, the Bucks Steelhorns have already stepped into the finals for most of their bodies. At this time, the 4th official outside the field raised a sign to indicate that there will be 6 minutes of injury time in the second half. Counting the 4 minutes left in the first and second half, there are at most 10 minutes left for the Bucks to make history. All the fans who supported the Milwaukee Bucks were shouting Guran's name at the top of their lungs. Some fans were still shouting Chinese daddy. Some fans couldn't control their tears and started to cry. Even their tears were boiling. Guran brought them to a height they had never reached before. On the main stand, scouts from small clubs were all in disbelief and exclaimed, "It's so shocking. It's really so shocking. In such a short period of time, such a rich tactical change can be achieved. This is definitely not something that a coach can command on the sidelines." Yes, this is all Guran's leadership on the court. Guran is not only the engine, but also the steering wheel. What engine? What steering wheel? Guran is obviously an old driver. Guran can drive such a broken car like the Bucks Steelhorns at lightning speed. However, I think that Guran can be a leader in a weak amateur team, but when he really joins a professional club, I'm afraid he won't have such treatment and status. That makes sense. The locker room of a professional club will not be as pure as the locker room of high school students. Not only are there many factions, but also strict hierarchical status. Guran, a Chinese kid, is afraid that it will be difficult to survive in a local British professional club. Are we a little sour grapes? Of course not. P.S. Regarding the B2B forward, here is an explanation. There really is one. The term B2B is not exclusive to midfielders. Anything that can go from the penalty area to the penalty area can be called B2B. When Mourinho coached Tottenham, Harry Kane was a typical B2B striker, from his own penalty area to the opponent's penalty area, defending, organizing, and scoring, all by himself. This point is not mentioned in the text, because Harry Kane is still young, and is still in the Tottenham U18 youth team. He has not met Mourinho yet. The Pharaoh Salah of Liverpool in the later period, and the little demon McTominay during Mourinho's time in charge of Manchester United. This guy's also amazing. He was originally short, but he grew 25 centimeters in 1.5 years after he turned 19. He only played B2B midfielder in the later period. After all, there is no striker position in the Giants, which is a pity, and Mandzukic and Cavani, who transformed the center forward into a left winger in Juventus, are all B2B strikers of the new era. The B2B striker's playing style is very passionate, team-oriented, competitive, and entertaining, and it can be compatible with almost any tactical system. In general, B2B forwards are still rare at present, but with the development of modern football, there will inevitably be more B2B forwards in the future. Chapter 175, The Double Tackle of the Century, Interference and Discrimination from Enemy Fans. At this moment, in the third row of seats in the main stand, Chelsea's Emenalo's fingers were trembling with excitement. His scouting notes accurately recorded the diagram of Guran's return pass just now. In the blank space below the diagram, Emenalo wrote hastily, "This national amateur high school semifinal is so exciting. Although from a professional point of view, the integrity of both sides of the game is far inferior to that of a professional level game, Guran's wonderful performance is enough to make this game go down in the history of amateur high school student championships. Under the intensive defense of the Golden Fleece team, and with the Bucks Steelhorns lacking strength and unable to rely on normal offense to open up the offensive situation, Guran continued to mislead the opponent with his blitz tactics and two-wing tactics, thus allowing the opponent to ignore a key defense in the middle. Guran's golf tactics are never single, but progressive. From the initial blitz attack, to the blitz attack plus two wings flying together, and then to the blitz attack plus two wings flying together plus inverted triangle. Each level of tactical advancement is difficult to guard against. I could even see the despair on the face of the Golden Fleece coach on the sidelines after the goal was scored. The coach of the Golden Fleece team probably couldn't imagine that he was defeated by a high school student. As a Chelsea scout and assistant coach of the first team, I have seen countless talented young players, but this is definitely the first time I have seen a sophisticated young player like Guran. Although Guran still has a lot to improve, his career has just begun. Although Guran's through balls are far less powerful than Lampard's, I dare say that Guran is by no means just stuck on the technique itself, but is good at using it flexibly. I know I've praised Guran's golf intelligence countless times, but I can't help but praise him again. This game was not so much about the Bucks Steelhorns defeating the strong as the weak, but rather about Guran carrying the whole team forward on his own. A player like Guran will be a king level presence wherever he goes. He does not need to adapt to any club locker room. As long as he is given some time to shine, everyone in the club locker room will surround him, turning around him. Yes, he is a Suns level player and a natural team leader. After finishing writing, Eminero breathed a sigh of relief and closed his scouting notebook with satisfaction. Today's game was very enjoyable. He had no other extravagance. Now he was waiting for the game to end, say hello to Guran, and deepen the relationship between them. Emotions are something that must be worked hard and cultivated. At this moment, Anne Hathaway, who was sitting in the second row, was filled with eagerness and thirst. There are only 10 minutes left in this game. Then you can go home and have fun. She wanted to scream in Guran's ear. She wanted to scream all the screams she had suppressed during today's game to Guran. Just hold it in for a while and it'll be fine. Annie felt like she was about to get over it. Greg, who was sitting in the first row of the main stand, was also full of excitement at this moment. Old Le, thank you for letting me watch this game. Guran's performance really impressed me. To tell you the truth, since Cristiano Arnold moved to Real Madrid, I haven't been so passionate for a long time. Old Les smiled meaningfully. Greg, just be happy, believe me, after we go to see in the evening, it will be even happier. Greg laughed and said, as expected of you, Old Le. Then I'll leave it all to you. But are you sure you won't discuss the labor certificate with me today? He raised his eyebrows. Old Le promised. I promise not to ask you about the labor certificate today. Greg smiled with satisfaction. Okay. The two old foxes looked at each other and smiled. The Bucks Steelhorns goal celebration came to an end and the game continued. This game is not over yet, and anything is possible in the last 10 minutes, so the Bucks and Steelhorns still cannot relax at all. They are just one step away from the finals. Every Bucks Steelers player is working hard, because this is the youth they burn for themselves and their brothers. At this time, the cheers of tens of thousands of fans at the scene did not stop for a second. For Cardiff fans, they witnessed a very exciting showdown. For Southampton fans, they are about to usher in their first local high school finals game. Especially those old alumni and teammates from Southampton, all of them burst into tears. The students at the same school were shouting "Dad" at the top of their lungs. Toot. As soon as the referee's kickoff whistle sounded, the Golden Fleece team's central midfielder immediately kicked off in the center circle and passed the ball to their captain Jolly. Jolly directly took the ball and sprinted towards the Bucks Steelhorns half. With little game time left and one goal behind, the Golden Fleece team still did not give up. As long as they can seize a wave of opportunities and equalize the score, then they can drag the game into overtime. And as long as the game enters overtime, they still have a chance to turn defeat into victory. But their midfield connection has been shredded to pieces by the Bucks' high post pressure. Their offense was completely out of order. Every player was running around in a panic, and the overall offensive formation was completely out of touch. This is not a strong team at all, but a panicked amateur school team. Jolly couldn't get support from his teammates, so he could only rely on his own ability to continue to push forward. Faced with Jolly's personal breakthrough, the Bucks Steelhorns responded immediately. Minato retreated. Bun went up to meet him. Guran covered him from the side. The Bucks Steelhorns instantly launched a very well coordinated triangle double team on Jolly, who was fighting alone. Jolly couldn't break through in a straight line and could only go around to the right. Minato and Bread were very experienced in blocking Jolly's breakthrough channel, preventing him from penetrating to the right. Guran accelerated and charged from the left. Caroli couldn't get rid of Minato and Bread, so he had no choice but to push away the oncoming Guran with his hands. Guran was not used to Caroli's problems, so he raised his elbow and held Caroli's extended hand away. Seeing that he could not break through, Jolly could only turn around and pass back. But in the extreme situation of 3v1, Jolly's return pass was very reluctant. Before the Golden Fleece's central midfielder could reach the ball, the football was kicked out of the boundary by a sliding tackle from the blind man, who had already been waiting for him. Wow. Tens of thousands of fans at the scene cheered in unison. The Bucks Steelhorns did a great job with this pressing defense. Jolly angrily yelled at his midfielder and vented his anger. He believed that the ball was completely due to the central midfielder's insufficient response. The Golden Fleece team's central midfielder spread his hands towards Jolly with an innocent face. At this time, Coach Carter began to use substitution tactics. The substitution at this time was also to prevent the Golden Fleece team from quickly throwing out the ball, and also to delay the game time. The sissy who had just scored the go-ahead goal was replaced by a substitute midfielder. The girl walked off the field unhurriedly, and the fans at the scene gave her warm applause. His powerful volley from the top edge of the penalty area was impressive. After the substitutions, the Bucks Steelhorns formation also changed to a double midfielder and single forward formation. With less than 6 minutes remaining, the Bucks Steelhorns can advance to the finals, as long as they hold on. The game continues. Golden Fleece throw-in on sideline. Bucks Steelhorns continue to use high-pressure defensive style. It is almost difficult for the Golden Fleece players to turn around after receiving the ball, let alone pass the ball forward comfortably. Caroli was alone in front, as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. The game reaches the 92nd minute. The Bucks Steelhorns substitute midfielder who had just come on the field violently pushed down the Golden Fleece left midfielder. The referee stopped the game and awarded the Golden Fleece team a set kick near the center circle. Coach Carter took the opportunity to make another substitution. This time, the glider was also replaced by a substitute left back. This substitution operation also amazed the whole audience. There is almost no pressure on the left side of the Bucks Steelhorns. Replacing a substitute left back is obviously to completely liberate Guran. Guran pushed directly to the front of the formation. The two strikers are gone, and Guran is the new striker. The fans at the scene cheered even more crazily. They finally saw Guran play as a forward. Although this moment is very short, for fans who support the Bucks Steelhorns, this is the moment they are most looking forward to. The whole audience was shouting one more. After the substitution, the Golden Fleece team's central midfielder immediately made a long pass and sent the ball to the Bucks Steelhorns within a 30-meter area. Jolly ran wildly, using his strong body and personal impact ability to forcefully knock away the newly replaced substitute midfielder of the Bucks Steelhorns, stop the football first, and continue to head toward the Bucks Steelhorns' big goal at high speed. Cut in the penalty area. Rusty Strip directly pushed up from the penalty area to block it, and the newly replaced left back also moved into the penalty area to make up for it in time. Jolly suddenly stopped and changed direction to the right, trying to shake off the rust and create a shooting channel. But just when Caroli changed direction to the right, a red and white figure rushed over like a ghost and used his shoulders to catch Caroli's change of direction. Caroli's whole body was numb. He never expected that Guran would appear on the right side of the penalty area. This is really lawless. Caroli gritted his teeth, concentrated all his strength, and desperately used his shoulders to carry Guran's steel-like body. This is his last chance, and it is also the last chance for the Golden Fleece team to equalize the score. Even if he can't score, he still has to fight for a penalty kick in the penalty area. However, Duran had no intention of pushing Caroli over. Duran was smart enough to wrap his body around Caroli, preventing Caroli from getting away and not making any moves blindly. The rusty bar next to him saw the right moment and intercepted the ball directly. 2v1 victory. Rusty then kicked the ball behind Jolly. Duran turned around and sprinted at the same time. The great sage is here again. Wow. The tens of thousands of fans at the scene were so happy that they burst into passionate cheers. This wave of micromanagement confrontation in the penalty area, combined with accelerating quick turns and sprints, is really awesome. Duran's return to defense was very timely, and Rusty's key defense was equally impressive. And the most amazing thing is that at the last moment of the game, Duran can still perform the coming of the great sage. Caroli's reaction speed and turning speed were obviously not as fast as Duran's. In desperation, Caroli reached out to pull Duran's jersey, but Duran had already left Caroli an arm's length away. Caroli failed to catch Duran's jersey, so he lost his balance and fell awkwardly in the penalty area. Caroli quickly raised his hand to complain to the referee. Even rugby fans shook their heads after seeing this poor diving performance. Duran continued to sprint along the middle road at full speed. The fans at the scene raised their arms and cheered wildly. The entire Millennium Stadium seemed to be ignited by Duran's violent and aesthetic sprint speed. The Golden Fleece defenders worked hard to intercept. Gavin and the central midfielder blocked the attack from the sides, but none of them could stop Duran's sprint speed. Seeing that Duran was about to rush into the dangerous area within 30 meters, Gavin and the central midfielder both fell to the ground and flew at Duran at the same time. This is a scene similar to the famous double shovel of the century between Cannavaro and Maldini against Ronaldo. Gavin shoveled Duran's foot from the left. The Golden Fleece's central midfielder tripped Duran's calf from the right side. Duran's body instantly lost his balance, and he slipped on the turf and fell out. Gavin and the central midfielder also collided with each other. They both covered their calves and rolled on the turf in pain. The tens of thousands of fans at the scene immediately screamed in distress. Coach Carter was so nervous that he almost couldn't control himself and rushed into the field. Annie, who had been holding back the whole game in the main stand, could not control herself at this time. She jumped up from the corner of the second row and exclaimed, Duran! Duran! At this moment, and reveals her true feelings. Can't hide it anymore. Eminero also widened his eyes in worry, staring at Duran, who fell to the ground. Old Len also covered his heart. Duran is their future. What a genius fears most is getting hurt. This is a major matter for your career future. Amid the exclamations of the fans in the audience, the referee blew the foul whistle in time and suspended the game. The Bucks Steelhorns players ran over desperately, and Minato and Rusty stripped directly pushed Gavin and the Golden Fleece midfielder. The smell of gunpowder between the two sides will soon be uncontrollable. At this moment, Duran climbed up from the turf without saying a word. The double shovels just now were indeed very heavy and dangerous. Fortunately, the Tin Woodman had +3, and his physique had been raised to 71 points in advance. In addition, when he was double tackled, he made an emergency stop to slow down. Otherwise, the leg bones and ankles will be shoveled in this wave. Grass. Duran cursed secretly in his mind, and then tried hard to suppress his anger. The Bucks Steelhorns now have the upper hand, and will advance to the finals soon. We must not be calm at this time. Go score them. Duran took a deep breath, and raised his hands, to indicate to his teammates that he was fine. The fans at the scene cheered crazily for Duran. Duran is too hard. It's like the Tin Man. The two-person flying shovel hit the foot and fell so hard, but nothing happened at all. Tens of thousands of fans stood up at the same time, raised their arms and shouted hard, hard, hard. In the main stand, Annie completely forgot about her identity and raised her arms together and shouted, hard, hard, hard. Yes, here on the other hand, she is the most qualified to shout. Eminero breathed a sigh of relief. Old Rice's brows also relaxed. Greg secretly glanced back at Annie, who was still raising her arms and shouting, hard, hard, hard. Seeing that Guran was fine, the Bucks Steelhorns players quickly surrounded Guran and asked with concern. To be on the safe side, Zubio also pushed Guran to the ground, and Minato took off Guran's sneakers to check. Sure enough, the instep of Guran's right foot was only black and blue, and the ankle was not injured. Team Dr. Mayfu on the sidelines also breathed a sigh of relief. Coach Carter angrily complained to the referee and demanded that Gavin and the Golden Fleece team's central midfielder be sent off. The referee just gave Gavin and the central midfielder a yellow card each. To be honest, this penalty was a bit light, and the fans at the scene were not satisfied. However, the central midfielder of the Golden Fleece team had already received a yellow card before. Now 2 yellow cards have turned into 1 red card, and he was sent off. The center midfielder of the Golden Fleece team begged the referee with a face full of grief, begging the referee to change the decision and let him go. But the referee kept a straight face and made a gesture asking him to leave the field. The Golden Fleece center midfielder covered his face with his jersey and cried as he walked off the field. This would be the end of his high school playing career. Moreover, because he was sent off in the semifinals, his post-match rating must be very low, which will also affect his entry into a professional club. Seeing the Golden Fleece midfielder, the fans at the scene cheered happily. Now the game will end with more than 4 minutes, and 1 Golden Fleece teammate was sent off. The situation is extremely favorable to the Bucks Steelhorns. Golden Fleece head coach Wilkinson was furious on the sidelines. The last time they played against each other in the Group E group stage, the Golden Fleece team committed a foul at the last minute of the game that resulted in the main player being sent off. Now, a similar thing has happened again. Amid cheers from the audience, the referee awarded a free kick to the Bucks Steelhorns. The free kick was taken 35 meters away from the fans and towards the right rib area. The students and parents of Southampton High School who had watched the last game suddenly roared with excitement. Oh, Full Moon Scimitar. We want to see Full Moon Scimitar. The passionate singing started again. Those Southampton fans who had never seen Guran play the Full Moon Scimitar also became excited. Cardiff fans are also looking forward to it. Greg in the main stand couldn't hide his shock and asked old Rice next to him, Full Moon Scimitar? David Beckham's curveball? Can Guran kick out Beckham's curveball? Les said triumphantly. Greg, just open your eyes and enjoy it. Greg hissed and looked at Guran intently. The players of the Golden Fleece team all lined up on the wall with depressed expressions. In the previous match in Group E, Guran kicked a gorgeous Full Moon Scimitar free kick at the last moment, thus breaking the 2:2 tie. But that time before, Guran started up 25 meters away. But this time the set kick was 35 meters away. There is still hope for the Golden Fleece team. As long as Guran can't kick the ball in, the Golden Fleece team can immediately launch a counter-attack after getting the ball. The Golden Fleece team set up 3 defensive walls in their own penalty area. Jolly still didn't defend, but stood in the middle of the court, ready to catch the ball and launch a single counter-attack. At this time, Guran calmly stood at the penalty spot, bent down to place the football, and pointed the ball's air nozzle at himself. Guran also kicked the 35-meter Full Moon Scimitar, but that was with the bonus of wind speed. There is no wind speed bonus in Millennium Stadium, and the Golden Fleece's wall is much stronger than that of their last opponent, the Angel Wings. Guran observed that there were almost no weak areas in the Golden Fleece team's wall. It is quite difficult to kill the opponent with one blow from 35 meters away without the wind speed bonus, and the opponent knows that he is going to kick a curved free kick. But this wave must be done. Only by killing the opponent with one blow can the Golden Fleece team's desire to win be defeated. Now, there are still 2 talent points left in his mind. Guran did not hesitate to add one of the talent points to set piece, Crescent Blade. Crescent Blade +4. Guran directly clicked on the remaining talent point to the strength attribute. The strength attribute increased from 65 points to 66 points. Today's Crescent Blade cannot focus on the arc, but on the strength. The smaller the arc, the greater the strength, so that the ball speed will be faster, so that the Golden Fleece goalkeeper will not have time to react and save. After adding the talent points, Guran took 3 steps back diagonally. The fans at the scene all held their breath. The south and west stands, which were extremely noisy just now, immediately became quiet. The thousands of rugby fans in the North Stand booed hard, yelling "trash Chinese kid" and "go back to China," and made all kinds of discriminatory gestures, trying to disturb Guran's penalty kick mentality. In the Grand Millennium Stadium, it was difficult to hear the voices of rugby fans before, but at this moment, it seemed particularly abrupt. Harsh. The Cardiff fans at the scene frowned. Cardiff, a Welsh city, has always been kind, but now such blatant discrimination has occurred in their stadium, and it is against their favourite black-haired Bale, which makes them very angry. Southampton fans are so angry that they want to rush to the North Stand to fight with rugby fans. But they can only hold back for now, continue to keep quiet, and wait for Guran's crescent-shaped scimitar kick. Guran's eyes are murderous. It is impossible not to be affected by the discrimination of rugby fans. But the more the rugby fans acted like this, the stronger Guran's fighting spirit became. "I'm going to kill you." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.